We should be joined by Shiroz Anklasaria, who is teaching at Yale School of Architecture, and he runs his own practice, but has worked for Diller Scofidio Renfro and Herzog Demeron in the past. Also joined by Michael Rotundi, who's running late, who is founder of Roto Architecture, also one of the original founders of SCI-Arc, and teaches at SCI-Arc as well as ASU in Arizona. We're also joined by Brian Richter, and I apologize, I spelled your name wrong on the email.
It's all right.
And you are a design instructor at the University of Kentucky, where you also went to school, and you have worked for Morphosis as well as Bernard Tschumi Architects in New York. We have Julian Ma, who holds his master's from SCI-Arc, who is a colleague of mine and now works for Gensler here in LA as an architectural designer. And then we have Gregory Zamora, who is an alum of Woodbury, and you were teaching at Pasadena City College. Are you still there? Are you at Woodbury now?
Both. So I'm still teaching at PCC, teaching at Woodbury in interior design right now.
Okay, great. And then we will probably be joined later by Eric Carcano, who is my business partner for All Black Forum, and is also teaching at Woodbury this semester as well. So that's everybody that will be here. So just a little bit about what the students have been working on. We have looked a lot at the exploration of the relationship between cinematography and architecture. So we were looking at how cinematography plays the role in the idea of the new metropolis. So the students don't have a specific site. We've actually created a new city. And so through watching various amounts of different movies, such as Metropolis, Ready Player One, through Inception, through Fight Club, we've basically gone through a series of different levels of the way that we've kind of broken down cinematography, or the way I've broken it down, between the kind of overall scale of like grid block. Phase 2 was like object versus building, and then phase 3 was about like personal space in the body. And so through those movies, they've established or started to think about how they would essentially create their kind of new metropolis. They were each given a city at the very beginning of last semester during their prep, which they did an exploration of that city. And from that, they were each able to develop their own manifesto and their own ideologies about their preferred city. And through that, they basically took components of that to create their own zoning, essentially. So instead of giving them a whole city to design, I gave each student 9 blocks to establish. And through those 9 blocks, they went through a zoning process of how they would break down their new 9 blocks. Now, the 9 blocks didn't have to work linearly. They actually had a constraint that thinking about the future city, the future of transportation, how we would actually move from point A to point B, the 9 blocks could move vertically. So no longer thinking of the ground itself as the only plane for travel. So within that, once they went through that exploration, they were able to establish their own site within their 9 blocks. So they picked their own building site or buildings, depending on what program they ended up choosing. Each student has a different program. And from that, they then developed their form within that. They'll each talk about a bit about their process at the beginning through, at least from their manifesto, what elements or what components they found important to kind of hold on to and believe that would be important for the future city. And then they've worked on and established their program, and always thinking ahead about not their program that exists today. So for example, Rihanna, she'll be going first. She has a prison not thinking about the prison today, but thinking about the prison of the future. And they've all kind of established their own time frame of what future looks like for them. It could be 30 years, it could be 100 years, and done their exploration for that. I've also asked them, because we've looked at cinematography so much, they've each developed a movie poster that you'll also see on concept board. And then they've also each done a little movie trailer. So they will start by showing their movie trailer, and then they will go into their presentation. They each have about 5 minutes in total, and that leaves about 20 minutes of conversation for each student, and we will have 6 presentations. So are there any questions before we begin? Okay, so each student will share their screen. Just make sure, students, if you're using headphones, that we can hear your volume for your video, okay? And I give it to you, Rihanna.
Alrighty, is everyone hearing me okay? Just thought I'd check that out first. Okay. Alrighty, so good morning, everybody. My name is Rihanna Rangel, and this is my thesis Level Up. Here's my poster, and I'll begin with let me make sure I can hear everything. Yes, okay. Okay, so level up. We see that today America has the highest prisoners per capita, with our recidivism rate at around 68%. I'm so sorry about the noise. But the data shows that today's prisons, although we're at like a really high amount of prisoners, only around over half or above half is violent. So with this in mind, Level Up changes the current methods of imprisonment by looking at what we have in the past and what we have today. So particularly looking at designs of like humane practices and how that could be the answer for the future of prisons. So furthermore, we need to look to the future. So that kind of replies to the city manifesto and this idea of even though being a lead in like technology, being a lead in like diversity. So my city wanting to be the head of a melting pot of cultures of many backgrounds, many strengths, and then becoming a big, large community that also including prisoners being able to work together with the community and not being completely pushed to the side as we kind of see it today. In that idea, those ideas of like diversity and like being a melting pot, that kind of manifests into this idea of like zoning. So with my 9 blocks, the zoning separates itself very much like evenly amongst all 9 blocks. It's not all one block being green space, circulation, open space, etc. So this kind of opens up a good opportunity for the entire city to be immersed in itself and also being aware of one another. So the way that this has like manifested these spaces, I really found an interest in where these zones particularly touched. So these areas of private spaces, semi-public spaces, and public spaces, in these areas in which they touch, I found a good opportunity for what later becomes like a manifestation of pixelation, parasitic, or even like subtractive pixelation. And then from there, the zoning distribution between the program itself. So what is enclosed space and what is green space? What is open space, and how is that going to differ from what we have today? So Level Up uses design to see how the future can manifest these humane practices, and in what ways does it do that? For one, beginning with separation of sentences. So separating prisoners based on their longevity of their sentence, has proven to lower the interaction of prisoners, therefore lowering the chances of elongating their sentences. That's a practice that we have seen today. Another humane practice would be housing with family. Although we've only touched on it in like present time, we want to bring it to another level, generally leveling it up. So allowing prisoners to get more than just a cell, but giving them choices of spaces, allowing them to choose units, allowing them to have larger spaces of, bunking up or having a roommate, etc. And not like necessarily just assigning them to a cell, but giving them a home. Another example of humane practices that the design like calls for is hybrid classrooms. So not only prisoners having the chances to educate themselves, but the community to be immersed in that connection with the city generally. A good example would be in building 1, we see this hybrid space of a classroom indicated by the yellow. And then we have separate forms of circulation for both the general public as well as inmates or prisoners. Even though we are given hybrid spaces with little study areas, each person, an inmate or the general public, is allowed to have their own choice to, if they're not ready to stay in their own areas. But it's offered for them to immerse themselves in the community. They're allowed to like reach their hand out, more or less. But at the core of Level Up itself, it's about designing, rather than designing for society and keeping inmates away from society. It's about designing prisons to help them re-enter society. So these spaces are generally trying to create these community spaces in which they can not necessarily interact all the time, but they are aware of one another. They're a side by side understanding, and you're also able to not just be pushed aside the way that we kind of see it today. We have some community spaces in which you're allowed to have like study areas and things like that, but it's not about pushing this idea of a prison to the low corners of the city, but about immersing them in the city. Thank you.
Everyone's just processing, right? Yeah.
I may have missed it. Could you speak to the cinematographic or cinematography aspect of your project?
It all kind of began. I was actually going to put it to for the semester. We've had a project or a movie that kind of inspired us, and it was my background for like the entire semester. But like one project or a few videos or movies that we watched that really stuck with me was like 2001: A Space Odyssey, and a lot of like the general like space like films that we watched. Although not necessarily related to the cinematography, it did spark the interest of how do we make spaces for the people that are in them, rather than creating spaces and putting them in them. Because we've seen like in 2001, there are a lot of really great moments in which the person that's in it, like I don't know if you've watched it, but like generally, yeah, there's a lot of interesting moments in which an astronaut, their space, everything around them is made for that person. And it's about kind of the prison is made for someone to kind of fit in the box that you put them in, rather than for the person that's in it. So there was a lot of relation and discussion kind of about that interaction of space or what that meant. And I felt that connection was generally more important, more or less, than kind of what I saw in that translation from like film over to like this project.
So Bailey, that sounds like Rihanna's interpreting. She's taking a narrative interpretation of cinematography versus an actual composition of framing of a scene.
Yes.
Versus
Yeah.
the design of a city, right?
Yeah.
So I guess it's up to the students to interpret
Yes, because
Okay.
we looked at different scales. So some we just looked at like atmospheric qualities in a movie. Others we looked at like if they film the movie generally all outside or all inside, where the camera is focusing, as we're saying, framing. We looked at movies towards the end that were all just about personal space. So like The Revenant or Amores Perros, in the way that the camera is always kind of with the body itself. So thinking about all of those different aspects of cinematography, and each of them has obviously taken a kind of different focus on which portion they've been more interested in.
Okay. So, your city is a prison, it seems like. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's, if you look at your city block diagram, the zoning diagram, I think there's some compelling arguments to be made about the mixed, like instead of having pre-designated zones for specific programs, you've mixed everything into a pixel. So each pixel contains all the zones are required for the experience of the inmate. The forms here are very irregular and interesting. But then when you go to your chunk, you're building one chunk, it seems to pixelate out. It just seems to become boxes. What happened to the irregularity of that diagram as you translated it into this diagram?
I feel like you could kind of see it in the section. So if we kind of look at these spaces, these kind of like they're a lot more straight, but you can see that this like open space, this general center space, and then the outer space, it kind of has this like parasitic. So you have this like almost parasitic pixelation on top, and then a different scale of like subtractive on the bottom to do those moves, but doing it through like translating through pixelation. I feel like the zoning is still there, but the spaces, they're kind of responding to them. So it's not necessarily like those exact spaces, but those are still the zones in which
Yeah.
it happens.
I think the project is pretty compelling. The idea that you're basically treating a prison like a home. I think that's already a compelling idea for if the prompt is what is your city of the future and what do you interpret the future to be, and your interpretation is, well, let's stop treating prisons like prisons. Let's start treating them like homes, or let's start treating inmates like people. That's a compelling idea. I think in this section, so you did a great job. I think this section is probably the weakest, and maybe the prisoner unit A and B to the bottom right of it is the weak link, where I think you don't need to be beholden to straight walls and like uniform runs of stairs. I think the mixture of the program, that kind of that morphology of the mixed use per pixel, is more compelling when you can start actually reading the interpretation of the spaces in section. Right now, it looks like a form of Tetris blocks. Like I can see the translation, but it looks like you
Yeah.
put one on top of the other next to each other. It kind of slots in very neatly. Whereas what you're describing in your diagrams is not neat. It's kind of like chaotic, but in the sense that life is chaotic, and so your experience, like you should be able to experience all aspects of it per wherever you are. So this seems counter to your diagram. I think it seems like you're designating zones, whereas I would have liked to have seen the same type of mixture or like the soup of zones in this section. Whether it be, and I think you don't have to stay, like, I don't know how realistic this needs to be, but you don't have to be beholden to the flat floor, especially given the shape of your overall form. I think the most compelling aspect of this image is the negative space, the void that's kind of cutting up as it comes from the bottom right up to the center. So if you push that a little bit further, or if you started articulating those corners a little bit more to kind of really bring outside in or whatever, I think it's kind of a trope, but I think for your project it works if you went that next step.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah,
Brianna,
sorry. Continue.
I just have a clarifying question here regarding the scale. The city block zoning diagram, you were talking about the 9 blocks and how the 9 blocks are more of an interpretation of the city or much larger deployment of the project. Is that scale consistent with your intervention, or is that one of those blocks?
You're asking if you mean these 3 blocks, like how
like
that
building building one chunk, is that one of those blocks or is that all of the blocks?
It's one. It's a takeaway from one of the buildings. That's it's a chunk from one of the buildings out of the 3 that are in 3 of the blocks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, programmatically and size-wise, each student will have a different amount taken out of their 9 blocks. So they might have 1 building. In this case, Rihanna has 3. Some have 6 different buildings, but it just is dependent on their program. And they then worked through their allocation of how they wanted to pick their site within those 9 blocks, based off of how they did their zoning exercise, essentially.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, at least in the building 1, 2, 3 below the main isometric or axonometric, is that you have a very consistent application of the program in terms of the way that it's distributed in the volume or in the overall volume. And I'm curious, within the idea of sort of immersion in the city, how the scale of pixel and sort of the segregation of the unit type is articulated in the formal quality or the graphic quality of it, in the sense that you have this sort of top surface that is really understood as a series of pixels or more of a voxel condition. Is that something that is specifically consistent to these 3 buildings in relationship to your overall city block zoning diagram? Because it looks like the city block zoning diagram has a lot more integration with the programs, but the way that it's articulated in the 3 buildings is that it's all fairly understood as a top zone for housing and then a bottom zone for public program. Is there a consistency there specific to those 3, or is that more of a general strategy that you would deploy across all 9?
I would say that it kind of it started to like flatten out. Now that I like kind of see that, it did kind of begin as this angled thing, but as everything started to come together, it started to flatten out, and I can kind of see how that is. It wasn't necessarily meant to be that way. It was supposed to kind of be these levels, this field almost of it diagonally, and then kind of it just kind of manifested in that way, I suppose. I would say that it lost that quality because of the pixelation, though. The idea of it kind of being boxy, making that angle or making that to translate was generally difficult. But I would say that across all of the, like, if you said like the 9 blocks, you said, would that be something that goes across the entire 9 blocks? I don't think it needs to be. I don't think that was what it was intended to be. It was kind of meant to be that there's not only like a zoning separation between like more private or separation between more public. It happened to be what stumbled or what the outcome was. But yeah, I would say generally that's the case.
I think the pixels hurt you the most. It's kind of like eerily tongue-in-cheek that for such a progressive prison scheme, you went to like a 9, like a box, like a cell for the whole composition. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It seems like a little strange. It's an odd decision, but you're so consistent with it throughout the entire project. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought it was kind of. Oh, sorry.
There's a lot to take away from or maybe a lot to interpret rather, and even the color schemes that you've chosen. And I'm looking at the graphic on the far left that says level up. So this sort of vertical poster that you've made that is in. I'm not sure if it's more of a visual for the entire project that relates to your preview or your video, but in terms of the way that you're articulating some of the pixels here, is that there seems to be a pretty strong idea of gradient that I'm not really reading in the project yet because it's so defined to the boundary of the volumes. And even the way that you've drawn the axos or the isos is that there's a consistency in the planar legibility based on the colors that don't necessarily, at least in my reading of it, they don't really respond directly to a program specificity. So I think that helps you in the sense that it loosens up the clarity of assigning or sort of coding the spaces or coding the geometries. That I think you could take a little bit further, even in the section, is that each one of these elements has its own specific color that's associated to a volume or a program. And I think if you start to break away from that and actually introduce some of that gradient condition in section as well as plan, you could actually get some really interesting, softer, more subtle conditions that would potentially heighten or reinforce your ambition of having these these prisons be more integrated into the city at a much broader scale or broader context.
I think that's a great point. Actually, looking at this scene, I think that the yellow is the floors and the ceilings, perhaps, but then I also think it's only that programmatic aspect in the bottom. And then I also think that that's where the flying cars go, because they're all the same yellow. So it's like, yeah, I think you could have continued the gradient further to further define aspects of your project. Or this is just in terms of representation, yeah.
So am I reading your project correctly in that the level up process is an inmate going from building 3 to building 2 to building 1 as they like slowly get back into society? Is that the goal?
No, so the buildings are separated by like they're going to be separated by your sentence. So you're not going to be interacting with someone, let's say, that's going to be there for a certain amount of years when you have a significant amount of shorter years to like to lessen the chances of interaction. So that's kind of something that's really high, that long, like that we've seen like an issue of today, is that there's a lot of interaction with all kinds of sentences, and then there's a lot of fighting or altercations and things like that, which then elongate your sentence. So each building is designated to like one being more of a shorter, longer, and like a medium general kind of sentence, and level up is more of like a metaphor to kind of help you go into your journey of bettering yourself, more or less. So
if I'm bettering myself, do I, if I'm this person that's in the yellow area, right, in your building 2, if I'm bettering myself, like, do I eventually get to go into the building where, people that are on shorter, less violent, like, maybe like just beyond a misdemeanor, right? Like, do I get to go from this? I don't know how, I mean, we don't see a plan for building 2, but I don't know how integrated building 2 is with the public, like I see building 1, I see building 3. So I get like, okay, building 3 is locked down. I see it's just a bunch of cells and people walking around. And I see that building 1 is more of like a community center. So if I'm in building 2, do I have the opportunity to, like, with good behavior, go to building 1? You know what I mean? Like, and
yeah,
is that my level up process?
There is circulation between all 3. It's more of it's more of like, if you are gonna have those issues or etc., like it's more of an idea of like having design kind of take that step of at least separating or giving the choice of separation. There's still a chance of you will be able to move through them if you need be, but I wouldn't say that it's like a permanent residence. So like if you lived in that yellow area, like you said, you could go to, let's say, another building where you have a class, but there is private inmate circulation that you would be able to move through that area so that you wouldn't be interacting, let's say, with someone from the red zone generally. So you'd still be able to move through there, but you'd still be staying in like that yellow zone area generally, to still lessen the like chances of of anyone having an altercation with anyone.
Because I wonder, like the plan difference between 1 and 3 is major, right? Like 1 seems like community center, and I wonder what these things look like in section compared to each other, and I wonder what all of them look like in plan compared to each other. Like we have section of building 2, but we don't have a plan of that.
Yeah.
We have plans of building 1 and 3, but we don't have sections of those. I know that's like that's a lot more work, but it would be interesting to be able to compare, like you have the 3 axos side by side, compare like what does each one do and how does each one help the inmates, like, so if there is community center in building 3, where is that compared to this like more lockdown area? If there is a more lockdown area in building 1, what does that look like? Like, is it more of these like your little breakouts in the bottom? I forget what you called them, but the little like housing units. So like are the housing units dispersed throughout building 1, building 2, and building 3? Like it seems like I'd want a little more clarity on like which one does what and how, so I can have an understanding of like how I get through all of this. How am I as an inmate like able to go from 2 to 1, and when does that happen and how? Like how am I on my journey, I guess, because you talk about that journey of going back into society, and I feel like I'd want to be able to see that through the drawings. That's my one thing. I do really like this pixelized idea, though. I kind of like it. I don't necessarily feel like, I feel like the way you could break it is triangles. That I don't necessarily feel like it has to be like a one giant angle. I feel like you did this thing in your intro video where like you like blurred something and when like burnt and like it broke. And like I remember playing Nintendo, and I remember when like the video game used to break, like you'd get colors overlapping. So I feel like if you could do that in some way and say like this one is 2 colors or this one is like a half color. So like it's not necessarily that you'd have to break out of pixels. It's how do you start to blur pixels? How do you start to like make half pixel? How do you start to overlap those lines, which you're doing a little bit in that section, in that where that yellow and the gray area start to meet. And I think you can do it a little bit more with just like a triangle. If you introduced a triangle, you would have a totally different idea. It'd still be pixelated. Right, I'm done.
That would be pretty cool.
I think Greg's comment about being able to see in plan or in section the different experiences of the inmates at different points of being an inmate is crucial to your interpretation of cinematography in this project, where you're not talking about composition or framing or mise en scène, you're talking about the experience of the inmate. So to not show that is kind of like a missed opportunity given your interpretation of cinematography. How do you? This is a dumb question, but what happens with surveillance, or is there no surveillance? There's no guards.
There is like a low amount of surveillance. I feel like going for the future, seeing a lot of like people checking other people has been a large amount of. I mean, obviously there's going to be surveillance. There's going to be like guards, etc., but like not on a really high level. But I kind of see this culture of like everyone checking each other, and to say that inmates don't have cell phones, that's not true. Like there's a lot of inmates that do have that kind of stuff, and seeing that for the future, I see that a lot of people checking generally one another. That kind of calls to like a precedent that we had seen earlier. It kind of touches on like the psychology of like inmates checking one another or being watched and not like completely sure, etc. But kind of taking that to like a different with social media kind of today. So that was kind of the idea going into it, was putting levels of like low security, but not necessarily like overrunning everything and such a huge like intimidating presence in any way. Hope, I mean, for the future we're hopeful generally.
Did you see there's a
final?
thing on is it Norway? Did you see Norway's prison system? Their prisons are like nicer than my house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that kind of did bring a lot of discussion, like looking into the prisons more or less, like the humane practices.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, the Norway, I think it's the Halden prison. It's
Yeah.
generally set up like a dorm more or less, and it actually the outcome is a lot lower rate of recidivism, so people don't come back after.
Right.
So that was kind of the goal in terms of like humane practices.
Okay.
Yeah, Rihanna did a lot of research on all the different qualities and components and types of prisons, and so I mean, this is a very loaded program in itself, right, to take on. And so, I mean, I think you did a great job. And I think all the comments were, really good. And obviously, this is something that I always push you guys, that this is kind of the start of something that you're interested in. So definitely like looking back at hopefully, revisiting this and even potentially, continuing it to kind of complete it. But obviously, don't worry about that for today. But for time's sake, we're going to move to the next project. So thank you, Rihanna.
Thank you so much.
We will be moving on to Rima. Are you ready, Rima?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rima Al-Jasser, and I'll be talking about my thesis project, The X Transport. This is the movie trailer I created. Here you will see the movie poster I created for the X Transport project, which is going to happen in 2077. Early in the semester, I was giving the city of Rome to research and study. And by looking to the map, I was really impressed with the curves created from mapping and diagramming the city, which later had led me to the inspiration of how I dissected the different zones of my 9 blocks. When I first started creating my 9 blocks, I was focused for my future city on 4 different aspects: environment, circulation, energy, and technology. And those are the qualities I created in zonings. From that, I started creating and planning for my future transportation hub. And I really wanted the transport system to maneuver its way through all 9 blocks in a way that makes the city connected without the need of placing the transport hub in the center of the city. However, as towns and cities are getting denser, larger, and busier, the roads are also becoming more congested. There are more cars on the road now than ever before, so people will be actively encouraged to use public transport when possible. But there are some challenges that we're facing nowadays. Traffic movements, difficulties for pedestrians, long waiting times in stops, missed departures. People density is increasing fastly, like 6.3 billion people will live in cities by the year 2050. 25 minutes is what each commuter spent in traveling. The number of vehicles on the road is projected to triple by the year of 2035. And private cars on the roads are responsible for 70% of the urban air pollution. With all these challenges happening today, how can we make travel more efficiently? The best solution isn't in fact to build another road, bridge, or tunnel, as these strategies generated more traffic. But by reducing the growth of vehicles, miles of travel, easing congestions, public transportation can reduce harmful carbon dioxide emission by 37 million metric ton annually, reduce harmful, save households an average of $7,000 each year, reduce energy consumption by 4.2 billion gallons of gasoline each year. However, given the immensity of urban transportation problems and challenges, we assume that world's transportation system needs to be improved and developed. Moving to the next phase, we'll be looking at the future of public transportation and the vehicles that will change how we move through cities. Skytrams, taxis, delivery drones, hyperloop, and micromobility. These new modes of transportation will help in the change of the future cities, as they are fast, efficient, and cheap to operate, low power consumption, less noise pollution, reduced road congestions, more safety, efficient method of transportation, and less greenhouse gas emission. Also, cheaper method of transportation. At the close, we will have cities built for people, cities with less travel time, cities integrated with nature to restore the connection and to improve people's health and well-beings, cities powered by clean energy for a sustainable future, cities enabled by the latest technology that continuously learns and improves to make life easier for all, and lastly, cities with no cars. If you look at the plan here, the floor plans basically shows the relationship between rooms and spaces and how basically the transport system is being integrated in the hub. Besides that, if you look at the section basically it mainly shows the relationship between the 4 zones I created on my 9 blocks. And basically it either connects through corridors, the parking lot, or the outdoor open spaces. Wayfinding here is basically to inform, direct, guide people through the hub. And if we actually look at the vignettes of the interior shots, they're basically highlighting the user experience inside each one of these different zones I created in my 9 blocks. And for the exterior renders, they're basically highlighting the qualities and aspect I created in design, which are technology and technology, energy, circulation, and environment. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rima. We are also, just wanted to say quickly, joined by Sarosh and Michael Rotundi, who are both just came in. So if either of you have any questions as we move through this, just let me know.
Thank you so much.
Rima, do you want to turn your camera back on now? Or is it still slow?
Oh, is it turned off?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I thought it was on, actually. It's actually saying I cannot start video. My bad.
Just share your screen again then.
Can you guys see the screen?
Yes.
Rima, could you explain the specificity of the tubes one more time?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, could you just explain the specificity of the tubes? Like what's occurring in the tubes? Is it a variety of transport types, or is it singular?
So basically, the enclosed tubes are basically for the Hyperloop.
Mm-hmm.
Where like the circular ones are for the SkyTram.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like two modes of transportation that are like basically happening in the tubes, and the ones on the smaller pods, the circular pods. So each one is for individual different transportation method.
And just to fill Sarosh and Michael in a bit, we looked a lot this last semester during their prep at the connection between cinematography and architecture. So they've looked at a variety of different movies, which have become different kind of inspirations, looking at like framing, atmospheric qualities, body and space, and how personal space is affected. And so they've all kind of had their own takeaways from that. They've all picked their own program. This isn't actually a specific site. This is actually a new city. So the idea is that they're creating a metropolis at their own site. And they've all been given the constraint of 9 blocks of space in which they have developed their own zoning for those 9 blocks based off of their ideas from their metropolis. So they each developed a manifesto on what kind of ideologies they would want incorporated into their new future city. And again, their future city can take place at any moment. So Rima mentioned her year is 2177, is that correct?
2017.
And so with that, you know, they're thinking about, in this case, Rima is thinking about transportation and the future of transportation and what that looks like within a kind of urban city. So there isn't anything site specific. But yes, Saroshis are undergraduate students.
I think one thing that might be missing from this presentation is how you imagine people live in this metropolis, because transportation is generally a consequence of living habits or how society operates. So with all the tubes and with all the kind of design that you've done, it'd be interesting to see kind of why it is this way. Like, I think it's kind of funny that you have a giant arrow in one of your exterior renderings. That's kind of fun. But why is wayfinding such an important part of your society, this society, and why does transportation behave the way it does in this scene? Just not as like a full project, but just as a kind of a basis for your design of the transportation scheme.
Yeah.
Have you seen Futurama? These tubes look like the.
No.
Okay. You should watch the opening scene of Futurama.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious, Rima, the strategy of the tubes that always push through the exterior facade. And was there ever a notion of how these lines of transportation might interact with buildings or structures that aren't part of your 9-block grid?
So basically, when I was creating the transport system, I really wanted something to maneuver its way through all 9 blocks.
Mm-hmm.
The way that basically it's either going inside the other city buildings or facilities, or through my transport hub itself.
Mm-hmm.
But so since I have like different modes of transportation, each one will go into different part of the 4 zones I have in my transport hub. Either going to be going inside the actual walls or structure of the building, or they're going to be on ground level.
Yeah, also maybe it's a question of hierarchy or specificity of the tubes as well in terms of volume. Thinking about primary, secondary lines, tertiary lines. In some cases, it seems like every tube is articulated in a similar condition, and perhaps that's something that was thought about relative to the your 2 types of transports here articulated in that wayfinding diagram. Or I guess you have multiple, right? You have helicopter, you have your hyperloop, even Segway and things like that. So was there ever a question of scale of these elements and how they might start to intertwine or branch off of one another, or even create multiple levels of stations and platforms and things like that?
You mean stations inside the transport hub, or like throughout the whole city?
Both, I suppose, because even in the plans, I can't quite understand where you actually engage with the machinery that moves you through these tubes. Like there isn't really that specificity of platforms, or at least you may have discussed it, but I'm not reading where that might actually occur. And I see some of the imagery you have on the bottom right. It looks like a terminal, but the actual process of getting into these transportation elements, I'm curious if you've given that much thought.
Okay, so basically the stops, or like the areas where people can get into these different transport methods, are basically integrated into different part of the city, as well as inside the transport hub itself. So if you basically can see like the different zones that are basically on the hub, each level having different method of transport that allow people to basically finish from one mode of transportation and can basically get to another one inside the same level, or either going to a different level for a different mode of transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are not basically being shown in the floor plans. Since I have more than 9 floors, I was only able to do the 3 of these, as they are basically showing most of the areas of the floor plans that have shown like how's basically the transport system is being integrated into the hub itself.
But I think that's kind of the issue that like Brian's talking about right here. It's like your project is about these tubes. Your project is about the interaction of these tubes. Your project is about like, how do I get into a tube? How do I get off of a tube? What does a tube look like at full size? Like, what does the tube entrance look like? And I think because this is an architecture class, you designed architecture. But I think I want you to like have the opposite level of clarity. I want to understand those tubes as much as I can read these floor plans and sections of building, because I want to know which tube is which, and I can't really tell that. I want to know if I want to go on a 15-minute drive on the Hyperloop, where do I go to do that? I want to know like if I'm going from my office to my house, what's the tube that I'm taking? What is the interface of that? And I don't really feel that I understand that yet. I don't understand which tube would I take from one floor to another, or from this city to another city. So I think that if I were to push you back like a month or two, I would say, don't design a building, design the tubes, and maybe highlight these tubes a little bit more in how do I physically interact with them, not how do I interact with the space around the tubes, right? Because a lot of these images on the right side of like the vignettes,
yeah,
it's like me at a terminal. It's how do I feel about being in an airport, and what you want to show me is how do I get it in through to the airplane, like how do I go from sitting in the airport to getting on the thing. And that's kind of like what we're missing here. Like how do I interact with a tube? I know how I sit in a lounge. I want to know how I interact with one of your tubes. And just a random side note, I feel like all of your people are too contemporary. They need to look more futuristic. Download people from new movies and then put them in there. They need to have weird clothes.
I think both Brian and Gregory are pointing out what's kind of critically missing is that we kind of need like a transportation map. Like transportation systems are very systematic and they have very deliberate stops and kind of trajectories and destinations. So to understand the whole system that you've created here, we kind of need to peel back and just see in a very diagrammatic level what's your map for these tubes. And I think you've done a decent job of the terminals themselves. Like where like Union Station, where do they all come together? But in terms of how they relate to your city, we're kind of missing that level of information.
She just needs another month, that's all.
Yeah.
So basically, maybe this diagram would give a brief of how basically the transport system is basically maneuver itself throughout the city, but it's not basically developed because it's only like a massing that shows how basically the transport system goes around.
Thank you, Rima, and apologies for the delay. And I caught your presentation halfway, so I might sort of say a couple of things that are totally inappropriate because I did not catch the full presentation. But I certainly agree with almost all of the comments so far, and I want to just stress a couple of things. Transportation, even transportation of the future, is likely to embrace certain forms of both efficiencies and efficacies, right? So understanding the relationship between what are you trying to connect would be super important. So while I greatly appreciate the setup of this as 9 city blocks, the city blocks becoming this kind of grid system, I couldn't agree more that right now it just seems to be around a building, and I would like to think that there is a larger system that this is implicated in. And you would also get, therefore, certain kind of larger drawings of what are the kind of multimodal, multi-scalar aspects of this loop system. Do two loops come together and create like a triple loops condition? Is it kind of like when wires get bunched together and then they deviate? Right now, it seems a little bit like I was in a joyride, right? Like it feels like more spectacle, and I'm not against that, but that might then entail a slightly different kind of thesis, right? You might have to tweak your project to say it's actually about a kind of spectacle that these things generate. And I'm not opposed to that, but I'm not hearing that at all. I'm hearing transport, and future. But I want to say that that's it's not. I would like to understand definitely the specificities of these loops as they float around and loop around these things. And then I think there's another component that I would like you to think about, which is it is quite likely that we will, because of all the automation ahead of us, we will be having all forms. I think where it gets architectural is to think about the two scales. One, the scale of the city, which you're missing, but also the scale of the pod, right? And so at the scale of the pod, can I have a bedroom? Can I have a meeting room? What are the kind of socialities, right? In addition to the kind of visual systems, what are the kind of social structures that this system will enable in the future? And I would love for you to sort of speculate on that a little bit.
Sure. Thank you for that.
Hey, Bailey, do they compose the nine squares, or is that set?
They compose it. So basically, they did an exercise last semester during prep, where from their city exploration, in this case, Rima had Rome. They took the different components of how they dissected that map into a three-dimensional kind of configuration. And then through a series of kind of processes and exercises, we're able to kind of encapsulate how they created their 9 blocks. So all their 9 blocks are like Tetris blocks, but they're all different. And again, they all move in a kind of verticality of, not just being like 9 blocks on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they each went through their own kind of exploration to get that.
I'm probably going to ask this on every presentation because I like cinematography, but Rima, could you go into how your trailer felt very like black and white 1950s cartoon to this 2070 Blade Runner Tokyo feeling, Akira aesthetic?
So basically, the trailer is trying to explore or to show the development of the cities, like a while ago and then in the future. And basically, it shows the modes of transportation as them being developed over and over. But going to the theme itself, I actually wanted to have something that is related to the theme I'm using for my project itself, which is something that would happen into like more than 50 years. But other than that, it should be the reason of using the black and white is only to show the different movements of how the city is being developed and the transport methods being developed as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the association that I have with the aesthetic in your presentation, at least in the renderings, is very future dystopia. It's like it's very Blade Runner, and that dystopia usually involves a lot of density. And so I thought maybe one next step could be how does transportation acknowledge that density if that's the future that you're imagining.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, one of the key issues that you brought up in the presentation that I think I would like to see further addressed in this is the idea of decentralization, because when it comes to transportation, obviously one of the major issues is like coordinating all the various systems, and it seems that the design presented is very much like a hermetic box that is more or less treated rather uniformly. And I would imagine that, oftentimes when you look at transportation systems, you see that the design or the building can become obviously an organizing system and a sort of formal representation of the systems that are embedded in it. Like, for instance, train stations tend to be sort of very linear buildings, and, because of the mode of transportation. So here, I see a building that has different modes of transportations that are stacked on each other, but I'm not really clear on the way that those modes are actually informing the building itself. And the same could be said about the loops, in the fact that the loops are seen as an independent system that is somehow like colliding with the building itself, when really I think those loops should be understood as an extension of the building.
I'm going to actually get us moving forward so we stay on track with time. I thank you, Rima. I know that this has a lot of kind of extras that come with, creating a transportation center, and it's a lot to take on, and with the time that we have, figuring out, what she should focus on. But I think the comments are really helpful, and, for you, Rima, to kind of pursue it further if you feel like, you want to develop those extra added elements to really solidify the project. But overall, I think you did a great job. So
thank you guys for your comments.
We're going to move on to Benny, which is also tubes as well, as I didn't even think about when I put them next to each other. But Benny, you can take it away, okay?
Okay, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Benny, and I'm going to show the trailer first. starting off with my project. So with an estimate of 68% population moving into the cities by 2050, more and more buildings type are moving towards mixed-use developments. And the current mixed-use model we see today are mostly 4+1 model and requires the user to travel to the ground for circulation. With that being said, this project proposed a new typology of mixed-use developments, which improves the movement and circulation, not just within a building, but also begin to design for the future circulation and movement within communities. So hereby I propose a new way to allow programs to connect directly with each other and to integrate more adjacently. So with the interlocking path, I believe that it will improve the efficiency of movement and circulation. So the way I started to design my building is through studying the New York grid right here, where despite the formality of city grids, it also has the dynamic in elevation. The user experience is what triggers me the most of how New Yorker goes through in their daily lives, and for me to develop a better idea for people to circulate around buildings. So by designing for the future, I have I have designed this pods and tube system where it further enhances the user experience of one another to travel from one program to another. So looking at the section itself, the system not only allows circulation between buildings, but also within building itself. Another idea I tried to take on is how programs would be next to each other. As mentioned earlier, the current model often is the 4+1 model, or having retail at the bottom while everything up top, like a skyscraper and a large mixed-use design buildings. So with this project, I looked at a lot of precedent cities where the ground level is not ground anymore, which is somehow what I was going for this project. I believe that the building can be designed in a different way, where programs does not limit to be on top of the retail programs anymore. So as you can see on this diagram itself, it kind of shows that the ground level doesn't exist anymore, and the program is not only relying on the podium, which is the retail program itself. And for looping itself, it was designed to be travel within the building itself. And as you can see, the system right here, which is how it lands and it travels back to the circulation itself. And from the trailer you have seen earlier on, it kind of shows how people will circulate within the program and how it expanded to a different formality. Thank you.
Benny, can you explain a little bit what replaced the ground plane? Because you said that it doesn't exist anymore, but it looks like it's kind of a green field now in your renderings.
Right.
Like, what are you imagining that ground plane to be?
Right. So currently, sorry, it's a bit laggy, but so currently, as you can see, there are some ground planes, but then as we have the city being designed and redeveloped with the 9 cubes and further expansion with other cubing system. So the ground doesn't really stick to the ground anymore. So that's how I interpret this project. And with the program itself, you can see it's not really ground level anymore within any space, but then it could further expand either to the bottom, to the top, or to sides in all directions.
Did that answer your question, Casey?
Not really. I understand that you're trying to bring the ground plane up into the building, but I literally just want to know, like, is on the ground plane now, right? After your building has been created, what happens on the ground plane? Are we seeing this as a is this like a apocalyptic project where or is it within a city or that type of thing? Like, what sort of environment do you envision this on? And what, I know you want to like bring that ground plane up into the building, but what actually happens with the existing ground plane?
The earth ground, Benny. What's on the earth ground?
Right. I think the earth ground is gonna be decided within the city context itself. So
sorry, say that. You're breaking up a little bit. Say that one more time.
Sorry. So I was saying the ground plane or what's going on with the ground plane would be depending on the city context of itself. So let's say if we're placing this building in New York City, then maybe this building could be placed on top of a skyscraper, or versus like let's say in Japan where those mid-rise to low-rise building areas, maybe this project could be placed up top or even below. So that's kind of like the core idea of this project. Yeah.
So this is a prototype as opposed to it's specific to the context?
Yes.
And how would you imagine the prototype gets modified as it, like, let's say it's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean versus in like on existing cityscape in New York?
I will see this model as something that could be placed virtually anywhere. Since this is more of a theoretical project, so we kind of place it somewhere up in the air, sort of the project. But I would.
Benny, I think he's asking just how it would change if you were to place it on A versus B. Would anything within your actual building change itself?
The building itself would not be changed, but what I'm currently working on is more of a mixed use typology versus the building actually itself. Yeah.
Did you have a in the beginning, whatever transportation system you choose, you're choosing a very specific one. Think about this in a more with some perspective. I want to know what your thoughts are on this being, let's say, a future mode of transportation. How do you see this in your own terms? How do you see this being a part of the future? So, are you looking at this only as a place, a specific place, or do you have a bigger idea about how we're going to move forward and evolve into this in the future?
So in the future, sorry.
No, go on.
Oh, okay.
I just want you to put it in context to see how big your thinking got on the project before we get into the granular stuff.
So within this project, the way how I will vision the tubing or the circulation itself is simply because I feel like elevators could not satisfy the needs of circulating a building anymore. So if you take a look at, let's say, in New York City, while having like a 60-story high building, when you're in a rush hour, you often have to wait for an elevator for at least 10 minutes. It's so packed. So the way how I would vision this sort of like interlocking path system to be integrated with different kinds of buildings in the future is so that people could circulate more freely and more efficiently. Just like, let's say in a section where, let's say this on top part would be a residential area, where this part would be a retail area. So how it works is that one could go into the system itself, and then it travels within the system and then arrives to their destination more freely, while instead of having to wait for an elevator.
So so my understanding when I'm looking at that section, that the tubes are replacing different modes of transportation. So it has to do with transportation within the city. And then when you get to the complex, it's transportation within the complex. And then when you get within the complex, it replaces the elevator and it takes you to a specific location in the complex?
Just to be clear, Michael, they're not all doing transportation centers. That was just the previous project. In Benny's case, he's looking at mixed use and just circulation within a single building.
So the tubes are not part of his, I mean, they're visually part of the project, but not really part of what he's doing.
Well, these tubes in this case are, but it's just about circulation within a building, not within the whole city.
Oh, okay. Are they circulating inside the building? Are they circulating within tubes? Is that what we're seeing here?
Benny?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Is there something besides elevators and escalators and staircases that people are using to get from one place to the next?
Yes, so I see this tubing system as how people would get around within a building. But more so to answer your previous question, since although I'm not looking at the broader scale of how a city will work within the transportation system, but I do vision of how, let's say, one system could connect to another portion of building itself, vice versa with like how it would connect to or to expand with the future developments.
Okay. Do you know the word hierarchy?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Hierarchy in the city right now, as it has to do with transportation, and then you can just scale it down to your building, is that you got let's say a plane that takes you to an airport, a train that takes you into the city, and then you get off the train, you get onto a bus, and the bus takes you to a terminal, then you get into your car, and then the car takes you someplace, and then you walk, right? So you got all those different hierarchies of movement. Mm. How does hierarchy play into this? You have tubes, but then we'll assume that you've thought about how people get to the building, but then they somehow get to a place where they can get into whatever the mode is inside the tube. And is the tube the first and last mode of transportation within the building, or is there some other?
The hierarchy of this system is mostly revolving around the programs or how people will circulate with different programs. So let's say one will circulate from a residential area all the way to, or so-called a residential program within a building, all the way to, let's say, on the next door, which is a working area. Mm-hmm. So that's mainly the hierarchy of this project. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading like three primary ideas. One is this idea of like program that's not stratified, that so the program is actually like infused through the project, which is, I think, an idea that architects have been grappling with for a long time. The other is the idea of the tubes, like the circulation system, and then the third is the idea of the building, sort of lifted above an existing context. The question I have is really the relationship of the building and that context. I find it to be problematic if the building is the same regardless of the context that it's put in, then that means it's not really responding to that context. And that would lead me to believe that the building is like hermetic in itself in terms of it has all the elements that it needs to operate. So to me, that's like a sort of sticking point in the project. Is that your take on that in terms of the relationship between the building and the ground plane, or another way to put that is the relationship between the building and the context? And I guess to follow on that, like, so basically, not that you would have to answer, just to understand like diagrammatically what you're intending for that, because in your initial presentation, you talked about the idea of like taking the context and sort of bringing it up into the building rather than having it be stratified where ground plane is just on the lower level. But if the building is not reacting to that, whatever context it's in, then it's hard to understand how it could effectively bring that ground plane up into the building.
I see.
I think this project would benefit from a sense of order. It's a little, there's a lot, it's deceptively pretty, but it doesn't seem very futuristic. So let's assume you're ridding your project of vertical transportation. So no elevators, no escalators. The main mode of transportation is these horizontal tubes because vertical elements don't compensate or aren't enough. Then it's convenient that your project has the same top height. Like there's no variance in vertical articulation of the buildings themselves. So you don't even have to grapple with necessarily vertical elements. I would imagine the tubes would just kind of bend and then go up vertically if that's the case. And then if you're saying that the hierarchy of the tubes themselves is programmatically driven, it would be useful to see maybe with color or some type of diagram indicating what the program is and how the tubes are responding based on the programmatically driven tubes. Because right now it kind of seems like the tubes just go all over the place. And if you're saying that the program is determining the hierarchy of the tubes, then we kind of need to be able to read that. I would say in terms of the mixed use, like eliminating the ground floor to eliminate the retail at the ground floor by eliminating the ground floor. That's not that new. Like cities like Hong Kong and Singapore have retail on upper levels. I think it's not it's too futuristic of a scheme. But it would have been, yeah, I think the lack of order in the tubes and the flatness of the overall project and the fact that like even the articulation or the expression of the volumes themselves is fairly contemporary versus futuristic is kind of what holds the idea back.
I see.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Brian.
I'll just extend a couple of the comments about the contemporary nature of the actual building components. And I'm curious if you pushed it a little bit further and actually rely a little bit more on the tube logic. And the tube logic actually starts to create the programmatic relationships. So it's almost a project of spaghetti that you start to curate specific programmatic elements within the context of this mash of circulation. Because I think the reason I'm gravitating more towards your isometrics and your section is that everything's neutral. You don't have the specificity of a material that sort of roots the project in or grounds the project as a very specific building typology with foreign tubes that are integrated. And I think that the neutrality of the drawings sort of allow the interpretation of the tubes in a different context. And my first reaction to it was the poche of the wall thickness and how those could potentially become tubes themselves. So it's actually more of an integrated approach to sort of enclosure or wrapping the entire project. So that you give a bit more flexibility and maybe specificity based on the tube logic, as opposed to it's a self-contained volume that then gets clashed with the tube language. So maybe there's a bit of a gradient or a bit of an in-between condition there that could help you sort of get more out of the tubes per se.
Cool.
I was just going to ask, sorry, Bae, do we have time for?
Yeah, we'll let you finish up the comments and then we'll move forward.
All right, but I'm missing a small part of this. So what year were you thinking, Benny, this is located in? I might have missed that.
It depends on the technology and how it evolves, but I would vision it at least like a century after.
Okay. And were you thinking that the ground is something that will be perhaps demolished when you build this thing, or will the ground exist?
I think the ground will still exist, but rather than having buildings or packed cityscape, I would vision it more towards having nature's environment, maybe.
Right.
But,
so in a sense, I mean, what I appreciate about your building is, I mean, I don't see it as futuristic at all. In a sense, it's completely modernist, right? Because that's essentially what the modernists did, except with a big difference that the modernists proposed a new ground, right? The modernists said we were going to demolish and build on Pillar T. And what you're saying is essentially a mega modernist project, but you're going to keep the existing conditions of the ground, which I think could be potentially quite interesting if, as you received with all of these comments, you not only, even if it's 100 years from now, New York City will exist, most likely, unless there's a massive apocalypse, and then we've got a whole other thing. But therefore, drawing New York City and drawing, there's already buildings in New York City that are easily of that kind of age. And so drawing that context and then drawing how the old and the new interface, which I think has been said repeatedly now, this might actually change how high this building is. So you might actually be drawing a building that is 50 stories. And because if I look at your sections, they only seem to be 2 stories off the ground. And if New York is a kind of precedent that you're starting with, I would probably just draw this thing 50 stories. Actually, it's very interesting. If you study New York City carefully, you start understanding that there's like certain kinds of thresholds, right? So there's a kind of threshold at like 5 or 7, more like 5 stories, because after that you need an elevator. So there's like certain datums that the city already has. And I think as a prototype, what you could have done is responded to those datums already in your prototypical system and speculated on connections that these tubes and other systems would draw between them. And I completely agree with Michael's point on hierarchy, because I think you do have certain hierarchies here, but I think exaggerating them and really speculating on what each of these systems actually accomplish would be really nice. And so the building really becomes a piece of infrastructure, right? Like it offers a mechanism for the city to grow. And I would embrace this idea of building as infrastructure. And that immediately points to the comments you received on the tubes. If the tubes were really infrastructural, and perhaps even spectacle, what do they end up being like? But I think you need to then think of it as a different kind of type.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Thank you, Benny.
Thank you.
We're going to move on. We have Biaina next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Biaina Tarosian. I'm gonna be sharing my trailer. Okay, so my project name is SAF, which stands there the acronyms for Sustainable Community, Affordable Housing, and Fresh City. Basically, when we started our degree project, we had a city that we had to understand and research about it. I had the old city of Barcelona. And I was able to extract the main livable and connections, livable spaces and the connections that that city had with their circulation, different types of circulation. And after developing that, we had to come up with the cubes and develop our new, again, spaces, which here I have written down what spaces I have basically on all 9 cubes. And from there, we had to choose which one they were the most suitable for our project. I chose this block, which contains all these elements. And then basically, we had to have in mind other one of our colleagues' cubes as well, and have a common area. Hers was here, and mine is the blue and the pink, which we have a common community area on the rooftop of my cubes. And then basically to engage on the sustainability aspect of my project, I have divided it in 3 parts, which the air gets cleaned, the CO2 emissions, and they get breaked into pellets. They get stored as energy, or they use it as fuel. Or we have gray water harvesting, which also waters the green spaces of my building, or use it to store it as a water tank. And there is a filtration system that also these can be used internally into the building. And then we have another aspect which is not yet it's not used commonly right now. We have the solar system, which is it's not a new idea, but it's embedded into the window systems. So it's not just put on the rooftops or on the facades of the building, but they're embedded in the windows. So there are two usage of the windows, basically. Here on the rooftop, we clearly see that we have a lot of green spaces and open spaces. And it's not only public or semi-private, but every single unit that is provided for the affordable units, they also have private areas. And then just to have a breakdown of what affordability or sustainability will provide to the community. It's a brief breakdown. They will have clean air, they will decrease homelessness, more opportunities for a better living. And then another idea when I chose my cubes is that I had to choose where my actual building was going to be. So under this cube, I have the housing units, which here, if I zoom in, you guys can see this element, this shape. And based on that shape, I choose another form, which was the cube, and started carving out of that shape based on the units that I have. I have two main units, 1-bedroom floor plans and 2-bedroom floor plans. And I have here provided how many square footages I'm providing and how many units each has for the 1-bedroom and the 2-bedroom. Here is a section cut of the building and how it would look like if we were in different levels of it. The green spaces, the open spaces, how it's provided. Also, I'm showing also the elements, the fans that they're gonna be cleaning the air, or the tubings that they're gonna harvest the water. And this is more like a version of just to see how it will come up if this was built, and how people will feel if they were walking into the open space, the community area on the rooftop, or how they will look, the fans will look like if they were walking through them, or the private areas that they would have in every single unit, which is provided for every single housing unit. Thank you.
We got to move on, but I agree, and I saw it, so I would know. No, you're absolutely right, Heather.
Thank you, everyone.
Great
All
job,
right.
Cindy.
Okay.
Hello.
Arda.
Yes. Hello, my name is Arda. RESTELS proposed a new environment for an educational space that represents the increasing variety of new ways of learning. In consumer societies, people want to learn specific fields to more easily build potential social and professional networks with others. Working in collaboration with the local school district, the semi-public environment encourages people to explore the facilities and access to the park in the adjacent ravine. The scheme is developed as a set of objects arranged on the site according to the principle of close but not touching. The resulting negative spaces distribute the flow of visitors from single entrance point to multiple pathways through the site. The project starts from two principal goals. Firstly, the site and buildings should operate as a connector between the main street and the park below the site. Secondly, the programmed spaces are completely controlled in the terms of light and access. The resulting forms are geometrically works ideal for the environment in which people can have workshop for technologies such as VR, AR, and holograms. If we start with the process, figure ground diagram has the concept of close enough but not touching. On plan scheme 3, I intend to apply it to the figures, fit into the site boundaries. And circular shapes in catalog of parts comes from the requirements of VR, AR rooms and safety protocols. When we talk about AR, architecture become part of it. That's the biggest reason why I chose that shape. And mostly, if we go to the plan, mostly private programs are intended to be placed inside parts of the site, and workshop rooms mostly placed to the sites to encourage people to watch from the surrounding neighborhood. For the slopey topography and one-story buildings allow people to see the seaside view from the distance all the way beginning of the site. And for the construction progress, 3D printing method is chosen for unique shapes of vessels. Thank you.
I'm going to have to run in a few minutes, but I guess one thing I'm curious about in your project is the decision to sort of do a cut method in the fill of the grade, and so you actually are kind of creating, it's a very gentle slope in the site itself, but it's really kind of been carved out of the surrounding landscape. So you can tell it's mostly in the section. And I guess if you can just speak a little bit more to why you decided to kind of level that out and do it as a cut as opposed to cascading these down. I mean, I think one thing you could have done is just like a projection of that plan and the resolution of the technique that went onto the landscape itself and sort of created a cascading, but you very intentionally did a cut method of actually just kind of creating the platform for which the plan was then projected onto.
Yes.
Do you have an answer?
Oh, yeah.
Or
like
response?
It's intentionally cut that way because all the vessels are like in a like similar but different distance between each other, you know.
Well, I mean, I think the plan resolution is quite sophisticated, but I guess you were mentioning in your narrative that you were hoping that you would get this sort of view into the surrounding landscape, the park, and then in the distance, the ocean. And by doing that, you're actually really the only people with the view are the people who are on the outermost edge of the site. Anyone else who's kind of behind that plane is just looking at other elevations of the building. And so I just wonder if there could have been maybe some more like finessing of the topography or of the section to really kind of to achieve what you're talking about doing.
Because also the programs that you're proposing, so for instance, it seems like there's an interest in creating virtual reality spaces and spaces that are more mixed reality. Often in an ideal scenario, you create these things called caves, which are complete immersive spaces. And often when you're looking at, let's say, a complete projection, you're looking at more of a spherical shape, right? So the way that you're cutting your roof planes also all flat, it would stop you from having completely spherical spaces, which would allow you to have complete projections. So you spend quite a lot of time in your description talking about these programs. So I think comment about incorporating more variation while you were going from this process of maybe plan reinterpretation would have benefited you not to only fit your spaces that are for programs that you're proposing, but also in terms of the overall experience of the place itself.
Yeah, actually, like most of the programs fits into the shapes, but it's not necessarily has to be like circular shapes for every program. Like, and for example, at the top on the plan, it has like some like rectangular shapes for different programs, and the negative sides creates interesting paths between them.
We're talking about your more of your sectional translation. So if you look at your so if you look at the sectional translation, we're starting to see how basically your overall maneuvering, you are basically cutting a plane, right? And then all of them end up having the same maybe skylight experience. And although you have a very interesting site, and you start your presentation by talking about the site slope of the site, at the end, once you're in between spaces, then once connection to the larger context, it gets lost a little bit, as well as the programs that I was mentioning. In the sense, the sectional experience always becomes about this oculi, which is you're creating this experience of looking up. So in a sense, this is it seems like a very top-down decision by you, which you made at some point, and that's completely fine as long as you're kind of aware of what it's creating and what it's not creating. So our comment is more of your translation from plan to section.
Because there are definitely programs that don't need light, and you can find those in basements of buildings. But those ones that you've got like a nice site and those views would be amazing. But the ones tucked into the back in over here, like maybe, oops, let's just freeze it. Let's do this one more time. Like these ones over here, they're not really able to view out. And I think that like this is why the comments are coming, like why aren't they more like this? And that, I guess that's the question I have as well. It's is it due to programming? Is it where like you don't, this is all VR, so you're in like a virtual world anyways. You're using like projectors, so you want to reduce the amount of light. So thinking about the choices that you're making on the site and how they relate to the programs that you see in the spaces.
Okay.
If I may add one more thing, one of your top style image that you're using, do you mind going up there? It seems like it's inspired by Monument Valley, or let's say similar, maybe similar inspiration. And there's something obviously very suggestive about this Escher-esque possible, this walkways that you could potentially propose, and that your output image is so rich and fascinating. And I start to imagine what if you were to, your decision maybe about having a planar cut, but then what if you were to introduce the secondary system inspired by this style transfers that you did, that would allow one to, maybe once you're inside, the experience is quite different versus it encourages you to go outside and be engaged with this a very different landscape, right? So these 3 studies are incredibly rich, and even the second one, right? This translation, this ambiguity between what is actually mass and what's circulation, what's landscape. It's incredibly rich. So I wish there was some of this that bled into your final investigation, because you have a very you have a great program, you have a great site, and the process is certainly there. It's just maybe it will just require a little bit more of a tweaking based on what you have, and maybe this is more of a selection of the images that you maybe incorporate in your portfolio to make sure that the same richness follows through.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar. I mean, there's a lot of, you got great DNA in the project, Arda. The program, the site, the kind of bubbly forms. But I'm wondering, can you point to any one thing in particular that you were struggling with in the project? Like I'm looking for that moment of adversity that helps you push a project forward. Because right now what I'm seeing in the plan is a kind of a bit of a, I think maybe you're being a little too accommodating to everything. In other words, the way that the interiors of these, I'll call them pods, I'm not sure if you have another name for them, the way that the interior of these pods are developed and described in terms of use seems like the way just about any classroom of any shape would be described. The furniture, the layouts, etc. And I'm looking for the kind of strategic moments of opportunity between the things, the forms that you've generated and the programs, the program and the site that you've selected, and how these things can be more mutually beneficial to one another. Now they seem to just kind of accept their discrete conditions and kind of cohabitate versus really pushing each other forward. So I'm looking to see if there are any moments that you really wrestled with the resolution of this thing.
It's like, actually it was the biggest challenge that I had, the forms and fitting the programs inside of them. Like even I had to turn some of the circular shapes into seating areas because of the area that they have. And you're right, I should, they could push each other to create different spaces.
We do have to move on, but I think this question, it's a good one, and it comes back to a point that Dana raised at the very beginning about the cut strategy, and then also this the question of where was the point? Is there a hinge point that struggle produce something useful? And I think Biana pointed out these two images. I think one image in particular, but maybe the top two of those output images, right? Where you could say, well, one assessment would be you got stuck with the objects, right? The rocks, and preoccupied with those, and then the landscape became a kind of afterthought, right? So you flattened it and blah, etc. Right? The other option would be to say, no, this is actually a landscape project, and you start by reshaping the terrain, right? And then you introduce the rocks. But actually, I think the third option is suggested in these two images. The most useful style transfer images are the ones that really mangled their source material, right? They really chewed it up and kind of gave something that was neither, like the least successful ones are the ones where you get a decorated version of your original image, right? Right, so you give it a bunch of rocks and then it looks like Van Gogh painted them or something like that, right? That's not useful, right? What's useful is when you find the right settings where you can, where it completely tears apart the source material and recombines it. And that's what I think these last two the first two of these output images are doing. And maybe if one was to revisit this project later, you'd say, well, maybe one of these indicates the starting point. It's not about placing rocks on a site. It's not about shaping a site. It's about just mulching the whole thing into a completely different organization. And what that is, I'm not sure exactly. That could be a problem with the figure ground, right? Figure ground doesn't solve everything. You were asked to do the figure ground drawing, so that's in the assignment, right? So that's not, it's not a matter of, oh, you shouldn't have done a figure ground, but the figure ground has limitations, right? So maybe, to me, this project does maybe introduce the limitation of a figure ground as a starting diagram.
I agree.
I knew you'd agree with that. Okay, so thanks, Arda. Dana, you gotta go fight traffic, right?
Yes, thank you guys so much for having me. It was great
Thank
work.
you very much for joining us.
Yes, awesome. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I have to leave as well. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Heather.
Congratulations.
All right, Kevin. So we got 3 more, and yeah, I think we're doing well. So, Kevin, you want to take it away?
Yeah, let me share my screen. Okay, so morning, everybody. My name is Kevin Flores, and my project is entitled The Aggregation of the Generic. My project tackles on the problem of the street in architecture by examining the mereological relationship of the program to institution and a decentralized approach to site access to the overall building form. This is done by simulating a curve. This is done by trying to simulate a curve with a series of modules. I started my exploration and processing by designing a plan and decontextualizing the Jewish Museum by Daniel Lipskin. I decontextualized it by taking the vertices of the edges of the museum and simulating it as a continuous curve. The parts were later designed as a figure-ground relationship, where the black would be the parts that would follow the curve, and the gray that are the parts that will infill the program. Later on, I took this same principle and applied it to my site, where it has various points of connectivity, and introduced multiple curves to connect through those points. And the similar logic was other parts were applied to this curve. This part of the project, this part of the proposal, I developed a figure ground drawing of a scheme where the gray values represent the rooftops of the site. The darker the value represents the roofs that are closer to the ground, and the lighter the value represents the ones that are higher. I then took the style image or an aerial shot of the NHL University of Applied Sciences by Hermann Hertzberger, because I was interested in the small scale building masses as a whole. And I wanted to see if the algorithm would pick up on those features and translate them into onto the figure ground. The resulting images were great, interpreting the rooftops and roof terraces and ground conditions of the site, but I don't think that it simulated a discrete catalog of parts that follow a curve. I think that the algorithm made the discrete aggregation more like the figure ground drawings that I have above. Later in the project, I I used a Grasshopper plugin called WUSD developed by Andrea Rossi, which gave me the same principle, which allowed me to use similar principles used in processing by used in processing and translate that into 3D. I started by designing a sequences of modules for a classroom here in blue, all which are at 900 square feet. And then I used those dimensions to later create other series of modules that will be used to aggregate along the curve. Within the WUSD environment, I was able to create a set of rules shown here in this diagram on the left on how these parts on the far left are able to aggregate. Just like in processing, how the pixel values determine the placement and orientation of a part, the plugin allowed me to produce a point field in 3D. And later I determined the values of each point with a curve attractor, that being the one right above in the processing images. And this instantly places the center of the part at the new location of the point field. The final image demonstrates how the WUSD can create a form which follows the function. The floor plans may not look like the final form that WUSD gave outputted. And that is because I wanted to keep the characteristics of a confetti characteristic that was produced in the processing outputs. And this allowed me to sporadically distribute voids within the building, which allowed for more communal spaces and then moments for outdoor learning environments. As you can see in this section, indoor and outdoor, such as classroom and offices, are interpreted. As you can see in the section, the indoor spaces such as classrooms and offices are interpreted by the voids, and outdoors spaces provide for a gathering and informal learning, such as in a way to foster, excuse me, the the outdoors, as you can see on the section, the indoor spaces such as classrooms and offices are interpreted by voids, and outdoor spaces provided for gathering and informal learning as a way to foster intellect among the youth. For the vignettes, I transformed and incorporated a painting by Joseph Alberts called Pillars into the project as a way to simulate fenestration and cladding of materials. The style transfers, style image I took was inspired from the Salk Institute. I was hoping that the algorithm would pick up on the larger features in the building, like the voids shown here, and the smaller features above, and translate that into these smaller vignettes. I wanted for the algorithm to give me a sense of like what the larger openings might read as, to create those void moments and for the informal learning spaces. With that said, group form as conceived by Fumihiko Maki can be understood as mirology, or as the study of part to whole. This project explores the problem of mirology in the composition of the program and site organizations of a large school building. The systems of a classroom, such as the systems of a school, such as classrooms, labs, offices, circulations, can be considered parts of the programmatic whole, and their various interconnections make up the compositions of a compositions of parts. In the same way, the project proposes a decentralized approach to site access and address, where a fragmented building appears as a multiple from various points in the surrounding neighborhood, yet come together within the site to form a singular larger figure. This approach allows the building to have access simultaneously to small streets and the main street and smaller alleyways. In addition to the four in the program and site are also important to for the mirror logic of the architecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Maybe I can jump in right away. It's again another really beautiful project. I think it's beautifully done and really well executed. Again, showing like a very particular sensibility, Kevin. So you obviously have a talent for specific language or morphology, I would say. Let me put it this way. I'm a bit suspicious about the involvement of AI in this project. I don't think how much is in there at the end of the day. Yeah. You have your exercises in that area, but it seems to me your interests were somewhere else, which is totally fine. I'm not saying I'm not like an evangelist when it comes to using AI. Yeah, if the result is fine, then the result is fine. But I'm curious about your so certain things that I observed in your project is, for example, the dominance of the DNA of the Herzberger project, which is somehow visible throughout the entirety of your development until the end. The relationship between whole to part and part to whole relationships project, because your project is somehow talking about both things at once, which was kind of interesting to me, because your starting exercises where you have that curvilinear shape, which is continuous, and one big form that is subdivided then into components that are triangular, is very basically a whole to part relationship project. You have a whole, you divide it into components, you assemble them into a figure that resembles the original complete figure. And then at the end, you start to talk about Fumihiko Maki and mereology and part to whole relationships. So it's again like the complete opposite. Yeah. So I'm not criticizing the result. I think your design is beautiful. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the relationship between these two very distinctly different approaches to design. How do you address those? Does it change through did you just change it through the design process, or do they still have a very specific direct communication?
I think that the two kind of have a direct communication in the sense that in my understanding from Fumihiko Maki, he stated that you have a series of collections of parts and that they make a more meaningful sense in the bigger whole. And that's was something I was trying to accomplish in my floor plan, where I had like all these broken up, like larger, like I wouldn't call them facilities, but like they're larger forms, like this rectangle, and then the compositions of like all the other like rectangles around, and they're almost like they almost have like a collective, and that's where the group form kind of comes in. And then where the discrete and how it tries to, how each part tries to simulate the continuous curve, that whole continuous curve is the collective whole of the group form. If that makes sense.
Yeah, still not completely convinced, but we'll get there. We'll get there, Kevin. So let me try to maybe understand it this way. Are you trying to say that you started with a whole part relationship project where you break up as a larger figure into components, and then you take those components and assemble them into something new that basically is the composition of your project at the end? Is that what's happening here?
Yes, that's what's happening.
So always a good option to just say yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. I'm still curious about that. I think again the result is great. Maybe it would have been helpful to clarify this a little bit more specifically during the presentation. But but you see the problem, right? I mean, you see that there's like two distinctly different things happening here. It's a profoundly modern project, by the way, in my opinion. Like this thinking of module and repetition and element and discrete, and I know there's different ways to discuss this. Yeah. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with having a modern project. Yeah. I was just curious about the like aspects of repetition and so on, because in your final plan, that aspect of repetition is of course clearly visible through the repetition of figures, yeah, that are present in the plan. I'm just curious about the, what is for you the importance of having that sort of, repetitive componentry creating a particular articulated space?
So I think what's important about the similar part being repeated all over and over again came down to I guess how LAUSD prices budget is schools, and it's all based on the 900 square feet module of a classroom. So with that in mind, I used that relationship to develop these figures for the aggregation, and that kind of dictate how the the repetition along the curve and throughout the.
Thank you, Kevin.
I wonder, based on Matthias's comment, I wonder how much your project would have been different, or maybe your assessment of the project, if you hadn't gone through the last process, which was the more of the Salk Institute sampling and the pattern that you then started to implement on your forms, right? I mean, that maybe massing is going to be quite different if you were to render it without the texture, right, versus with the texture. So I think there are certainly patterns that one starts to establish in your plan, but this last level that or this last pass of applying this pattern to your, I think, model is where this ambiguity becomes, I think, quite apparent. And you start to kind of see this disconnect between this textured and more of varied aggregation that you're creating versus what you're creating in plan. And one thing that's really interesting about the Salk Institute, I'm sure you've been there as a student, they recently had to reclad the wood because it's constantly weathering. And as much as they want to preserve this symmetry and this kind of iconic access, it's really not possible because of the way that it's weathering, right? So there's something also very powerful about that notion of the project and the fact that even when you're creating ritualistic, repetitive, whether that's inspired by economic decision, whether that's inspired by, let's say, fabrication decisions, or whether that's constrained by program, this incorporation of variation, it's a very fine line, right? So I think that's why your maybe your final massing is telling us a slightly different story than what you're showing with WUSD, that the translation that you did with WUSD. So and as it was said before, there is no kind of one right way or the wrong way, right? This is your customized workflow that you're trying to set up, but this last step implication of maybe maybe more of a non-hierarchical texturing that you're applying, it's taking your project in a slightly different direction. But
I mean, in a way, it seems, I think it's a great observation. I think it does speak a little bit to the to Kevin's, I think, justifiable unease with the modern version of the project, right? Like that this thing suddenly became, somewhere around midterm, it became this super kind of modern in the sense of like habitat or something like that, right? Like a classic kind of modular project, right? And I think the we can say, well, this is the only version of the texture map that we really saw, so didn't really become part of the exploration until the very end. But it does have a potential to kind of deal with this problem of the module as the defining attribute, right? That there's some other, and I think Biane, your comment about the weathering speaks to that, right? That there's another set of attributes that have nothing to do with the module and are simultaneous, perceived simultaneously and overlay the whole. I mean, you can start to see large scale patterns emerging in this that are transgress the module as the defining element. If I might quickly offer an explanation, I think Kevin, we never spoke to this about this at all, but it does seem evident now in retrospect, looking at the whole board. To Matthias's first question for you, and looking at it now, I would argue that this is not a linear workflow where you plug the output of processing into the input of the next stage, but that the processing experiment essentially prefigured a project, or created a kind of premonition or a sort of approximation of a project, and that your interest in the subsequent more rigorous stage of studying the part to whole relationship was an attempt to, in a way, theorize or give some sort of rigor to what appeared out of processing to be an almost intuitive, a-theoretic kind of aggregation or sort of like impression, right, of a project. That would be, I think that's what happened. I think that processing proposed something that then you kind of read the Rorschach test and then imposed a kind of theoretical framework on it using this other workflow, which is a totally different model. And I think it's completely acceptable, right? Like not all workflows are kind of waterfall workflows, right? Where one output plugs into the next input. There's many different ways. There's a kind of repetition model, right? Where you go back and you replay it using a different set of parameters or different set of tools. So that's kind of, I think, looking at it in hindsight, I would offer that as an explanation for that. That answers Matthias's question, I think.
But the fact that I think you use the term the Rorschach test is a really interesting one, because this is maybe the luxury or maybe the fascinating aspect of engaging with these tools early on and trying to really define how that could either build on previous theories or generate maybe for time being A theories. This fact that you're talking about the fact that at this point one can look at the figure ground and read into it and kind of determine your own process is quite fascinating. I mean, misreading is a very big part of architectural education, misreading. But also, this is an important aspect of the images that you're generating, where some people right now are looking at this and they're determining this as actually something called a visual indeterminacy, which is this aspect, is this quality of, let's say, these generative images that are kind of providing a certain level of ambiguity that actually lends they lend themselves to let's say interpretations that are perhaps novel, right? So this creative space is quite rich at this point. Versus I'm pretty sure in a couple of years' times we would define what these are and maybe destroy it, and then we have to rebuild again, right? So we have a certain circular process as architects that we tend to do that. But I think that's a really important observation at this point, that it's okay to operate, but at the same time, you as a student, Kevin, you want to be aware of the discourse that you're building on, right?
Right. I'm afraid I would draw attention to the links again in the chat. I'm afraid we do have to move on. We'll try and pick up some more of these themes, I think, in the next project because there's certain similarities. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
JP, you want to take the wheel?
Sure. Okay. All right. Hopefully everyone can see my screen. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jean-Paul de Guzman, and the title of my project is The Fabricated Orchard. This studio's themes were tackling outdoor, shade, and AI. And my project in specific wants to tackle all of these, and mostly in response to the recent and current pandemic. With restaurants and outdoor, and with restaurants moving their customers outdoors, and then people wanting to be more outdoors, and also more just natural ventilation. This recent pandemic kind of begs the question in architecture for a switch of importance from shaded and outdoor space as opposed to indoor space. In my project, attempts to tackle or project that switch, if anything. With AI, the processing, you see here, I started off with the figure ground, and then these are the catalog of parts, kind of with this diagram or T-chart, or chart, I mean. I wanted to start off with a figure ground with a courtyard effect, something that has the indoors kind of surrounding and outdoors. So basically the courtyard is the main focus. Oops. Sorry about that. Main focus of the project. And then the original catalog of parts, I originally used black to attach to the figure ground so it can follow along the curve. And then it originally started off as like a scrapbooking method, and then I used the floor plan of the Schindler house because that also utilizes a house of a courtyard effect. But after the progression of the work, I found out the line work was a little too faint and couldn't really catch it. So after using gray into the figure ground, it's very light. I darkened it more and then also used more green. It was starting to pick it up more, kind of do what I kind of intended. But after more progression, I figured out that I wanted to use more of a continuous curve. So I arrived at a curve called the Hilbert curve, which is a space occupying curve. And then using these catalog of parts, I found an interesting effect where I could find more courtyards, in a way, courtyards within courtyards in effect. And then the actual parts, the gray would be considered a shaded space, and then the black full black would be more interior. And then by switching the processing to gray, I made it so that the curve follows, or the path continues within the shaded space, and then the black enclosed spaces are what is being stringed along. Moving along with the catalog of parts, I found out it's kind of faint here, but you kind of see more attention to outdoor spaces or enclosed outdoor greenhouse effect spaces that are also brought along in the processing. And at first I thought it would just be something on the outside, but something kind of sparked in my project where I thought of that could be more of the focus. where it could be what could bring more light into the project, in a sense, light wells into the project more than just open shaded spaces. So that's how I was able to arrive at my final diagram. Moving on to the style transfer on the right side of this T chart, I took out a chunk of the figure ground diagram, and using some images, it was interesting to find some material transfers, and I thought that was interesting. I saw I was able to see some levels to the effect more than just a flat floor plan. But I wanted to really push the runway more because it was just giving me the same semicircles. I mean, that was the parts I was giving it, semicircle, green open spaces. But I wanted to try something new, more less rectilinear, more angles and all that. And I was able to find something interesting, especially with these style transfers, something more sporadic, I guess you could say, or more or less machine-like is what we called it, and more random, I guess you can say, and more connected with these green spaces. The section diagram, it was able to let me introduce that this could be a project that could be standing in a way or being lifted up. So I thought that was interesting, and also being able to introduce green space as in a way walls for the shaded spaces. So going back to the diagram and the idea of shaded open spaces is the main path of the project while stringing me along. Enclosed spaces, you can see in this exploded axle that the shaded spaces here in brown is basically just a floor slab and then a roof with open walls. So it's more open and more naturally ventilated in a way. So so it would be, yeah, more open. And then you can see kind of a hierarchy of the open spaces and shaded spaces as compared to the enclosed spaces. Enclosed spaces would be mainly offices or maybe like a cafeteria setting, maybe some lounge rooms. But for the most part, all the classrooms and all that would be in the open shaded spaces, while being lifted up by these structures of shaded structures or light well structures. You can see in the section here the different hierarchy of the shaded structures, what are actually holding up the quote unquote building, because it is mostly just shaded structure, like I said earlier, just a floor slab and then a roof slab. So it's more open. If you look into the plan, you can see how it's more of a continuous path of, like I said, the shaded spaces and the enclosed spaces that are brought along on the project. So you can kind of see more of the development or the end development, or like, I guess you could say, of the project. And these renders kind of help me or help to show that the structure of the project is these shaded structures that hold up the project and also what bring light into the project. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, JP.
So I've got a question about your space filling Hilbert curve. How many levels down did you go? And did it start to affect organization at a different scale besides just the site?
Yeah, so for the most part, everything follows the Hilbert curve. this one right here at the very end. But it doesn't really necessarily follow it exactly. I kind of tweaked it a little bit because since it is on a hilled site, I kind of brought this portion on the inside, kind of flipped in a way. And as for levels, for the most part, it's all one level, but there are some instances where I would suggest some roof aspects can be occupied, I guess you can say.
Oh, in terms of so the Hilbert curve can like continue to fold in on itself. I'm curious if you took the fold in again, so you had like it worked at one scale in terms of structure on the site, and then you folded it again, and then that started doing something towards like space planning, and then folded it again, and that did circulation. Were you working with like the space filling curve, sort of like, because here's like the macro scale? Were you working with it with like smaller versions of the curve at micro scale?
I guess I could say for the whole site, I was working in a more macro scale, with the curve being what strung along either the portions of the project, whether it be enclosed spaces, shaded spaces, or greenery. So I would say, yeah, I was folding it more in so to get more more courtyard effect. So yeah, I guess I could say I'm not sure if I'm answering the question, but yeah, I tried to fold it in as much as possible, just because I wanted to occupy the site as much as possible, because with the previous figure grounds, it was a little too sparse, especially with the output. So that's why I tried to fold it in as much as possible. If that answers your question, I hope so.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, to quickly add to that, I mean, my recollection, we haven't talked about this in months, but I think the Hilbert curve was a kind of trope almost was less of a formal, specific generative formal device than a way to kind of respond to circulation and to maximize circulation rather than minimize it, which is the conventional. Like from the very beginning, you were interested in this kind of maximal circulation. Which, if you read the LAUSD specs, it's not what generally is sought after.
But it is nice to see a space filling curve being used to generate space in a way.
Ewan, can I just ask, like, at what point was the floor plan generated in terms of process, like in terms of image making? At what point was the floor plan created? And maybe Jean-Paul, this is pertinent to your project, but
You mean the plan as a schematic or as a partie, or do you mean the detailed resolved floor plan?
the resolved floor plan?
That was pretty much towards the end, you know,
Okay.
like maybe starting in midterm, but really the floor plan was really, I think for the most part, a description of the potential of the model.
Right.
It wasn't, it's just to say, I'm not sure what's underlying the question, but I think that it's they were not extensively studied to be optimal.
Right. This one seems more suggestive than the other ones, right? Or more general, which I really appreciate and think is appropriate, right? I think it's a really beautiful project, and sort of the research that has been done seems incredibly thorough, and the resulting massing strategy or the organizational strategy seems incredibly clear. I think in some of the past projects, the resolved floor plan maybe muddies the overall argument, but I think this one is sort of beautifully sober and suggestive. And I think, Jean-Paul, you've done a really sort of beautiful job of translating that information where it's not so specific that we take things away, but is really nicely done. So I have to commend you on sort of the sobriety of these drawings. Really, really nice.
Thank you. Like stating the facts. I mean, I think you were looking at the Sendai MediaTek drawing, plans, and there's like I mean, among others, there's a set of drawings that do have that kind of factual basis to them.
At least for me, this is a difficult project to comment on. I think the initial steps are absolutely fascinating. The fractal component, iterative component is really it's really fascinating, and because in conversations of pixel resolutions, computation, the field that you're initially setting up is a very, very big component of what this process is. And I'm really fascinated with the top portion of your presentation in terms of how you could potentially, by maximizing circulation, completely rethink program, completely rethink sociospatial dynamics, and how that could potentially completely change educational model, either by thinking about outdoor spaces the way that we have to start to think about maybe education right now due to social distancing or other things. But there's something very suggestive about how by simultaneously zooming in and zooming out, you could completely rethink spatial organization and create these new prototypologies. At the same time, the bottom portion of your project is where when you look at these spaces, they're quite open and you can clearly see maybe the inspirations you were looking at, but it doesn't have this maybe navigational component or directionality that your diagrams are suggesting, these sequential experiences that you could potentially start to propose. And I don't think this is more of a kind of translation of your pixels or voxels to maybe more of a fluid geometry, but maybe it's more about at some point maybe looking at those this figure ground and maybe dropping the hierarchy and being more fascinated with the forms that you were creating. I think the process documentation is really, really fascinating, and I agree with the comment about where do you stop, where you have this this iterative process where you could potentially using fractal logic and by extending the edge, rethink program. And I'm curious, going back to Matthias's initial comment about perhaps it's still too early to think about interiority and exteriority at the same time with this process. I wonder if a project of this sort, where you could possibly continue shifting in scale, is one way to start to think about different generative process that could be addressed for interiors, for exteriors, for circulation. But it's a very curious and a little bit schizophrenic project, but well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was discovered in the final title, right? The title was flipped 180 about a week ago, right? To recognize that split, right? That there was a split in the, I mean, it started as a wall project, like a wall, like a kind of inhabited wall, and then became a kind of mat. And that, I think, yeah, I know you're pointing correctly to that. And I think, as you said, this is not necessarily a problem, right? Especially if we're saying this is not a final comprehensive scheme, this is early design, right? So I think recognizing that. I think what you did really well is tackle the limited scope and just said, look, I found this one image, this one output image that really defined the whole thing, which is the third from the top. And what would it mean to extend this to the whole project? Like, if we just treat this as a swatch, in fact, even the background suggests that this is an overall organization, but if we treat it more just like actually just like a kind of sample, you know, right in here, then you took that in general and said, okay, now I just got to figure that out. And if I can figure out the swatch, I can figure out the whole thing, which is analogous to the earlier studies, but not exactly the same, right? The earlier ones are a bit more deterministic than that, but I think, yeah, very nice work.
Thank you.
We should move on. We actually have a hope of ending on time, or we might be a few minutes over. Rita, do you want to take it away?
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen right now. Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Rita Madurian, and my thesis is entitled Urban Demarcations. So this project is an exploration of the fundamental constraints that are presented through new urban developments in an era of land scarcity. It is a proposal for a K-6 public school located in North Hollywood on a parcel adjacent to Laurel Canyon Boulevard and the 170 Hollywood Freeway. The primary constraint of the site is that it is located within 500 feet of a freeway, which consequently exposes individuals, and in this case, children ages 5 to 11, to toxic pollutants that can lead to respiratory illnesses. So my research began by really asking the question, how can we use the generative design process to develop a set of outputs that directly address pollution mitigation? So these earlier figure ground diagrams are meant to represent different levels of density. The black being solid massing, the dark gray being partially enclosed spaces, and light gray representing ground surfaces such as pathways. So, sorry, this is reading from left to right. So combined with the parts catalog, the generative design process led to this output that follows the shape of the site and perhaps best represents a condition where the building is visually standing against the innocuous densities of the city. So the placement of the freeway would be right along over here, and the busy arterial road, which is Laurel Canyon Boulevard, would be right here, which is just south of that. So using this diagram, I began to develop the project more formally and also began to run a study of style transfers to help form ideas about materiality, surface conditions, and organizations. So these set of diagrams are meant to be read top to bottom. So I have the content image, which for most of them are this output image that I had earlier on, and they've all been tweaked in different ways and combined with a style image to, you know, bring in different outputs that would draw inspiration. And some of the ones that you see here are, they were created by me, just really abstract paintings that were meant to represent building mass, vegetation, or pathways, or any ideas of something of that nature that would really help bring the project forward. And the diagram that possibly helped push start this whole process was this one right over here. And I really used this one to start to generate three-dimensional forms for the overall building. So the final result, which we see over here, is an envelope that is conceived as vertical strata of various wall types that form a hierarchy of porosity, density, and transparency. This east elevation shows the view from Laurel Canyon Boulevard, and the west elevation is showing the view from the Hollywood Freeway. These column-like structures that you're seeing that are, you know, surrounding the whole perimeter of the building, those are meant to be air purifiers, and the form is directly related to the style transfer image output over here. So you can start to see a little bit in the details that it was showing signs of, these circular forms that I interpreted as maybe a way to create density vertically. The program distribution is kind of categorized in different clusters, 3 different clusters. So right over here would be the kinder to 2nd grade cluster. Right over here, the smaller one on the corner of Irwin and Laurel Canyon, that would be the 3rd grade to 4th grade cluster. And this cluster would be the 5th grade to 6th grade. So you can see that the younger children are a lot further away from the freeway as opposed to the 5th and 6th graders. And lastly, I can touch up on the perspective views of the whole project. So these are meant to capture moments of the project. However, I used a style transfer output to kind of generate different ideas of materials and tectonics. So the style transfer image that I used for reference is the Star Engineers Admin Building by Studio VDGA, and it helped me bring in some of the ideas that I had about there being a second facade, whether that's a mesh or some kind of vegetation, and I feel like these helped kind of bring to life that vision that I had earlier on. Yeah, this is my project.
Your process is incredibly rich, and I mean, these images are really incredible. Like, you could spend hours and start to speculate what all kinds of things. I'm curious if you could talk about your decision making, because this seems like a quite rich process that I don't think these were all generated at the same time. So it's quite clear that you were at the end, the results that you had were highly curated. So I'm curious if you could talk about the decisions that you made for you to arrive to the hybrid images that you received towards the end, because actually the translation from 2D images of your final results to 3D, I would say in your project, out of all the ones we've seen today, is the one that's the most one-to-one. So I'm curious if you could talk about what was it that you were trying to accentuate, what was it that you were trying to eliminate, because they're incredibly suggestive.
Okay, I can probably break it down to I guess specifically how I got the form, but using this diagram, I really wanted whatever was going to be the darkest in the gradient to represent building massing. So when I got this output, I figured, well, this is kind of what I was looking for. I was trying to find an outline for massing, and so if going into this process, the black would represent the massing, then I really started to trace out everything that was the darkest in this diagram. And, because it is the easiest way to start a project, I extruded that up, and I began to form a volume just based off of the outline. And then, of course, I wanted to create different hierarchies. So anywhere where there were these little pavilions, I have a rule set that those pavilions would be like balcony conditions that are partially enclosed. That would only happen on the 2nd level. So wherever these balcony conditions were, I started to build up a 2nd level, and you can see it in the AXO over here that it's not purely an extrusion, or it's not showing the same condition as the first and second level, but the second level starts to develop its own formal, I guess, language. The texture on the building is a bitmap, another style transfer that we had done based off of this project, again, the Star Engineers admin building. And I really just, I guess that was something that came in very late in the semester. So it was just meant to represent a way of three-dimensionalizing the surface of the building. But I guess moving forward with that logic, I knew that I wanted to have outdoor gathering spaces. So one of the ways that it is done is wherever there were these leaves, I kind of categorize that as the outdoor gathering spaces, and I followed the form, the outer edge of these leaves, and that kind of became a second facade, which you see over here is this mesh-like facade. And then also the roof of the first level becomes an outdoor gathering space.
So I think my comment would be, I mean, it's quite, this is a very, it's a really fascinating process that in a sense you had quite a good command of your outputs, right? You kind of started to understand actually how to manipulate your algorithm and try to have this incredibly rich images towards the end. And if you look at work of artists like Sofia Crespo, who is creating these marine creatures, her work is also, the way she talks about her work is very similar to the way that you're talking about these architectural attributes that you were after. But when you look at your final images, and the last two are extremely suggestive, there's a three-dimensionality and a topography that is generated that unfortunately gets lost when we're doing the three-dimensional translation. And I think one of the issues is these vertical filters or that you're proposing. In a sense, I guess lack of integration of these components with your topology, it becomes a little bit problematic, and it completely takes away from the richness of the images that you have, right? You do have these mesh facades that you're proposing. However, a very big part of creating, let's say, spaces that are incorporating nature and wellness is also integrating that throughout the building. So your roofs are very bare compared to what your images are suggesting and the richness of this green wall that you're suggesting. So I think there's incredible also opportunities in the 3D spaces that you've created, but your output images are quite incredible, and you can generate tens of projects just by maybe speculating what could come out of that. So I really commend you for the palette that you've created. Thanks.
Maybe building up on Diana's comment, I think this is a fantastic project. It's incredibly how well resolved it is. I really appreciate the rigor and focus put also specifically into developing the images that you use for the style transfer process. So it was mentioned already, it's highly curated, which I think is also interesting to try that within a context of a neural network. You obviously have a really good grasp of how to create and prepare this data to maybe achieve a specific effect. Yeah, and I think that the effect is really powerful. I would like to add also that I think this was really an interesting move to develop the project, and once the project is developed, using renderings of the project to go back into a neural style transfer process to add an additional layer of information on top of this. I think this is a very clever way of dealing with aspects of materiality, tectonics, etc., details. Yeah. So instead of making everything resolved and then make a rendering, the perfect rendering out of it, you really play with the aspects of information, and basically the whole process is of course based on data and information. So you're really playing it correctly in terms of let's say circling into the more resolved element of your design. This also at the same time addresses another problem that is currently present with this technique, which is the image resolution. Because you see, of course, that your renderings that you put back into the style transfer process, there is a certain lack of resolution because the image size are small. This is just a general problem of style transfer. We're gonna get a better result soon. It's just a computational power problem, to be honest with you. If you would use like a 20 GPU machine, you might go and make bigger images. But I know that like every school at the moment is struggling with the ability, with access to have more powerful machines, which at the same time also just completely different story, but also important in terms of this design method. It also makes it quite unfair because not every school has access to powerful machines. Yeah. To really work with these tool sets. Although there is, I think, solutions coming up very quickly. There are more and more cloud computing solutions accessible for everyone. So this might become more widely accessible in the upcoming months even.
Quickly to add to that, I had a conversation when Casey Reyes presented it last year at the school at Woodbury, and I asked him, he was presenting the GANs stuff that he's been working on, and I asked him about this, what seems to be a shifting allegiance from a kind of DIY hacker, open source processing world to Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud Platform, right? I mean, that's a pretty big shift in terms of your dependencies as an individual creator, what resources you need, etc. And he said, "Yeah, I know, I get that, but I do all the stuff on a machine in my office. It's an old computer, it sits in the corner, and I just train the model for 30 days."
Yep.
And it's like, as a designer, that's not very helpful, right? Like if you have to wait for 30 days for feedback.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. It's just that I think that as the computing becomes more powerful, our reliance on corporations like Amazon also becomes more intense, right?
Yeah, I mean, GPUs are not cheap. Let me put it that way. So, I mean, the thing is that the cloud computing solutions, they have advantages and disadvantages. So we have been using cloud computing solutions, and I guess you have been doing the same with your studio now for a while, and they're really good for when you have to do quick things. Like if you have to train something for a day or 5 days, that's okay. But once you start to train it for a month or 2 months or 3 months, it starts to become expensive. Then it becomes that kind of advantage that you had at the beginning is gone again in terms of financing a project like this. Yeah. So it's a way. You have to find a way how to solve it. But I'm pretty sure that GPUs are going to become cheaper in the upcoming years. It's the same thing with every technology.
But in the meantime, I think as architects are very happy with the lo-fi aesthetics, right? Like one thing we discovered, I think it's just because the style transfer model, the particular implementation we were using, didn't have parameters, expose any parameters for this. But as we increased the resolution of the input images, the outputs were just less satisfactory because they became slicker, they became more accurate, it was like texture mapping. It just became like a texture mapped rendering. Whereas the low res ones, the low pixel images, it really goes in and chews them up. And I think, of course, that could scale up too, but we're not able to get that working. But I think, as architects, we have a history of having to make do with poor resources. So.
The thing with the low-res images, which is great, I do admit that, is that they certainly trigger more imagination than ones that would be sharp. So because of the lack of focus and that sort of vagueness that they have, I think the vagueness is a powerful tool for us to interpret things.
Completely agree. There's when it's too clean, it's very specific, and the possibilities exist in not really knowing what it actually looks like.
Yeah, I think these renderings are very successful. It's one of the few cases where we were able to apply this to rendering, and part of that was, I think Matthias pointed out, the willingness to feedback, to create some feedback mechanism in this whole process. So we've talked about linear workflows, but there's feedback workflows, right? Where well, we've seen a few examples, but where even at the top here, we have input images that are the outputs from previous iterations. And in fact, it gives just exponentially better results, better in the sense of less expected. And the more times, it's interesting because often the first iteration, the first output was the least useful, but the output from that became, when used as a new input, produced quite amazing results.
We talked a lot about fidelity during Rita's midterm. I think it was, right. I think we really talked about how you know, the images that were generated had a fuzziness to them, right? And then the model that you produced was incredibly clean, and we were seeing kind of the parts a little bit too cleanly, and I think it was actually just rather your image making, right? So I commend you for like the fuzziness that you brought back in, and I think that's through low res, but also sort of the pieces that the green pieces or the filter pieces that you've added. You've formally added some fuzziness, and also it seems like the fuzzy images are actually doing you some good. So I mean, I think the project is incredibly successful.
Thank you.
So we saw another type of, we explored, of course, some of the super resolution algorithms, the models that, pre-trained models for super resolution. So they're general, trained on, I guess, ImageNet or something like that. And they also produce their own hallucinations, of course, because when you give them some of this architectural material, which is not, you know, pictures of pizza, and it's not pictures of cats and the other common objects, it actually even though its only function is to upsample an image, it actually produces new content in there that's sometimes quite interesting. So I would say, on the topic of resolution, I think that's an somewhat untapped resource, maybe, because the stated application is so banal, right? Like just upsample your image. But when you think about upsampling, it's like, that's kind of crazy, right? Because you're putting in stuff that isn't there. So that's maybe something. But yeah, Rita, this has been a pleasure to see this project unfold. I guess the project for me raises a question of like two things I was jotting down towards the end of your presentation. One is the benefits of breadth versus depth, right? Like you took a very limited set of parts and never really expanded the catalog, right? So one of the principles of the studio was that with a lot of these new tools, your main role as an author is your agency as an author is to control inputs, right? Like the single biggest effect you have on this is not to rewrite the algorithm or optimize it, it's to give it different inputs. And that generates the single biggest change in the results you get. So in other words, as designers, we start to have to inhabit a world. It's a black box, right? And so what you're managing, what you're controlling, are what you give it. And in that sense, the inputs are quite sparse here, right? Like it's always the same set of parts. It's more or less the same diagram, right? But it produced amazing results. So I think there's a lesson here in terms of breadth versus depth. Maybe that sometimes so this falls into the category of depth, right? Like the catalog of parts is very limited, the diagram's very limited, but there was a kind of production through various ways of quite a useful result. And I can say there's not a ton of, I mean, you did a lot, there's a lot of images, but they're more or less in the same family.
Well, maybe this goes back to what you mentioned earlier, which was the problem of Noli plan, right? The figure ground, the fact that for some reason we're not able to move past that as in our discipline, right? The fact that somehow that's how we think about program distribution, community space, social space, etc. So there's something actually refreshing about you introducing grayscale in your diagrams. The fact that a lot of the previous ones were looking at, 0, 0, 0, or 255, 255, 255. So maybe that grayscale is good, but maybe it's not. Maybe this is something that needs to be pushed further and just completely question even. So in a sense, if grayscale is an ambiguity introduction in maybe rethinking Noli plan, maybe that needs to be something that's explored further. Yeah.
Great. Well, we are a few minutes over. There's a bit of, I guess, if anybody would like to say anything, that's fine. I'm happy to stay, but I know that it's lunchtime here and nap time on the East Coast. So.
Well, thank you everyone for your feedback. It helps a lot.
Yeah. Beautiful project.
Great projects.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I would really like to thank our guests. It's been, yeah, I have 3 pages of notes here for next time. So it's an honor to have people that know so much about this help us out with this. So thank you very much for giving up your Saturday afternoon. And I'll follow up with everybody afterwards, meaning the guests afterwards. But while we're here, thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, great work, everybody. We will meet up again at 1.
Yeah. Bye, everyone. Great work.
yet. Your microphone doesn't seem to be connected yet.
Brandon, are you recording the entire day or just the sessions that you're streaming? Oh, we're live. Okay. Hello, world.
Hey guys. Hi, Heather.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. I'm sort of stumbling on here, getting yeah.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, Mitchell.
Hey, Tim. It's good to see you.
How's it going?
I'm good, thank you. And yourself?
Good. I like your artful POV.
It represents my age and cultural positioning.
By the end of the day, I'm sure I'll know what that means.
I wish I had a nice backyard with a window looking out to it like you.
Well, well, alas.
Exactly. Oh, you've got a window. Oh, okay. Well, okay.
That's nice. Heather, are you in LA or somewhere else?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I can say exactly the same.
Yeah, I've only drifted as far as a car drive will reasonably take you.
Right.
I've not been on an airplane. Okay, so we're just waiting for, who are we waiting for? Chris Sakanian and Narine. We'll give them a couple more minutes. So we have a big jury in this session and powerhouses at that. No weak links in this chain. So I'm gonna try and be really disciplined about keeping time, which is gonna break my heart because I'm sure that the conversations are sure to be very robust. So maybe while we're waiting for our last two critics to join, I'll just introduce everyone and then we can get sort of started. So overall in the group, there's 16 students. In this session, we're going to be looking at 5 projects. We have 1 grad student and 4 undergrads. And we'll have 20, 25 minutes apiece. And we have another session immediately after this. So that's part of the reason I need to try and be really good about keeping us on track time-wise. So joining us today from furthest afield is Lois Weinthal. She's sort of flying in all the way from Toronto. Lois is the chair and professor at Ryerson School of Interior Design in Toronto, obviously. Her practice investigates the relationship between architecture, interiors, clothing, and objects, resulting in works that take on an experimental nature. She's also the editor-in-chief of the journal Interiors, Design, Architecture, and Culture. And she currently holds, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, a position as honorary professor at the Glasgow School of Art in Scotland.
Thank you. Oh, can I just jump in for a sec? Thanks, Heather. That was really nice. And also, when I joined, I couldn't hear anyone, so I apologize if you said something and I didn't hear you. But hi, I'm here.
Welcome. Thanks for joining in from Canada.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's nice.
Yeah,
I feel so much warmer already.
Oh, good. We're sending you some warm wind from LA. Also joining us is Mitchell Desjarnais. I'm not sure where he appears in the grid for all of you, but he's next to me. He's over here. Mitchell's the principal of LAMDJ here in LA, and he has practiced all over the world, all over America, France, Germany, India, Egypt. Sorry, I'm letting people in as I do this. And his work spans public art, landscape, and architecture, to name just a few. Mitchell has taught everywhere. We encountered each other 20 years ago at SciArc. He's also taught at Otis, UCLA, and is currently on the faculty at Cal Poly Pomona, where I regularly sit on his reviews, and I'm astonished every semester. Tim Durfee is also joining us. Tim is the principal of Tim Durfee Studio, an interdisciplinary architecture studio based here in Los Angeles. He's on the faculty and is director of the Visual Studies program. Oh, no, wait, that's old news. He was on the faculty and director of the Visual Studies program at SCI-Arc, and he is currently the quote architect in the Media Design Practices MFA program at Art Center, where he founded AMP, a studio for multimodal projects exploring the changing relevancy of architecture in the media age. He'll be a huge asset for some of the projects we'll look at this afternoon in that regard. I'm not sure if Narne is here yet, but Narne Mizrayan is founder and principal of MN Office, a design practice based in LA and Verurin, engaged in the production of speculative and built projects that study and cultivate works of cultural, spatial, and material interest. She has taught design courses at SCI-Arc and Woodbury with me several years ago, and is currently on the faculty at UCLA. And then we have Chris Akanian, hopefully. I'm not sure if Chris is in the grid yet. Chris is the principal of Atypical Studios here, focusing on architecture, landscape, urbanism, and film. Chris has taught in many architecture and design programs across LA, including landscape architecture at Cal Poly Pomona. And then finally, to round us out is Boya Banyas. Her partner in crime, Donatella Kuzma, joined us for the morning session. And together they are co-founders and principals of Claret Cup, a design practice working across the human-made environment. And they cast a wide net. They do a bit of everything: drawing, mapping, architecture, interiors. They teach, they cook, they curate. And Boya taught in our program. Hopefully one day we can rope her back in. So we're happy to have her back. So that is our jury for the second session here. I'll let more people in as they show up. So I think we're ready to get started. Our first project in this session is going to be Ivana. Is she here?
Hey all, yeah.
Okay, great.
Sweet. First off, thank you all for your time today. I so appreciate you guys coming on a Saturday afternoon and reviewing our work. Super kind of you. I'm really excited to show you what I've been working on also. My project is titled Water in the Streets, a speculation of urban bathing in Los Angeles. So when public outdoor space is limited or suppressed in a city, it significantly reduces the ability for urban residents to commune. Investing in public outdoor space contributes to the overall health of a community, and the act of gathering can improve the urban scape through an effective and positive presence. This project utilizes interior strategies to introduce a restorative and healing space into the urban fabric that can be used year-round for social and cultural engagement. So the site of study takes place in Echo Park, a red line neighborhood in Los Angeles populated by multiracial and multi-ethnic communities. In the 70s, Echo Park City Council advised its affluent homeowners to avoid any more ghettoization from the ethnic and colored communities that made up 70% of this neighborhood. Today, Echo Park is still very much an ethnic neighborhood, and this is very important to note as we begin to look into the history of America bathing culture as an area of precedence. America started building public bathhouses at the end of the 19th century. In the 1920s, municipal pools began to serve as centers of community life to bring the public together for interactivity. It was where people played, they chatted, they flirted, they lounged, all the fun stuff. They were frequently used by Americans in daily life, as swimming and wading was a major pastime, just like going to the movies. Public pools were an emblem of quality leisure and pleasure that was so integral to what Americans were striving for post-war. However, this all took place before the Civil Rights Movement, and Black Americans made up a large part of the population where pools were getting made. They were unable to swim with others, essentially. City officials and police officers would prevent people of color from entering pools that had been marked for whites by putting up fences and blocking them. Once desegregation took place in the 50s and 60s, there was what was considered a white flight from municipal pools. Socially selective communities would now fence themselves into their own backyards, developing the phenomenon of privatized pools, controlling who they are now swimming with. Much like the lack of integration Echo Park has shown in the 70s from the city and those who dwelled within, the recreational activity of pools that were meant to bring the community together was looked upon with an agenda divided by class and by race. We can even reflect on the events that have taken place just 5 weeks ago at Echo Park Lake, where the unhoused community was forcefully displaced by city officials in order to maintain what they called social order back to the park. People were criminalized for being poor. People are criminalized for being Black, for being a person of color. All of this is important to recognize as we continue moving forward in hopes of developing spaces for inclusivity and an appraisal of our differences. Getting a broader sense of the history of public pools and bathhouses, we can trace them back all the way to the Neolithic age. The practice of bathing was used as a method for religious beliefs, for the journey towards eternal youth or beauty. It's a ritual or a ceremony in so many different cultures. It represented a balance of body and of mind and overall good health, just like having a good diet and doing regular exercise. It's a necessary practice for one's well-being. I've been able to reflect on how Roman baths' use of stone, their intricate cuts and detailed edges elevate the form of pools, or how the Japanese onsens build their pools within the natural formations of rocks, praising this existing environment and accepting its natural form. These cultures found connectivity through the comfort of water and the transformative experience of intimacy within the water in this public realm. So this project is sited on a vacant lot in Temple Street. Currently, it's without much community engagement as hardly anyone strolls by except those who live on the block. This empty lot has been untouched for over 10 years now. And so in hopes of developing a new space for the neighborhood to engage in, rather than it just being a passing point in one's periphery, I utilize circular forms reminiscent of pools and place them throughout the lot. I've been able to choreograph how these soft, gentle inclines and slight rotations work in conjunction with each other in terms of space planning and invisibility. The forms protrude above as well as below, creating pools and platforms for occupying the site. A series of umbrella-like elements are placed in relationship to the site's solar orientation, making areas of shade throughout the day. The white lines represent how these pools may be used at different hours depending on where the shade moves and the variations of activity or arrangements one can find within. The lot is cladded with a pink travertine that I'll be using throughout. The psychological effects of the color pink are linked to hope, tenderness, empathy, and sensitivity. It feels gently reassuring. And so through the discipline of interior design is how a tectonic structure speaks to the user, as interior planning is a necessary dimension that turns the architectural space into an occupiable place. Pools are most often constructed from masonry, such as stone, tile, or concrete, for their non-porous ability to hold water and retain consistent temperatures. So I decided to clad the space with travertine using multiple finishes depending on where they're applied. So for example, I used tumbled and unfilled travertine on the floor and walkways. The walls have a polished finish. The stone above the water has an unfilled and brushed finish, while a submerged stone is highly polished and filled. There is research that shows how racial disparities in swimming ability have led to higher drowning rates among the BIPOC community, who are up to 5 times more likely to drown than their white counterparts. To offer an inclusive and safe experiences, these pools are no deeper than 2 feet. This is going to allow for a controllable submersion at a shallower depth. So this rendering depicts an afternoon where people are utilizing the space and getting some sun. The cladded walls stand at 13 feet tall, and they have a thin cornice acting as a border from the existing built environment and the new. This helps emit a feeling of enclosure, even with the absence of a ceiling. For surfaces inclined above the ground, the users can lay down a sunbathe. One can rest against the back or sit around the perimeter of the pools or find a deeper point within the pool and be able to wade. Communal spaces in many countries reflect self, family values, gender, class. So my hope with this space is to foster kinship and familiarity because it encourages interaction and the exchange of ideas. Powder-coated steel umbrellas are placed throughout the lot and match the tonal quality of the stone, creating a delicate and blended palette. The umbrellas also act as light posts. Being weather resistant, they add flexibility for year-round use, regardless of the season. Surrounding the perimeter of the pools, I've placed thin drains that catch any overflow that are inset and flush within the stone. The evening occupancy of the site changes not only atmospherically, but also demographically. So for example, older groups or crowds may present themselves for a more secluded and intimate scene, escaping the daytime noise and enjoying the moonlight. But because it's LA, I can't promise you'll see many stars in the sky with all this light pollution. Programmatically, the clustering of the pools allow for larger experiences within the site. There are moments where the clusters face one another. This vantage point creates some interaction to share the water, to be together, but it also divvies up the number of people on a form if a private experience is desired. Privacy is a process that involves both seeking human interaction, but as well as controlling it. People control access to themselves through a selective distance or isolation. Cultural background plays a role in regulating privacy. So for example, Latin or Middle Eastern cultures often require less personal space during a conversation, while those from Western cultures may need more personal space for comfort. After being physically distant for over a year now, the intention of these clusters are to create moments where we can come together and reconnect with ourselves and with others. However, the pools are 6 feet away. If you still need some space, you can do that, have your own moment. So by studying the transactions of individuals, the physical setting, and the materials, my hope is that we can promote the bonds with those around us. How we live is a sign of how we think, how we feel, and how we imagine the world. The spaces we put ourselves in represent us, and as designers, it's our responsibility to develop spaces that combat or defy biases to better represent others. Overall, my goal with this project is to highlight how people find connectivity through community engagement. And in this case, utilizing the intervention of water helps us not rewrite the narrative of this neighborhood, as it's extremely important to understand its personality and its history, but use those characteristics to improve on how people can find inclusivity, tranquility, and healing. Thank you. Should I stop my share or put it on a screen?
I think you could leave it in case anyone wants you to kind of go back through drawings or something. So
cool. I'll leave it here.
Okay, I'm jumping in. So first of all, I have to say your presentation was so clear and so thoughtful, and just really, I don't know, I just really enjoyed the confidence of the presentation. So I think I just want to commend you for that. I think the premise is wonderful. I mean, I think the clarity of the sort of and frankly the simplicity of the formal conceit is just really, elegantly conceived, and it's nice. It actually allows a lot of flexibility that you invoked in your description of how you compose these different spaces. And I think the narrative that you sort of bolstered the presentation with, certainly, it's funny, I don't know the degree specifically to which it engages in the specific form, but it kind of motivates our commitment to imagining it as a public space. And I think that's really an interestingly often overlooked role that these forms of social narratives can play in design. In other words, they don't have to manifest in a new form necessarily. They can kind of invest us with a different relationship to what it is that's going on. Anyway, so I just wanted to put that out there. I'm just going to jump in with super practical things that I just think are, I just wanted to sort of put into the conversation. And all of this is really just built around, once again, what I think is just a really effective and elegant, strategy that you brought to the table. I feel like, I think they would be really great to hang out in. I like the idea that there's this kind of, reciprocity of the kind of sunbathing and then the water bathing, as in each gesture, it's kind of equally, it's just something about the geometry of it that just makes utter sense. The incline, and all of that. Anyway, this is just, these are really small points, but I feel like I want to see the vegetation even more engaged. I feel like some of those larger areas in the middle could be more animated as a kind of garden, to kind of get a certain density to the formal play between the vegetation and the pools. I think you're off to a good start by having introduced that element into the picture. I just feel like it could become part of the picture more. I would say the same thing about the walls. I feel like, heck, you've got water going on. Why not have, a modest waterfall, like a sheet of water that, as we know, is incredibly effective for cooling. The sound kind of audio privacy of a waterfall is a really great thing. Even though there's plenty of urban sound around, it can kind of allow you to escape a little bit, and I feel like that would feel organic within the, your premise. And so, not to be too specific, I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying that something that plays that role seems to me a good fit. I'll stop there. I could keep going. I feel like the sunshades are an excellent and important element to have. I feel like they could use, I don't know, I almost want them to maybe be perhaps, I don't know, I feel like one of the virtues of the landscape is how it resists this overt objectness. And I feel like the sunshades are close, but not, I feel like they could get a little closer to that. It's not a street furniture. It's kind of somewhere, some sort of, there's some sort of shift in scale that happens when maybe it just gets a little larger. Maybe they are linked in a similar way that the pools are. Do you know what I mean? Rather than being, kind of hardware, they kind of are a little bit closer to something at the scale of the space. But anyway, these are all just abstract reactions, but I just want to just reemphasize how I just really enjoy the project, and I think it's really smart.
Thank you so much for the feedback. I did want to contribute briefly that I did implement some vertical water source, which you could see better in this rendering. I didn't present it because it was super underdeveloped still, and I didn't get to depict it in my animation rendering. But that intention is there, and so thank you for reaffirming that.
Excellent.
Yeah. Could I jump in actually on that? I completely agree with all of Tim's comments, positive, very beautiful presentation. And actually one thing, I also like that you included this history of bathing. I mean, I think in general in LA, the display of water and the history of water is like a very important aspect. And the history of bathing is super interesting because I think it also brings up these issues of like privacy, the private and public realm, which is like a really, I think it's kind of like a hard topic in LA, where it seems like public spaces are often mostly private, or they have to, like, public spaces have to occur on private land or in the private sphere, and just like gatherings are usually more private. Like this city has a hard time with public space in general. But one precedent that comes to mind about your project, which I think it's almost like a public fountain that you can occupy. And there's one of these in Grant Park that's quite successful and is being used by the community, like a diverse community, not only kids, but sometimes adults. And it's just a really interesting, I think it's a really interesting problem, because bathing runs the gamut of being like very public, like on the beach, where people feel quite comfortable just like lounging around in their, bikinis, etc. Versus when you go kind of more inside the city, like if you use a public pool to swim in, like you'll see that some of the community doesn't even feel comfortable in the dressing room being, among the same sex of people. Like they need like curtains, etc. There's like a lot more concern of privacy and like not revealing the body. And I wonder how like a public space like this can address that, like maybe with some elevation changes. Like I like how your space is most like a landscape. It's very smart that, you know, your depths and your heights are kept to like in the 2-foot range, so you don't need to pollute the space with like handrails, etc. And it seems like generally accessible. So I think in that sense, it's very smart. But I wonder if you could address that kind of gamut of need for privacy. Like when I imagine this on Temple, which I'm quite familiar with the neighborhood, like I think there would need to be some kind of a gradation from like the street to being able to feel comfortable and peaceful, just like lying out there sunbathing on one of these things. And I mean, this is obviously this is such a complex social issue. It's not necessarily something that you can solve in like a class project, but just something to consider. Like it's not impossible. The Grand Park fountain is perfectly well used and enjoyed, you know, for cooling down in the summer, and it works very well, completely open, and there's not much privacy offered. But just something, I think something to address if your project is going towards like a public bathing facility. Maybe there could be more elevation change to like really include some more private spaces for people to be able to enjoy.
Now, if I could just tag on both Boya and Tims's comments, I also really appreciate, Ivana, that you went back and kind of gave us that history, which was both a history of how our social customs have changed in regards to, you know, the human body and water, and I think exposing our body or covering our body or all of that. And then alongside that is this much more, you know, socially critical issue of who gets to go in the water with who at what time in what body of water, which is a really fundamental and you know, just important issue for us to all confront. And so going back, you know, thinking about how unpacking that kind of social side, that social question, and the question of bodies and water, kind of running the gamut from, you know, your project as it stands, to my eye, seems to fall into more of you know, public bath, spa, kind of health restorative strand of public facilities for putting the human body into either warm or cold water. But there's a whole bunch of other gradations going from public swimming pools, which are mostly recreational, but also might include athletics, which is also another moment where the kind of social, racial, ethnic kind of divide in our society kind of cuts down. And then going all the way to you know, pools which are really bodies of water, which are also public pools, but are really targeted towards athletics and training the body, you know, into a kind of new form or to a new level of kind of expertise in the water. So the reason I kind of describe all that is that because of the social premise that you raised right at the beginning, I would really like to have heard more about, even I grant all the kind of you know, the beauty, the subtlety, there's some really smart decisions in this thing, but I'd also like to hear how it positions itself within that spectrum of public water access facilities. Obviously, you know, and how it engages really if the spa and the bath is part of the social ordering of who has access to water in the history of Los Angeles, how really does this thing instrumentalize a kind of address to that problem. And it got a little, there was a little skip over there in your beautiful text that I would have loved to have learned more about.
We have time for one last comment. Sorry. The tyranny of the clock is my job today. So
I'll jump in. I just wanted to echo some of the comments that have been made before me and maybe add that I found it so refreshing how optimistic your presentation was, both visually as well as verbally. Honestly, I do. I really, really think that's what's needed now more than ever, moving into a kind of new phase with everything that's been going on this last year. So I think that can't be overstated. Your enthusiasm is infectious. And I love that that's how you feel about your project. So having said that, I think that these kind of, I'll just maybe add a little bit about the kind of formal premise that the kind of circles or the commingled circles or arrayed circles maybe provide. I think they're quite successful at creating a kind of landscape that maybe dictates that you behave in a new way with them. Like they're not your typical, you know, go to a park and have a bench at a particular height that you can sort of unpredictably, you know, or let's say, you know, maybe without any effort kind of conform your sort of anatomy to. Like you really have to kind of figure out how to engage with this scape, which I really like and appreciate. I think it's also stealthily kind of, I don't know if you guys had that conversation, I joined a bit late, but it also stealthily maybe anticipates the issue with most of our public spaces here in Los Angeles and, you know, the kind of nature of maybe not enabling a kind of not enabling the sort of you know, transient activities that are on them, which is such a complex issue, and you know, in downtown LA in particular, as I've lived there. So I think there's something really interesting happening with the circles, and I echo a previous comment that I wish maybe there was some time for you to think about how they might project to the kind of atmosphere, the folded up atmosphere that you're sort of creating with the walls, as I think there may have been a chance to create some really shallow alcoves, like alcoves where you might be able to lean into. I recently read an article that was called The End of Sitting. And I thought, like, this is interesting because then maybe just in the back, and I hadn't seen that sort of bit in the back with the waterfall, but there was no sitting here. Like you had to reinvent the way in which you would sort of interact with the scape. And so that might be an interesting thing to sort of capitalize on. But in terms of atmospherics, I think it does a really good job of establishing that. And I think the water for me, like I wouldn't swim in that water. I don't think I could imagine myself swimming, but it sets a tone. It creates an atmosphere that I think I would find compelling, you know, kind of trying to like lay near or squat near or sort of sit around near and just sort of people watch and kind of take advantage of it. So I think there's some, it introduces, certainly infuses a new world into this parklet, which I think is pretty successful.
Great. We'll have to end there. This will be sort of the struggle with having lots of critics in a relatively confined period of time. But thanks, Ivana. While you were presenting, Narina joined us, and Chris Akanian, and I introduced both of you before you arrived on the call. So next we have Mo.
Hello, everyone. Okay, hello, everyone. Thank you guys for being here in our thesis. So my thesis is about, my title is Lucid Space, and my thesis is the visibility of a space is dependent upon light, whether natural or artificial sunlight, is dynamic, directional, and ubiquitous. While we cannot control the source of the sunlight, it can be relied upon in time, altitude, and azimuth, allowing us to unnaturally design for a shifting present and absent across the cycle of day and night. We can design for a shape hue, intensity, and location of light through its interaction with apertures and surfaces qualities such as color, texture, and finish. This project will explore light as an architectural material and temporal instrument of barogram shaped into dynamic spatial effects and volume and time. So I decided to choose Al-Ula city because it's in Saudi Arabia, because it's a great masterpiece and it's considered as one of the oldest province in the Arab world. The weather in there is hot and dry in spring and summer and very cold and also dry in fall and winter. This is my project name and logo. It's called Lucid Space Hotel and Resort, and I choose the location for several reasons: to serve the landscape views, to not be distracted by buildings, to fit the weather in the dry desert. Visitors can experience Al-Ula Desert and the Lucid Space. This is the project information, and I have my reception starts from 10 feet to 18 feet underground. 15 units are 14 feet underground and 2 feet thickness of walls for skylighted walls. The project program is reception and units, and reception has lobby restrooms, and the unit has living room, dining area, kitchen, 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, swimming pool and sunroom. The system is track the sun movement, control shape and aperture of light sources, ramps entrances to be ADA accessible, translucent glass ceiling and walls, artificial lid walls and furniture, and skylight between 2 layers of walls. And I have a time theory there since I am in Saudi and in the Muslim world. So there are 5 important times in the Arab world, which is the 5 prayers during the day. In Islam, it starts first prayer is Al-Fajr, and it's from 5 a.m. to 6:30. Ad-Dhuhr is also from like 1 hour and a half between each almost prayer. Al-Asr prayer, Al-Maghrib prayer, and Al-Isha prayer, and each one has a different time. And you will be able to know these times when sun touch certain surfaces and through color changing. My experiment was 3D modeling the space under specific sun location, setting into motion and rhino regulations, creating new materials and different components like transparency and the matteiness, reflections and texture. And I will share my virtual 3D video, and here in the chat, the YouTube for you guys, because it could be clicked and lagging in my laptop and sharing. So I will also share. Okay. Did you get the link? Okay. Do you see my screen? Okay.
Yes, we do.
So here, where it's gonna look like from the outside, it's underground, and the entrances are translucent glass, and it will be changed to green by the sun. This is the beginning entrance, has 2 different gender restrooms, different materials for floor, and the lid, the translucent glass wall. It's make a lot of changes to the front wall by time. The hallway, only 1 wall is lit, and it's lit the space. You go to the reception. This wall, the 2 feet wall, is skylighted, and this is the time during the day. Lit furniture to do many reflections on the ceiling. Another cycle of day. This is the hidden, I will stop here. This is a hidden a skylight behind the wall. And the finish of the pool and fountain is a mirror. So you could see the sunlight in sometime in the day. Now we're gonna go to the unit. This is the entrance of the unit. Different materials in each wall. And this is when it starts time. That's how it lit because of the lit face wall in the entrance. And what you're gonna see now is sun movement in 24 hours. Now we're gonna start the new day at 6 a.m., which Al-Fajr prayer and things are green, and this is the sign for it. Through the day, it will change to blue, and this shape will get to the surface at 12 p.m. You will see many shapes like the L shape also is happening by the sun. And that was in the third prayer, which is Ad-Duhur. In Al-Maghrib prayer, that wall will like touch that surface and like never touch the other walls. You're gonna see things and the shapes are like get shaped together, and this wall is interesting because it's get the like full corner of a green. Now it's changing to the night, the time to the night. I have lit furniture and things that do a lot with the reflective materiality. Here is the Al-Maghrib. This is the second sign from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., which is Al-Maghrib. Always green is the beginning or the end of the day, and which is Al-Isha prayer. Now we're gonna go to the room. This is a small reminder clock. It's in 3 hours changing to touch the surfaces and change their colors in the room. Now we're gonna go to the first bedroom. So I have different shaped skylight and different surfaces on the floor, and it will just at 2 p.m. the first shapes will get complete their shapes in the wall. Also some shape on the bedroom. And 1 hour later or 2 hours later, you will get a different, only one special shape of a green. Here is the room for clothing, and the left wall was lit. Okay, and here's the bathroom. I will stop here. The one like the cloth room, the left wall was lit, and also this wall. It's like this wall. It's skylighted wall, and the between 2 layers. And here are some surfaces are lit to do a lot of with the yeah. And you can go back to the YouTube maybe to have more references and good quality. And thank you so much. And my biography actually was yeah. Like I was inspired by Critic Collection in Germany and Lover in Abu Dhabi, and the techniques they have to with the light and shape and to lit the space and dominate the space by the sun. That's all. Thank you so much.
Can I start with a couple of questions?
Sure.
So, do you have a floor plan for this project?
I haven't done that yet. It's like, yeah, I have it actually through my model, but it wasn't that clean enough to, but I didn't want to distract my ideas. So.
I guess I'm curious about like how like how is the prayer time affecting for you the design of the resort? Like, is there something about the prayer time that changes the way that the people who are in the resort interact with one another? Like, is this a communal activity, the prayer, or is it like whatever you're doing, you stop and you do the prayer? Like, can you explain that a little bit? I'm not familiar with it, and I'm wondering if it drives the design in some way.
Okay, sure. So we have 5 prayers in Islam, and they always in the same couple of hours. Like never goes like, for example, the first prayer is Al Fajr. It's always being between 5 a.m. to 6:30, and that's how I'm studying the sun movement into the space, doing the study and my modeling techniques and actually in my program that I used to work with, setting the sun actually in Al Ula city, but that was a program. But I mean, in real places or real life, we can like study the sun and where it's hit in certain time of the day and create on that. We cannot control the sun, but literally we can control the surfaces around the sun and how it's like receiving the sun either with a different color or like high reflected materials that I was experiment actually where definitely don't get any reflected of the sun. I cannot get the sun shapes on them. So I start to play around the space with different surfaces, like for example in the swimming pool mirror, it was a metal finish inside. So I get a different metal color, like almost blue metal. And when the sun hits the shape, if you go to the video, you would see that it's like reflecting the same shape in a totally different color. And yeah.
But it basically, it's like a way of organizing the day differently from like the 24-hour clock. It's like the time, and then you calibrated your reflected materials to, it's kind of like in a pyramid or something. When the sun shines into a certain spot, then this is how you organize your textures of your space or the reflectivity of your space.
Exactly.
And then do people just keep doing what they were doing when they see this happen, or does something special happen at that time?
I mean, Al Ula space actually is considered one of the like good places now, especially in Saudi Arabia. So I feel people can enjoy in 2 places since they don't have a lot of buildings around. So it would be so interesting to find and like very contemporary or modern place is underground in a historical like word like Al Ula. So it's the place is playing a role in the clock and it's like kind of just a small clock. You could know the time between like without looking to your phone or to your like watch. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like the premise a lot. I think it would help if we had a section maybe explaining the sun movement and or some way of seeing it. It's hard to grasp it on like a more abstract level without the drawing, you know, because really the only way you can show it is with the walkthrough. And
hi, I'm Mo.
Hi.
It's for me. I think there's your understanding of the place is probably more acute than any of us. Yet, I think all those qualities of the desert, especially within that part of Saudi Arabia, I think is somewhat lost because of I think the animation techniques. Um, we I don't get a real sense of the materials and the qualities, and I think that's critical because you're actually the light. Our understanding the ambiance of each space and the sequence of those is really based on the materials and its interaction with the light. Um, and I think what's happened is whatever program you're using, it's kind of interfered with that. Everything seems polished, so I don't get a sense of I'm coming from something that's either man-made or it's excavation. So what's the surface like if it's excavated? What's the surface like if it was formed? What's the surface like if it was polished? So all those effects are kind of lost. Also, the plan makes sense to try to see it. I made a note about I don't get the transitions are all too it seems similar. I don't your narrative is more about a distinction of or about distinct places, yet how do we get there? What are we actually passing through? Is everything the same, or is there something? If I went to something deeper, do I get it? Do I know that because of materiality? Do I know it because of darkness? Do I know it because of pattern? So I think that's so the tactile, the visual, the oral. It's very difficult to explain those incidents within an architectural site, but I think you could do that through materials or through the narrative or the plan can be annotated towards that. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
I mean, I you guys aren't animators, so I think that's it's an inside joke for me. I'll explain it later, but I think there's something about this. A lot of us have been to desert situations here and elsewhere in the world, and there's something about it, the beauty of it, the color of it, that when we got into your animation, we lost that aspect of it.
Sure. Yeah, I had also a couple of renderings, but I didn't. I thought the animation would be enough, but I have the whole model, and yeah, so I was experienced through modeling and literally create the materials. But yeah, I totally get what you mean, guys. Thank you so much.
I was actually going to, I think the plan would be important, but I was actually going to say that I think a reflected ceiling plan would be super important for you, because for me, it's almost like that's the kind of surface, that's the datum with which you connect the, real world with this imagined world. And it would have been nice. I see in the model and I see in your animation that there is light moving. So clearly you've thought about apertures and how you're kind of projecting sun into these spaces. But it's like we're at a place right now where it's like, trust me, and I just want to see how is the sort of formal mechanism working, like what's behind the kind of unravel the mystery and let us kind of understand what the decision making process was in terms of correlating less, more, following this. Like, does it actually end up looking like a clock, in terms of its sort of perforation or apertures or whatnot? Like that could be, I really want to get a sense for this kind of upper surface, that ceiling while you're in there, and then the roof, what I could imagine to be the roof of this thing, the landscape above, right? That would be my one big sort of wish for you, to have that representational material. And then my other sort of wish, kind of design wise, was I think you've done a really thorough job of imagining the new and the sort of transported sort of world under. I'm curious about the liminal moments, like the moments when you have to negotiate going from the desert into this new world, and how maybe some of those could have played a more sort of critical role in the experience of like leaving light for dark, or I don't know. I think there's something there that you could potentially exploit further.
Yeah, and I would also just add a few things too, if there's a minute to do that. I agree with a lot of the points made, and I feel like you really feel very strongly about, having tested out room by room, just seeing how people even interact in those spaces. And so I think you're using, the video as a way of just trying to test everything. And I think the one thing that I would find so interesting, especially since you were looking at the goods collection, because there's so much, like, a real sense of kind of a tactile nature to it. You understand the contrast between glass, concrete, and it'd be almost interesting to think about how you would then start working backwards to start actually testing samples of different materials and using those as a way of saying, how do I, get this kind of reflection? What are the actual materials I would start using to then start forming different detailed sections? So I think you're almost working backwards rather than from, small study scales models into a final rendering, rather using the final rendering as a way to work backwards into what those real tactile materials can become, and testing it in different light.
So
That's great. Sorry, I've got to got to bring the guillotine down, keep us on track. But I think that's a really great place to end. Thank you, Lois, and thanks, Mo. Congratulations. Okay, so we are moving on to Parvane.
Hi, my name is Parvane Zainali, and the title of my project is Prophylactic Architectural Membranes. In the midst of a global pandemic, architecture will need to respond in unprecedented ways in order to contribute meaningfully to a post-pandemic world. The relentlessly practical nature of hospitals, their bleak and exceedingly despondent spaces, should yield to biophilic environments that encourage connections between humans and nature, improving their physical and psychological well-being. In the search for an innovative post-pandemic expression of architecture, while maintaining public health and safety, the use of thin, malleable, and transparent membranes offer the potential for ambulation and communion through interactive activities between the caregiver and patient, such as hugging, playing games, gardening, checking vital signs, bed baths, and other routine treatments. This thesis explores the importance of transparency and tactility in addressing biomedical separation and the consequences of isolation while precluding contagion. So in this series of diagrams, it shows a sequence of drawings documenting the medical environment and the daily routines of patients. It explores the different protective boundaries between a healthcare provider and the contagious patient in an indoor and outdoor environment, which is represented by the different color codes, green being outdoor air, blue uncontaminated air, and red contaminated air. One of the more important examples to hone into is the second section diagram, where you can see the provider being fitted into the prophylactic surface while doing assessment or giving treatments. And the separation is also seen in the other section diagrams. Here are a few precedents that I've researched, which shows that different thresholds and apertures where different parts of the body is moved from one atmosphere to the other. As you can see here, it is an installation that encourages the audience to pop in and out of the different openings. And another one is the bank teller, where the threshold allows exchange of documents and other things between the bank teller and the customer, separated by a middle glass in between. And the last one is the the prisoner's door, where despite the separation between the guard and the prisoner, they are able to exchange items in this little opening. So here are other examples of different materiality of pneumatic architecture that I've derived from my project. Some of the inflatable architectures portrayed here utilizes transparent malleable surfaces, which is a key component in my design. It made me think about how I can make better use of the malleability of a surface to overcome the threshold with pliant and rigid surfaces. So here is a model proposal. I borrowed some of the ideas from the prior examples of transparent malleable surfaces and sort of reimagined it in, reimagined some of the typical medical typology as, you know, the ability of the patient to access, I mean, the ability of the caregiver to access the patient through this malleable surface, and also by accessing the patient outdoors without being exposed. So this is an overview of my project. It is a facility with 64 units that shelter ambulatory patients that require long-term healthcare and assistance and healing. Here is like an overall view of the floor plan. So here it shows the different capabilities of the malleable surface that is called the prophylactic suit, where you can get into. The blue is represented by the caregiver using it, while the red is represents the patient's area of usability, since this prophylactic surface is reversible. So here's a detailed floor plan and section. As you can see, these are like the different possibilities of that prophylactic suit used by the caregiver in delivering that, daily routines for the patient. So the first floor stations different patient rooms that can be accessed by the so-called prophylactic suit that can be reversible depending on the user. In this case, this is the patient using the prophylactic surface where he can just access around his area and also the communal area. The translucency of the material also offers privacy and at the same time light while being biometrically separated. One of the most aspirational aspects of this project is this communal area, because it encourages other patients to gather together and to socialize by creating like ikebana, or otherwise known as flower arrangements in Japanese. It offers means of mental health sustainability while maintaining social physical distancing. So biophilia is seen all throughout the facility. Not only for aesthetic purposes, but also mainly because of a healthy living. Biophilia is essential in this setting, as it can both be visually appealing and at the same time spiritually helpful. As the spaces are incorporated with nature, it improves that cognitive functionality, psychological well-being, and physiological health. It also encourages patients more stimulation by motivating the patients to take care of the flowers and then to introduce conversations and establish connections between other patients. And here is just like an aerial view of the units, just showing how like everything is laid out. And the next slide is the roofscape. In order to access the roofscape, patients will need to use a ramp that leads them all the way up. It not only aids in physical training, but it can also get rewarded with an exemplary view and fresh air in an area where people can, leisurely read a book or, establish connections with other patients. I wanted to, this is also another important aspect of my project because as I was doing research before, I read that, tuberculosis patients were treated by, spending time outdoors in like an elevated area where they can get dry air and like being exposed to the sun, which has like its own benefits. And also from the vantage point of the observer from below, where expectations are usually low, the play of shadows and the different changes from above the roofscape as a result of the translucent material will serve as another form of entertainment for the patients below. Just giving it like a different twist or like a different scenery throughout the day. So incorporating all of these concepts in this project assists in reimagining modern architecture in response to the increased understanding of evolving diseases and advocating for balance in medical isolation and providing collaboration with nature and space. And that concludes my presentation.
Well, I was privileged to have seen this project at the midterm, and I just want to say, I'm sure the other critics are going to have a lot to say, especially people that haven't seen it yet. But one thing that I did not get from the midterm presentation that I think is really super interesting in this project to me is this kind of collapse of clothing into interior design, into architectural design, into a kind of larger environmental condition, which is all tied back to the architecture of quarantine, which has a long history both in in urban design, especially in port cities, where ships that were detected bringing in people who were ill would be required to quarantine separately from the city of their destination for a period of time. So I think all of that idea that somehow a garment becomes a room, and that the room is flexible, and that it not only puts us in contact with other people, but back into the landscape. Just a kind of wonderful premise.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm trying to figure out where to start because there's so many things I want to talk about. But yeah, I agree. I think that it's exciting. It's an exciting premise, and I appreciate the clarity of it. Like the fact that essentially you've got essentially two elements, right? This very durable translucent material, ETFE or something like that, I presume, and then this rigid plane, right? That's sort of perforated plane, and so I want to sort of commend you on that clarity. I think that I would kind of, I'm really curious. I found myself really curious about of all things, the air pressure. Like it's usually never comes up in most reviews, but I think in your case, it is significant. Of course, like if you've ever been in a major building that involves air pressure, like there's a building in Syracuse, the Carrier Dome, which of course is like the roof is literally supported by the air. So when you exit the building, you're like hurled out because of the air pressure. There's all these wonderful, interesting dimensions or aspects to the experience of a space like that. I don't know, it just seems like to me worth introducing because it's so significant in this project. Yeah, I mean, there is a really rich and interesting history also of pneumatic architecture, obviously. I mean, the quarantine conversation is really interesting, and but it's worth indulging in a lot of the stuff that was done in the 60s and early 70s about. I mean, I also think of like Frei Otto, a lot of Frei Otto, the great engineer and actually Pritzker winner. I'd forgotten that he won a Pritzker, but he did all these experiments that were sort of overlooked. I mean, a lot of people focus on his incredible tensile architecture, but he did these amazing soap study models that, I think people didn't really run with because we didn't really have the technology to figure out how to build them, but they're really stunning and exquisite. And I think there's a lot to take from that kind of work in your project. It'd be fun to run that. Hey, I'll stop there.
Yeah. I would like to jump in. I mean, I want to say, first of all, I love the diagrams and the plans, how that kind of aesthetic carried through the whole presentation. What I would like to see more of, I think this would be very interesting to see, is like a material investigation of all this kind of like transparent, like translucent materials to really address, this idea of like human interaction versus visual interaction. Because, when I look at the picture that's up, like I could imagine actually these top bubbles just being completely rigid, and it's kind of like this bubbling up into another environment that's more of a visual environment versus what was below. What you were describing was more of like human interaction, being together with nature, being together with each other, possibly people touching and like working together on things. That the materiality of that, I think, should read differently. Like if you go back to your floor plans where you have the rooms where it seems, like this seems like almost like a snake going in and out of the room. Like if you imagine that it's not just one element like that, but several with like different purposes, one to congregate with other people to work on the ikebana, and another one like strictly for the purpose of, I don't know, even like cleaning the toilet or like doing something at the bed. Like I think if you really started mapping in a floor plan, like the shapes of these surfaces, it would be really interesting how you redefine the, the aperture of a room.
That's a good point.
I'd like to say something. I think Tim might have brought it in as a sideline to Tim's comment. I really think if the context is really important. I mean, to talk about the material or the qualities of this plastic or all the different forms of plastics, and to have them in these kind of isolated, almost a desert-like setting, I wonder if you're taking away from a really fascinating narrative of how would this work as if it was like MASH units, in the sense that they're going to be set up, we don't know where. So why don't you, as the director of this, say, show us an image of this would be like in a forest. Or Mitchell brought up, what if it's like on a seaside setting? What if it was in an industrial setting? I think then these could be incredibly fascinating. That you're looking through the room out into a looking up, and looking up is maybe more interesting than looking out. Or you're looking down, and I really think that could add. I think add to the density of your project. It's a great beginning, but I'm thinking those would have incited some completely different response. And then maybe because there's a cinematic aspect that I can get into, but maybe later. Like what trope could you choose? Because I think this image here, it's interesting, but it gets repetitive, and I would love to see, is there an arc to this? Does something happen? Do you get from going in triage, eventually your illness gets treated, or then you have to wait over time, and then does something change, something happen when you leave? Are you changed? So there's those kind of the principles of cinema become involved in this, because maybe you leave architecture for a moment and then you move into something cinematic, and all of a sudden your pieces become backgrounds, and they kind of animate themselves. They take on a completely different character that you don't have to do everything to it. And so in this case here, I think it's, like I said, the context is not as beneficial as I think it could be. I think you have all the components there. That's not the issue. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, that's a great place to end. And I really appreciate that you brought levity and humor to a subject that is very unyielding and usually very boring. And it gave us, I think, a different way to approach practical issues and make them critical and exciting and strange and unfamiliar. So thank you for that, Parbane. Congratulations. All right, we are moving on to Farzaneh, who is our one grad project in this bunch.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Farzaneh Akhavan, and I will present my thesis project, which is the Cabin of Natural Phenomena. Architecture could be defined as a medium between a set of ever-changing natural phenomena and human events that might be unseen, ignored, or invisible as of their tiny scale. In my thesis project, the interdependent relationship between meteorological phenomena and interiority are explored through a cabin that intentionally ties the users to exterior phenomena, providing a connection to a sense of place alongside natural events in time. An icicle is an event of condensation in time, accumulating between the cold, moist air of the winter atmosphere and the radiating warmth of a human interior. In the process of observing the icicle from interior space and emphasizing on the relationship among interior and exterior for this event, I initially reversed the roof and secondly intensified the slope to one side to strengthen the path of water travel. Then the wall is pulled out as a result of ceiling impact. And here I realized that the way I am looking at this phenomena is more in the section form. So people who are experiencing the interior can also see the icicle from the section. As a result, I finally pulled out the whole wall on the right side to add the window there and let people see the icicle from the side. This is the experience of witnessing the icicle as a condition of falling water arrested in cold while taking a shower in a formal situation that is dissimilar, but obviously in warm water. A curtain billowing the breeze of an open window may breach the boundary between inside and outside. Curtain compositions can create different spatial experience in the interior and exterior in different weather conditions. So during winter, the curtain is inside, entirely inside, and the door is closed. On the next two diagrams, the door is open and curtain starts moving out. And eventually, during summer, the curtain is in the exterior part of the building while the doors are open. In this cabin, during the warmer seasons, the door is open and the curtain moves out, while during colder weather conditions, the curtain rolls in and the door is closed. The curtain is inside the house, acting as a rock and cover for the sofa. So basically, the curtain goes from being floor bound to ceiling bound and works with the open door to expand space of the interior to exterior. So in summer, they can have another room that the curtain provides shade and ventilation for it. And in the winter, it is like an insulating layer on the floor that it helps to keep the heat of the fireplace inside the house. In this case, the materiality and its proportion is significant because the curtain will not be used as a covering for a window and users might walk on it or use it as a shade for the exterior space. Following this, the parts that will cover the floor are wool to have a thicker with more durable texture, and the rest, which will behave as a cover for both sofa and roof, will be silk for a softer, flowy, and diaphanous texture. There is also a delicate transition between two fabrics. By firing up the fireplace, a small condensation occurs when the interior space is warmed with the fire and the heat moves to outside air, which produces condensation as snow or vapor in the open air of the exterior. To experience this event that is usually unseen in both the interior and exterior, I initially divided the cylinder to locate the logs for the fire. And secondly, the shape of the fireplace is widened on the top part of the interior to emphasize on the phenomena. Thirdly, by widening the fireplace's closure, this importance is emphasized in the exterior as well. And on the last stage, the rails are added to experience the events while sitting on the roof. A ladder is provided to get on the roof. As a result, the fireplace and condensation of water can be seen while sitting on the rails. In the plan, there is a consistency among spaces, meaning that the shower is located where the icicle can be observed, while the living area is where the interior doors are transformed to exterior walls to create a space within space. This happens by opening the doors, rolling out the curtain, and moving the sofa around. The fireplace is between the kitchen, living area, and bed space, so it can be used as a stove in the kitchen while it will make the rest of the spaces warmer. And the concrete base under the fireplace is also for the fire sparks. The bed is rotated towards the roofline, and the curved wall in the corner is behaving as the headboard. The flooring orientation, as can be seen in the plan, is also based on the roofline and ceiling slopes orientation. By standing on the roof, the phenomenon can be seen from different angles to experience the events in the exterior as well. Here is the overall interior experience of the cabin, where in short, the icicle is pictured as a dramatic phenomenon influencing the roof, wall, ground, and even the furniture and material orientation, while the fireplace is a functionally expressive event that the importance of this event is emphasized with the shape and the multiple functionalities of it among different spaces. And lastly, the curtain is more of a performative qualities in both inside and outside. A linear light is where the walls and ceiling meet each other, that it feels like the roof is floated. And there's also a light with the same intention of floating feeling under the bed in the corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Farzana. Maybe I'll jump in. And it's a really very thoughtful, beautiful project, especially from the perspective of looking at the elements and phenomena and trying to understand that time is so important to your project. And the same way that time, materials, their location, and what they can do to help complement or even make more visible the different phenomena that you're trying to make visible. And those individual animations to me are really like so important to your study as an interior designer. Just understanding that there's soft materials that have flexibility, that move, whether it's the curtain or the textile that has that change in fabric from wool to silk to wool. Knowing that soft materials like that can actually do things that are supportive to different activities or events or the changing seasons and what provides comfort in a space. And that it's also looking at materials that are, natural or actually work in a space. Like wool is such a great material in terms of warmth, but also from a non-formaldehyde perspective, like it's just does all these great things. And so it's nice to see that you're looking at those kinds of materials and treating them as design projects themselves, where you are looking at how you need that thickness or sometimes lightness or thickness again. And I can even imagine that one piece that kind of wraps around that makes almost a new like an ante room, but on the outside. It's not really a mud room or an ante room. It's somewhere between that. But the fact that you're using it to set up this new exterior space that has an interior that's trying to draw you further into another interior is really wonderful in terms of how we always think of the question of, like what was formed first to make an interior? Was it the soft, surfaces that surround us or the structure first? And I think this project touches upon that as you first enter in really nicely. The curtain also, I think, is another opportunity to think about how that could, it's interesting in the project, I'm not sure if where the curtain was or if there is one or if that was more of a study, but I think there's a lot of opportunity for that, especially to divide the shower space from the rest of the living space. And I also didn't see a toilet, so I wasn't sure if that was inside or outside, or if that's a whole other project happening outside of this one. I don't know, I hope so, because it seems like it could be just a further study in terms of these many kind of different experiences that you're collecting. And I was really excited to see the formation of the icicle. At first I was a little worried about the angle of the roof and I'm concerned about problems that may cause, which it still might, but in terms of the bigger picture and looking at how you're trying to actually give shape to icicles that are most likely going to form on some type of roof anyways, unless you have really, really, really good insulation. And then hopefully you wouldn't see it, but that's a whole other piece. But if it is trying to be intentional, it does make a really beautiful formation here in that perspective of looking out to it and seeing that. And I can imagine year round that when it's raining, it becomes another way of like visibly seeing how the weather is affecting what you see. So I thought those were really beautiful moments. And in terms of a few areas that I think, that could be looked at are, once again, that division between the the shower space or washroom space and the larger space? Because I'm just thinking if you have a cabin like this, you would want to have guests over or have other people be part of this. And then suddenly you have to look at what are the different layering of spaces that you would bring to it that could help bring some amount of privacy to areas like that. And then in terms of the fireplace and the top piece, even though I think it's a really beautiful gesture, it's probably something that realistically may not work so well, only because I can imagine all the kinds of problems with, cold railings getting ice and people slipping and just no railings elsewhere. So, I mean, unless it becomes more of a design opportunity to say, well, if I have this kind of phenomenon and I want to reveal it, how do I then make it like a very secure and comfortable space for somebody to then view it from? But I think maybe that's more about viewing it at the lower level where one is actually just enjoying the heat of a fireplace. So, so it's good to see that you're pushing these ideas, but I think at some point it's also okay to say, well, what is realistically most likely to happen in terms of how the spaces are used. So, but overall, it's a really wonderful to see those initial animations and the studies that you're doing. They're really valuable.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just dovetail on some of these comments. I thought it was really very accurately presented. I really appreciated the kind of cause and effect visual presentation, as well as the very fine-tuned verbal or written script. I think I think it's commendable. I really tight presentation. I also found it super interesting, as a kind of, you're obviously working from the inside out. And so these kinds of moves that are proliferating on, I don't know what I was thinking about finding a kind of architectural dialogue to put this in. So if this was a shed in the beginning, then it maybe became the decorated shed, but it becomes the decorated shed through the kind of moves of through the interior moves, which is interesting and is antithetical to the way maybe students that I'm used to dealing with work on problems, because we're working from the outside in, right? So I kind of appreciate that, and it made me think, okay, how much further can you push this? Like if this kind of one side is able to kind of dislodge itself from the logics of the kind of shed perimeter and if primitive, and the roof is able to kind of swerve itself away from the logics of the shed primitive, could the sort of pop out opening get more substantive so that it alters your spatial condition? Could there be some kind of interior exterior connection with the fireplace? Maybe I'm asking it to do too much, but I guess what I'm trying to say with this is that I saw you impacting not just the kind of interior liner of this cabin, but actually profoundly impacting the exteriority, the exterior reading of the cabin. And I think that's an incredibly valuable kind of cause effect working methodology. So I would argue that you could push your sort of curtain to rug pop out condition even more to become an anomaly in transforming this shed into the decorated shed, and even the kind of fireplace condition as a kind of pseudo interior condition. So I don't know, I just see some really amazing potential in the one distortion of the one side and the roof that I think you can sort of extrapolate to the other two conditions. So I say, really push that further.
Yeah. We have time for one last sort of brief comment, if someone has.
I have a comment in that an issue I had, which would actually really would have, I think you have it in you. I see it, is that all of the images are really taken from the mid-ground. I kind of use a photographic and cinematic kind of take on this. And I think it takes away from your knowledge of these materials. And I would have loved to see what it would be like to be close up to glazing and to show the materiality of whatever, the cement, the concrete, that material against glass, and whether it's fog, whether it's moisture, whether in that case, what was it like to touch the hearth We're all talking about what it's like in the bathroom, and all those I think are in there. And I think to go from the diagrams, which are nice because they're very, very implicit as to these phenomena of these materials or the states of water. I think you keep them from too far away and they become average. It would be beautiful if you would have kept them close too. So we go back and forth. You explain what's wool look like. We never see wool within the notion of a tactile realm or the notion of the foot or the notion of something beyond. We don't see the textures of the wool. And yet I know it's in your project. So in some ways, I'm doing some editorial work to your project, but that's good. I mean, so that's what I have to say. I think it's there. You just have to, give it another round. But it would be so convincing because people would just say, "I need this. I want this. Where is it? Can I rent it? Is it on Airbnb?" Yeah, but and that's a testament to your understanding of this in the thesis. So I'll leave it at that.
Here. That's a great comment, Chris. Thank you. Congratulations, Farzaneh.
Here.
All right, so we have our last presentation of this session with Anna.
Hello, everyone. The name of my project is Materiality of Things. In the principle of cladding, Adolf Loos states that every material possesses its own language of forms, and none may lay claim to offer itself to the forms of another material. A critical understanding of materiality and the deliberate manipulation of material characteristics, behaviors, and performativity allow us to achieve sensory alignment with architectural conditions and spatial effects. This thesis explores the importance of material authenticity in multisensory design, to the use of one material, white oak, in all its tectonic expressions, to address a range of programmatic conditions with the aim of achieving sensory resonance and material performativity. I tested my thesis to the design of a senior community center located in California for socially active 65 and older. Senior centers offer opportunities for social interactions, friendship, and emotional support. The oak tree is one of the most widespread and one of the most majestic trees in Northern America. And wood as material is one of the most magnificent materials gifted to us by nature. Since the beginning of time, it has not only given us shelter and protection, but also stimulated our senses. Wood delivers a very unique tactile experience. When we slide our hand over the soft grain, smell the aroma of the wood, and listen to the unique sound while walking over a wood floor, our senses awaken and we feel a strong connection with the nature and the tree it came from. It is the simplicity of the material that speaks its own language. In this project, I wanted to explore the diverse array of tectonic expressions wood has to offer. Starting with the light airiness of veneer that can be bent and backlit, to the playability of the flat sound number, to the determined resilience of the end grain, which wood may possess simply by cutting it at another angle. The layout of the space stimulates social interaction. It converges and intertwines activities like eating, cooking, dancing, or reading into one space. Entering the courtyard, we are immediately immersed into the life cycle of the vegetal world. The tree and planters take center stage here, showing the flourishing qualities of nature, the aromas of the plants filling the space and inviting one inside. Wood plays a central role in this building, and this space is no exception. Here, we are granted an intimate view of our relationship with both the material and the trees it comes from. The walls are covered in recycled oak wood cladding, the horizontal lines drawing our eyes towards the center of the building. The floor, too, is made of wood. We walk over a cobblestone-like surface that is made of end-grain pieces. The closed cellular structure of white oak makes it water-resistant, rot-resistant, and very well suited for outdoor use. The smell of the herb garden, the sound of music and voices from the inside, and the insight into the space through the large glass doors invite us inside to explore it. An American chef once said, "Everything happens in the kitchen. Life happens in the kitchen." The cooking area is the midpoint and the heart of the community center. We are greeted with a large window, which invites the natural environment into the space. In doing so, the exterior is united with the interior. The light monolicity of the cooking environment is balanced by the various dark hues of green outside. The space is designed to promote collaboration. It will be used for cooking classes, social gatherings, or just spending time with each other. The white oak creates an elegantly simple backdrop for these activities. The three islands gather the people around the space. The prep area consists of a large bacha block, which represents the logical progression from our primordial origins. Bacha blocks have been in use as long as humanity has prepared food, and I wanted to reflect this in my design, highlighting an important example of our connection with the material. On the other side of the kitchen, there is a lounging area, featuring a fireplace and sitting areas. The wall panels are treated by a technique used in oak barrel making. It is known as toasting. The wood is treated by high heat and fire to reach the right level of aroma that later influences the bouquet in wine. The different levels of toasting have different shades in the wood. The chairs are upholstered in raw leather, which complements the white oak interior. The raw leather and the wood will oxidize with age, but still keep their natural appearance and character. From the lounge area, we'll enter the library. In the center of the library is a large table below a skylight. The table will be used for computer classes, writing, or drawing activities. The library is unique for its incorporation of the finer elements of wood. Its design recognizes the value of wood found in paper, the knowledge it contains, and its similarity to the material which coats its walls, veneer. The reading nooks are integrated into the walls and have a pull-out table. The skylight above them allows natural light to filter in, allowing each nook to feel personal and intimate while still lighting up the space. Adjacent to the kitchen is the dining room. The room recognizes the flexibility in wood, the fact that while not every tree may be suited to be turned into a piece of dimensional lumber, it still is beautiful in its own right. This room is a celebration of nature's perfect imperfection. The sticks which line the ceiling, seemingly floating as if held by nothing, to the large crack which runs down to the center of the dining table. All demonstrate this principle of sublime imperfection. The contrast between these elements and the simple refinement of lumber creates a unique dichotomy for the eye to explore. Even on a more minute scale, the dichotomy is present. The cracks in the dining table are held together by clean and precise joints, enhancing the strength of the material while still maintaining its visual integrity. The final room is the multi-purpose dance exercise room. It is adjacent to the dining area, but may be physically separated by a pocket door. The room is designed to emulate the interior of a basket woven lantern. The ceiling is made out of basket woven veneer. The walls, too, are covered in a thin layer of veneer and are backlit, allowing a subtle degree of lighting to illuminate the space through them. These lights follow the rhythm of the music and allow people with hearing impairment to see and feel the music. This is also supported by the structure of the flooring, which lets them feel the pulse of the music. The lighting of the space in combination with the natural light, which enters to its two large doors, gives the space a light and airy feeling. As we return to the courtyard, we are reminded of another quote: "Be truthful. Nature always sides with truth." Thank you.
Thanks for that project. I'm going to jump in with something that may be a little bit abstract, but your project and the project before this have sort of made me think about this. I was just reflecting a little bit on, kind of a period of like post-optimization that I think we're kind of entering, with computation and with the kind of engineering age, which I think we're actually departing from, right? All of that, we've engineered solutions, and even though the world is full of problems, it's so informed our way of seeing the world. That is that we see it as problems that we can engineer our way out of, and I think that there's something really interesting about this project, and as I said, the project before it, where it suggests to me a kind of movement of our attention away from that, which is essentially an inheritance from high modernism, I suppose, which as we all remember was so inspired by engineering, right? A lot of the early modernists thought of engineers as their heroes, right? Just getting the thing done and then somehow finding an architectural sort of image of that. And anyway, back to the project, I think there's something, I just really enjoyed the way that you were presenting it, where we would see a space and then you would take us to where the design was for you in that space. And sometimes it was in the treatment of the material, sometimes it was in a surprising acceptance of an imperfection, or where I even thought about the part where you were kind of talking about the toasting of the wood, thinking about how that that's going to lend a certain smell and aroma to the space and everything. Anyway, I don't go on it much more, but I just wanted to sort of say that look, I mean, we've always had projects and talked about the contribution of different sensual experiences, but I just wanted to say that, seeing this project in 2021 to me, brings a different set of reflections. Do you know what I mean? It sort of reminds us that in a way, I mean, this is going to sound a little bit over the top, but I was thinking of it as a kind of like sensual Baroque. You know what I mean? It's not turning to form as the follow-up to a kind of classicism. It's redirecting our attention, which once again is something that we've, recently sort of, that redirection of attention is found in all aspects of our lives now, right? We have to kind of do that. Anyway, I'll stop going on, but I just wanted to signal that type of appreciation. It's a beautiful project.
Thank you.
I'm going to try and be really brief and tag on Tim's and just say, before, so pardon my little bit of autobiography here, but before I moved into architecture and design, I was a potter, and I was a potter for a number of years. And one of the things I took away from, learning what I did about ceramics was just a really, for me, this kind of supreme virtue of craft, and just when all else fails, if you can just deliver a really well-made pot, a really well-crafted vessel for which is both a mirror of your own sensibility and your own respect for the material, and then put it out into the world so that other people access the kind of virtue of the material with you as a kind of lens for that connection. I just want to say your project, just to tag on Tim's, I think there's also a kind of respect both for the material, how the material is used, how the material is detailed, how all the details add up to a kind of experience, sensual, material, ephemeral, acoustic, aromatic, all these things. I think it's a I'm just so glad to be able to say that about a project today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I'll also jump in, and because I think the comments up until now have been really great about your project. And for me, it's interesting because as you went through describing each space to us, it seemed like it was less about a senior center and more about looking at different programs that are just, standard programmatic spaces, but thinking about how the wood finds its way into complementing those programs. So, looking at it through how it supports the kitchen or a reading space, or it finds its way into details from the butcher block all the way up to the ceiling. And to me, that's really where the project is understanding how one material can find its way into supporting all of those areas. And I think there's a lot of, ways of almost saying, well, what are the high priority things in those spaces, or how does this material lend itself to reshape something that we just don't think about, like the ceiling lattice work, where suddenly this material says, well, wait a minute, I can be put into this space in a whole different way that begins to emphasize the kind of collective place where people can gather and treat it more as a space of wanting to be a community center. Like that's what feels like it's supporting that type of program in just by being under one collective ceiling. So that's where I get excited about your project, is looking at it through that lens. And I think as a designer, it becomes a really interesting approach to say, what does it mean to say each project is approached through the research of one material and knowing how it fits into even different programs that you'll be working on at various times. So maybe I'll stop there, but it was really wonderful to see.
Thank you so much.
I have a little different angle on it, and because I don't want to turn the camera on. I'm literally surrounded by hundreds of square feet of raw oak for a couple of projects I'm doing for furniture for Europe. And I guess what I'm going to get to is it's incredibly difficult in terms of skill sets and bringing in a history of craftsmanship that Mitchell harped on, to actually have the materials joined the way you have shown it. And I think one aspect that was maybe misread by you was to show these butterfly joints. And who was the George Nakashima, the Japanese American furniture architect, furniture maker from upstate New Jersey, did these beautiful pieces of furniture, but it was the crudeness and the roughness of the big planks of oak or maple or beech that were connected then with this incredibly smooth and refined joint, the butterfly. And I think that's where the conversation is. It's between those three pieces and the fact that only 2 or 3 people were allowed to actually make the decision as to the space between the planks and then where the butterfly joins. And I thought about that, and it's in that discrepancy. It's in that aspect of nature not making perfect. The joiner makes it. The man's machines make these things perfectly straight. Mm-hmm. And I like the fact that your research got into the fact that when you're doing barrel making, yes, they put the charcoal effect, to enhance the flavor. But I guess that's the aspect of this project. I wanted to see some reality to it. And so someone could actually move through. It might be incredibly sublime that a joint widens out or a technique is created so nothing is perfect. It's impossible to bring wood to that level of connection and perfection because it moves. And like I said, I'm staring at 6 different types of oak in my studio, but there's something about it, like you accept it and then you extend it. I like the program, I have to say. The only retired residence I've seen that's really astounding was in Chur, Switzerland, by Peter Zumthor, which literally you have to it takes your breath away because the level of craft. But then Peter brings that to all of his work. So in that case, I think it's nice to see that this was made for a kind of semi-public audience, which I really think is commendable. That multiple people sense this, and they because of their time, they're going to probably appreciate it. They're going to look at it. Their speed of movement or thought is slightly different, maybe than ours, and maybe that's great. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Maybe just to give the final, I don't know if they're final, but just quick comments before our time is up, respecting your gauntlet dropping, Heather. I think I echo the previous comment that it's an incredibly sort of respectful, restrained, sort of beautifully like sensitized project. I really appreciated that. And I guess maybe one thing I could add to the other comments that have been made is that it was done so well as a study of a material in its multifaceted ways one could deploy the material, and maybe at the scale more at the scale of kind of the intimate. I think that I can't help but find myself as a kind of in the body of an architectural designer, and with that that you presented as being the sort of amazing research, backdrop research, I can't help but think that there's like another layer here somewhere, where each room and in its monolithicity could start to have really interesting spatial and perceptual relationships to one another, like even as a kind of enfilade plan. I don't know. I mean, the space seems to be sort of radiating around a courtyard, but when you showed images where we see through a threshold another space, and I just saw the capacity for leveraging the amount of research and the amount of sort of knowledge you've gained about deploying the material to create environments of monolithicity that might start to then engage with one another in a kind of differentiated way. I mean, that's driving your project in a different direction, but I think that is a kind of that says something, that you've gotten to a point where the material itself and its kind of deployment can enable a very specific sort of outcomes, and that to me is kind of exciting to imagine as a kind of byproduct coming out of the study. So commendable as well.
Thank you so much.
That certainly opens things up and gives you lots of places to go. And I also think, just to sort of build on Chris's comment, it's curious that Zumthor started as a cabinet maker and that informed his architectural career, right? And maybe you do the opposite. You go now and you become a master woodworker for a while and sort of see where that takes you. So that is the end of our first session this afternoon. I want to thank all the critics for their incredibly generous insight and wisdom. It's nice to see all of you. Hopefully we can see each other in the flesh and have a drink soon or something. It's been too long. Yeah, have a wonderful weekend. I'm sure that you're stacked deep in lots of thesis reviews. So.
Good to see you. Good to see all of you.
Congratulations, everybody. It's really fun.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Congratulations, everybody.
please, Megan, go on, and
well,
I can go after.
Well, first of all, I just want to say, Elizabeth, I think it's great that you're looking at a site like this. And I think especially in the current context in San Diego of passing the Complete Communities legislation and trying to get more parks and more locations, especially after COVID and in response. There's a lot of activity right now looking at parks, establishing parks, better parks, parks for everyone, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, I hope that you can use this and you can present it and you can propose it, because if this actually can work, you know, in terms of, you know, I have many questions as well, but if, you know, if this has legs, I think it's really exciting. And I think it's a really promising thing for our city, because we need more parks, and we need more parks in certain parts more than others. So, so I just want to say, like, in terms of a place to start and a place to look, I think it's fantastic. I have some questions though. A lot of my questions initially have to do with access and edges. So much of what you've shown is about the center. And I think I'm so glad to see kind of that aerial view. Where do you enter the site? And I'm talking about like trucks for, you know, pole maintenance and that sort of thing, but I'm also talking about relationships to community. And I know we've talked about before, because, you know, this is the back of all the buildings, right?
Yes.
But how will that change over time? Where do you see insertions happening? And then how, and I think it has to do also, to be honest, the fact that your animation was a linear view, and we started like in it and then just kept going straight and then came back the other way. I didn't get a sense of the edges, and I don't understand how it actually interfaces, because I think that starts to be the most complex and interesting part of it. So I don't know if you want to talk about that a little, or...
Yeah, so to the west end of the site, right along here, this is the Palomar Street trolley station. And there's also a major bus stop here. So this is a major point for people who are traveling north from Chula Vista. So this would be a point where people could really access the pathways and travel inland if they're biking to the trolley station, for instance, to then ride it downtown to work. Okay. So these two ends, so this was the end where you started in the animation, and then this is the other end. So this is Broadway and this is Palomar. So this would really be an opportunity for people to be able to move through the site and move inland.
But because it's so big, what about these dead end streets halfway through? Like, isn't there kind of
these
like
ones?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So there's a couple, most of this in this southern region is industrial, but there are some churches in here, which is kind of interesting in like this industrial zone. You see that occasionally in some areas. But I think that this area to the south of the industrial zone does have opportunity, that the street that dead ends right there and is where this sort of ephemeral zone begins. I think that this could be an opportunity for people from the south to enter the site in this area, and it could be a park that they could take their breaks on if they were at the office working during the week, or if they're having a church event, they could have some sort of party in the open area in the park or something like that.
So have you designed any of those entrances, any of those nodes, any of those cross access? Okay, because I think that's definitely for me. That's my first feeling is you've got to break the edge, and so don't draw it as just a huge long rectangle. It has to have insertion points, and those edges have to be dissolved.
Softer.
Yeah, or figured out, or you know, strategies. Yeah. And I think that's where, like, looking at James Corner's stuff, you know, like he does these long linear parks, but there's always like, where do you insert? How do you insert? And then what's the relationship between the park and the urban condition? And that is just like such a key part.
Yeah, I think it's good that you went first, Megan, because my questions had to do with the site as well, and I was going to ask you, Elizabeth, pretty much about the site and the current condition, because I'm not so familiar with the city of San Diego, of course. But for me also, because I think if what happens with this kind of projects, I've seen some others in some theses from Woodbury in the past, which actually it's like a case study, but it wants to be like exported to other conditions in the city. And I think for that, it's a kind of a paradox, but you have to be super site specific in the case study in order to be able to understand which are going to be the logics and the strategies that you will be applying to other specific case studies. And I think I agree with what Megan said. that for me, I don't know if you have like I don't recall having seen it, like a master plan where we can see with the existing, not really this one. Yeah, well, this, yeah, this is good. That one is good. That one is good. Yeah. Because I think it's also because of the way that it's because of the drawing itself and the technique, but it seems very much like a steel strip which is very disconnected of what's going on, almost like the back part of the parking lots of the back part of the buildings, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it has a lot of qualities on what you are proposing, but if you would be able, you did like a kind of a Kevin Lynch analysis. Of course, you have read the book because you have the quotations, but you've done an analysis of the situation and very much decomposing the elements.
Mm-hmm.
But I think then for me, you as a designer, you have to, because Kevin Lynch was not doing that. He was using that as a tool analysis, but you are designing something. Mm-hmm. So once you have done the Lynch analysis of the situation, then how you describe them, how you design them, how do you craft them to be super site specific so they can be paradoxically exported somewhere else. So I think that's for me where it's key. And you have like your 4 categories and the way that you are producing the buildings. I think in your presentation you could build up your presentation in a way where one things are adding on top of the others, and you arrive to kind of perfect articulation of the whole, because I think that's for me one of the concerns. And the second one has to do with the openness of the final result, and how people can engage and propose activities which are not necessarily planified by you from the very beginning, because what this could be perceived as well is a kind of a very exclusive. Sorry, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna force the adjectives so you get it, but for me it can be like a gentrified urban park with higher classes activities that other people cannot do. You know, so in that sense, the openness that you are aiming for with the quote of Kevin Lynch's quote is very clear. I think it could be perceived in the other way. And I don't know, again, it's like if you become much more site specific, if you become a little bit more specific as well in the kind of openness that you are aiming for, we couldn't get this sense of that we get of the first animation, where everything seems like super clear and all the vegetation is perfectly lined up. Of course, it's the drawing, but the image that you are conveying, it's almost the opposite of what you are saying, because of maybe because of the technique, but also because I think it's not so site specific as it should be, I think.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah, so another question I have, I totally agree. And I also think there's some sort of like, there's some diagrams that are just missing, like in general, maybe about how you're approaching it, you know, from kind of that 50% level, not the super high, not the really like the animation, but in between. There seems to be, and you can keep it at a diagram level, but a diagram with a lot of information. And I feel like right now that's missing. I also think, you know, just in terms of the edges, looking at that, we talked about this before, like, you know, 2 reviews before, where that's not going to be a parking lot and a chain link fence once this park goes in. You know, like the edges are porous already, and they're going to get even more porous. You know, like the buildings will turn around, you know, they will transform the community. So thinking about the time scale of once this happens, then what happens to those edges? Because you'll design them a certain way and then they'll be transformed a different way. So like being the designer to think ahead a few levels. But I would like to talk a little bit about the architecture. How did I thought your section elevation showing the different levels of heights of different things was very interesting, and I think, you know, brings it home the size of these power lines and the range of the power lines. Did this inform your architecture? What informed your architecture? I guess I'd like to talk a little bit more about how it did, if these power lines did, if they didn't, how they did. I guess if you could just describe kind of your process a little bit,
please. Yeah, so within the entire 3-mile stretch, there were a couple different sites that I was originally zooming in on, and there were a couple that I decided I was going to leave more natural and organic. So then with this site, since it was in more of a commercial retail space, I decided that it would be more linear in its design and not so organic in its shape. So that was one of the ways that the site influenced it. I took the lines from the power line, and that was my sort of deciding factor for this linear nature for all of the pathways. So the pathways mimic the lines that are running overhead, so that they're all parallel, and it's just this continuous strip throughout the entire project. And then with the buildings, I wanted them to also be linear in nature rather than like curvilinear, really organic shapes. So that was an influence upon the actual buildings that I created. I did give them a little bit more of different edges, like this one I gave it sort of a butterfly roof just to give it more intrigue and not just be a flat, plain box as it kind of was when I began.
But yeah, I guess that's the thing is like what else is informing that? And also exposed timber like that, it's got to be capped. Like I really hope it's, that's gonna rot and go really bad. I know we have like no rain here, but I'm just saying, yeah. So I mean, exactly like this, the pixelated kind of, mountain house. Where are you pulling from for design inspiration?
For this building, there was some architect that came out with a concept for a building. It wasn't something that was actually going to be built, but it was something that I saw where they had this sort of stepped thing on the corner. And I thought it was a really interesting concept, but they had it out in the middle of nowhere. And I was like, this could be an opportunity for people to interact with the building, and people could climb up there and they could utilize this space. And I thought that was a really fun idea, especially for the concept I had of this being an area for the community that benefits them. This is a building that they could interact with, and they could be able to go up there and use it for parties and events. And if there's a daycare in there, the kids could go climb up the wall during playground time or something. And so that was sort of where I got the idea of the pixelation. And it didn't really exactly relate to any specific site quality when I put it in there. The site is a very flat site. There's not much of a slope to it, as you could see maybe in the aerial image and a couple of the site images that I had.
But that's where, like, doing a landform building like this or a version of this, that's kind of interesting, right? You have recognized the site is very flat. There's not a lot of opportunities for vistas or like larger perspectives onto the community. I mean, that's where like diagramming that out, this is why this has to be in this location. I guess there seems to be a part design thinking process, kind of design diagram information that seems to be missing right now. And maybe it's just me responding to like a finished animation and being like, whoa, where did that come from? Like, I'm not understanding why that building has to be there. And as designers, like, that's what we do. We don't just pull things out of our pockets and like, I like this there. No, there's a reason for it. And so I guess that's where right now I'm missing that.
No, but I think Megan, you're totally right, and I think that's what I was trying to point out when I was saying like you need to design the elements or the categories that you analyzed, that you got, like these meanders, kinesthetic, ephemeral, linger. They seem like 4 things which are laid out together, and they don't actually interact, or they and what the analysis that you were describing, Elizabeth, is actually the mix of the meander and the linger categories that you said, because you've got the meander rise, and then it becomes like this vertical fill. So, and that goes back to this discussion we were having about making these things much more site-specific and everything working together. And I feel like Kevin Lynch is not helping you here, because his work is purely analytical, or dissecting how the city was made and identifying the elements and being able to put them almost like in a lab, one by one. But what you are doing is designing with his own strategy. So I think now it's about mixing them, and maybe the categories are not so clear, because it's what you have. And there was just one thing that I say that Megan said that it's super interesting, is when the buildings are gonna turn the faces back to the inside of the park, that is something that is room for architectural intervention as well, because it's a black box that has no light access. For example, suddenly because it's facing a car park, the day that they will be facing a great lawn with new uses and so on, maybe you can add like an extra volume or an extra facade that I don't know has any other uses. It's like, can you have workshops or workspaces, or can you have even dwellings that actually are taking, they're just plugged into that facade to take advantage of the new situation? Because that could be, again, like a new site specifics and an extra added value for the city to develop these kind of spaces.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in too. I really appreciated what everybody's had to say. A couple of things that came to mind for me is we have these 4 categories that we've spoken about, but one of the things that it feels like very much to me is that everything is sort of destination based. So you're either crossing the entire site to get to the train track, or you're coming to the building, or you're going to the water feature. But that idea of meandering kind of doesn't feel that it exists quite clearly to me. And so maybe that's a factor of that linearity of following the power lines. Another thing that came up for me in my thoughts were how it feels like very additive in every place. Like that building, the landform building, is an additive form, so it creates a topography going vertically, but we're not getting anything in the subtractive sense, which might create more of an undulation in the site and might allow for these pockets or these places to kind of go and meander or have that ephemeral, space where there's shade or difference in light or things like that. So, one of the thoughts that comes to mind, or a project that comes to mind for me, is Maya Lin's Vietnam Memorial, where it has that linearity, but then there's this change in planar sort of elevation and different experiences, but you have these lines to follow, but you have a space to move through and have a different experience as well.
Okay. Can I ask, Elizabeth, how loud are the power lines?
I don't notice any noise when I'm on the site. Like I've heard several people, like I remember in the last review, like Endo mentioning that people play like Ouija boards next to them because they think that the electrical power like calls spirits or something like that. But when I've gone out and visited the sites, I don't notice any noise from them. Like there might be some next to the little like transformer boxes that are.
Oh, okay. I know
like
having
this, but yeah, like
okay.
the lines don't really make any noise.
Really? Okay, because I know it, like hiking in the Cascades in Washington, you hike under the power lines and you can hear
the buzz.
Yeah, the buzz. And that's where I was looking at that fountain. I was like, how cool would that be? You overlay that onto your animation, the sound of the power lines, then you attenuate it with something else, I mean, thinking about kind of the whole, idea of being in that space, what that would be like. I will say in terms of shade, that's another thing in San Diego, and especially in certain neighborhoods in San Diego, we do not have shade, and we need shade and the heat island effect. And I really like seeing the idea of like this canopy that runs across, and that could have integrated lights and shade. And then you say that it's for the bike path. So, does the bike path need the shade?
I figured like it does get pretty warm during summer, so I was like, if you're riding your bike, it might be nice to have a section where you've got some shade that you're riding in instead of just sitting in the blazing sun while you're jogging or running.
But so that's also something though, like overall, like in terms of the diagram of how you're approaching this palette, where do you need more shade? Because I imagine there's going to be a lot of time during the year that space, that green space between the bike path and the meander path will not be used. Everyone will be huddled against the wall and under the trees, so.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So I love that you're looking at native plants, but then it's that next level of, okay, now seasonally, what do we need from this park? What's important for the neighborhood? What doesn't the neighborhood have as well?
Yeah, I would have liked to see the native plants, like you said, kind of take on more of a role. I like the linearity and sort of perception. I think it's interesting to kind of walk through it and see all these different elements and different feelings and verbs that you use to describe it. But I think something that would be interesting is to have something that I like in public green spaces is spaces that you feel like you can claim and hang out for longer. Like you have some seating, but if I was going to just come with some friends and spend an afternoon, or if I'm taking a lunch break and I just want to find a secluded spot to sit by myself, I'm not going to be drawn to the collective seating area. I'm going to want to find a little nook or a little space. And I think the green spaces between your procession paths would have been a nice space to explore that. And I think planting could have
created more secluded areas where people can sort of sit and have an experience without being just out in the open.
Definitely, and an ability to deviate from the procession, because especially if you're local to the area and you're using the space often, you're going to kind of get the gist of the procession after you've been through a few times. But it's nice to like still feel like there's places to discover, or places that you can kind of, or you might find a favorite spot or something. So I think there's as a secondary sort of means of experiencing the space would be interesting.
All right. Well, thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing that. I, like kind of Marco before you with his atypical approach to a thesis or an architectural thesis. I also commend you for going after such a large site with so many kind of constraints and stakeholders, and like doing your best to just lay out a number of clear design strategies and then find areas where you can design at a more architectural scale. It's not an easy feat when things are so big. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so up next we have Kaylee Cornejo. Oh, Marcos is going to be leaving us. Marcos, thank you for sticking around. We know you're 8 hours ahead. It must be
always a pleasure.
You're always game for the late evening.
Yes. I would like to stay longer. It's always nice to share this with you from the distance. But 9 hours more from Europe, it's what it has. So I'm almost falling asleep now. But congratulations to all the students and to you guys as well for the effort of putting this thing together despite the circumstances.
Thanks so much, Marcos.
Best of luck to everyone.
Nice
Bye-bye.
Night and a good Sunday tomorrow.
Thank you. Talk to you soon. Bye, David.
Hey, David. This is Marcel. You cannot see me because I'm having troubles in my camera, but I'm here. Sorry to be late. I'm having technical problems all the time, so I'm sorry to be late, but I'm here now. And you cannot see, but at least I can see the projects and I can be part of it.
Great. So everybody, Marcel Sanchez is here. Did this year's group of students have Marcel before? Yeah. Okay, great. So no need for an introduction with Marcel.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, Marcel, this project is for you.
Okay.
You guys can hear me fine. Sometimes I have some mic issues. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kaylee Cornejo. My thesis takes on the concept of health and care in the design of an urban hospital for urban needs. So how can spatial and programmatic design provide health, hygiene, and nutrition while simultaneously alleviating the economic impact of homeless healthcare? I believe that if a hospital can expand its program typologies through easily accessed spatial design, it can better serve its local homeless community and reduce medical needs. Today, we are exploring the design of an urban hospital that provides non-traditional support amenities for the local homeless population to promote health, hygiene, and nutrition through programs, structure, and the blending of natural and built spaces. The aim is to encourage homeless individuals to utilize the site for non-emergency purposes in hopes of improving homeless health and thus reducing the need for emergency services and the economic strain on the hospital. My focus is the ground floor, as it is generally the initial point of entry, the most easily accessed and the highest trafficked, and thus the most convenient. One vital element of the design lies at the site's entry. The orchard is the encouraged route for pedestrians for its beauty and for what it provides. It offers a variety of fruit trees from guava to peaches to avocado, work opportunities, vegetable and herb gardens, and outdoor cook sites for nutrition, relaxation, and socialization. Blending the natural and built spaces, the orchard and hospital structure are organized on a grid, playing on the vertical elements of both and using this directionality, to connect the dichotomy of organic and geometric. In order to provide this blend, light wells had to be punctured through the upper hospital to ensure sunlight reaches the trees below. This is the only alteration in design of the upper levels and solely for the purpose of serving the ground floor. Moving into the built space, new support programs are these are some vignettes of showing what could be happening. So the light well showing coming from above to the trees below. Moving into the built space, new support programs are incorporated to help with homeless needs, including a market, storage, laundry, and public restrooms and showers. These show moments within the spaces and how they can be used. Working our way in, the pharmacy was specifically designed for the easiest of access from the main lobby and emergency room, as we'll see later on, with the idea that individuals and patients will visit the pharmacy for their medical needs out of convenience. I also wanted to highlight the thresholds of spaces in different programs in terms of circulation. The final program is the emergency room, as it is the main destination for homeless patients today. There is a dual emergency and pharmacy waiting room designed for convenience and encouraging use. A patient belonging storage space was also added to care for patient items as they are admitted. This interior view shows the uses of the medical program on a daily basis, along with the play of natural light pouring into open air divided spaces. The relationships between the programs are interlocked yet independent, and the arrows on the diagram highlight the entries and thresholds between the main spaces. This is also represented here in a linear way to show the connected programs and elements. So starting in the orchard and moving in, this would be the structure of the storage and public restrooms and showers into the cafe and then lobby, and then the emergency room on the northern side. Zooming out is the immediate surrounding context. The site is the UCSD Hillcrest Medical Campus. On the Hillcrest Canyon Mesa overlooking Mission Valley, it is located in the residential area of the Hillcrest neighborhood in San Diego, California, and is a major facilitator of homeless medical care in the city. Moving back in time to its origin, the hospital was built in 1904 as the county hospital with the main purpose for the treatment of the indigent workers for the Mission Valley Poor Farm. UCSD bought the site in 1980 under the condition that it maintains its responsibility for the care of the San Diego's indigent and underserved. The campus is currently undergoing a major demolition and rebuild due to seismic regulations, which is what I am piggybacking off of. Here is their vision. And this is my vision. From the beginning, the underlying concept was to change the way and how that homeless individuals go to the hospital. Changing the hospital from the last resort to a daily destination can sidestep multiple problems in terms of both health and economics. The concept evolved over time to blend the hospital's original purpose with its modern context and the dichotomy of the natural and organic with massing, structure, and program. And that is what I believe my design attempts to do for the UCSD Hillcrest Medical Campus and what it can do for urban hospitals and homeless everywhere. Thank you.
Okay, so since I just got in here and I'll start in a way. I think I like that something about that studio that we had like a few years ago, like it was about homeless. Remember, like that was the studio, and I really like that. There's something about how to create this kind of housing. It was that, but we remember. I don't know. Do you remember we talked about at that time that there's different stages of how the homeless go through the process and what is the sequence of that stage, and there's different kind of characters, different kind of ways of addressing them. And I see your project, and I see there's something that you're telling me that there's the ground, the spaces that are being articulated there, and then going to the inside. But I would like to know how your thinking is the process, how your design is one that is helping in that process. One, maybe. The other one is that a little bit more clear, why do you think the pairing up of the hospital is the appropriate one? Because I see you're trying to understand it. There is something now that is incorporated as an infrastructure. And now, how do you think more in particular the design of your proposal of your design is handling these conditions? What is the design as a more particular element that you're saying? Design in my project is really working in this way? How is it really trying to do that?
The design using the orchard as the initial like point of entry for like pedestrians kind of brings people in. So trying to encourage the homeless population to use the site to come for the free fruit, free vegetable gardens, like free cooking spaces, socialization, and then also in the built space, the laundry amenities, the market.
Is there a drawing that you can show us how that really works? Because I think that you went in one moment you said this is the vision of the hospital and this is my vision. And in that moment I wanted to say, okay, here's going to be clear what is their vision and what is your vision.
I can go back to that. So
But
this
it was not
they're proposing.
right. But here, okay, so we have a new vision, but I cannot really, I can see that there's a different configuration of the space as a green area. What is the new vision you're saying? And maybe in this drawing, we need to say the new vision, the new parameters, the new kind of ways that design can really create a new vision and work in this thing. Maybe here you need to kind of highlight those moments and tell us what are they doing and how they're really kind of framing that. Right? Because it's, and then I will question: is it the top view the best way to kind of tell us that this is a new vision? Is it really a site map like that?
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's where I mean, I'm wondering about number 21, I think, where you have the floor plan. But, you know, is there a drawing that then also blends the exterior and interior? Because I think that's just the interior floor plan. Or not 21. Sorry, not 21, but one of your other ones. Sorry, Kaylee. Maybe it was earlier, where you had all the intersecting pieces.
Oh, wait, what is the diagram?
But I don't know if that includes also the exterior. It doesn't. So it, okay. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see like what the what it would have been, like what this is a response to, like what the alternative was, because this is your design.
Yeah. So the in response, so the UCSD has a long range development plan, but there's not a lot of information on it, so I kind of had to conjecture.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Marcel. I'm a little confused. It jumped, and I guess yeah, there needs, I don't know, I'm not seeing the drawing where that kind of explains it, where, you know, it shows the exterior spaces, it shows the interior spaces, because you're trying to blend, you know, that's kind of what your idea is you're taking over the ground plane and you're blending interior, exterior, all these access points and thinking about it in a more holistic sense. At least that's how I felt like it was presented. And right now I'm not, yeah, it's.
I think, sorry, I think what I say, because for me it's similar to Megan in that sense, but I'm trying to understand the different stages in the sequence. In a hospital, there's some really important factor how sequence of movement of people go into the hospital, how people are different people are being treated differently, and there are different ways of flow to the hospital. And then you're bringing another variable, which is the homeless, and they also have a different sequence of how to kind of move to the and that's a challenging polemic for a problem you're talking about, saying how the hospital, the ground, you're problematizing the ground, which is what you're doing, saying the ground is one of the key factors of how to move it. And then the word you're talking about, care, which is interesting. It's a really interesting word that sadly more and more people are talking about. And even Isaskun Chinchilla, with her new book, hopefully it's translated to English, but it's really interesting, the city of care, right? And then when she talks about city of care, it's about how these designs, the idea that design is a critique to the design, that men has dominated the design, and things are being not designed like in a more kind of caring way, and how to kind of be more accessible. And so for me, I think it would have been nice to kind of really unpack the hospital and kind of criticize the hospital in the ways that you can say how it's not being designed. Maybe if you can think that it was designed with care, but it's not. It's more like a something that is being designed more engineering, kind of just to kind of get people kind of function, but there's no really relationship how to kind of understand more as a care system. Maybe that could have been a way to kind of really unpack the building first, criticize the way that you're saying how the building it needs to be have a better kind of connection of care and sensibilities and kind of relationship to the kind of humanizing a little bit more, and then saying that could also kind of fall back to what could be the new sequence that you're trying to approach. What I'm saying at the end is that these sequences that you're going to construct between what the hospital is, the homeless, and the vision or the lens you're trying to construct it as a system of care or as a way of understanding care, and then you need to kind of create your own drawings. Sometimes a section, a floor plan, or these things, they are the way we represent things, they are not enough. So we need to kind of construct our own way of constructing the way you need to tell us the story. So what I'm trying to say is that what type of drawing do you need to kind of create? Is it a fusion between a section and perspective, or a diagram where you have a section and then creating kind of ways of understanding the care? I think it would be nice to kind of show some sort of how your methodology, the process of discovering or process of understanding the safe space could have kind of helped you to kind of unpack these moments of intervention in your project. Sorry, I took so much time in explaining these things, but I hope I didn't confuse you. I might have.
Well, no, I think all of it is really valuable. I think because I want to kind of work on this still for my portfolio. So all of this is great, good stuff.
I wanted to jump in real quick, and so from my understanding of the project, it's very much about sort of the providing extra resources and services to the homeless. But a question that came up for me was, what happens when they're done? Where do they go? Do they linger? Do they have encampments nearby? How would we handle that? And what is your thoughts about how to do that?
Honestly, in UCSD, and a lot of people may not like it, but I say, why not let them hang out in these spaces? I mean, obviously it's something that people might not like, especially in a residential area. But I mean, in my opinion, working through this whole semester was they're out all scattered around the city. And if they had one place to go to where they had care and just sanitization and hygiene and like resources, they would stay there. And if anything happened to them, obviously it would theoretically improve their health. But if anything did happen, they're already at the hospital.
So I guess the question for me is about shelter. So when they're staying in the site after they've utilized the resources, is the thought that you're kind of going towards like, oh, they could just stay and sleep there? And if that's the case, are they sleeping under a tree? Are they setting up a tent? Are they building some temporary structure themselves? And again, there's going to be the political kind of struggle with a neighborhood like the residents nearby. Also, the challenges of any place that's kind of a congregation of people that are homeless, whether it's the different kind of challenges that come with that, like the mental health, drug addiction, or all the things that kind of influence or create that dynamic or situation for them individually. So it's like, is it long-term care? Is it long-term resources, or is it just this passing through? Even if the temporary idea is, a couple of days or a week or is there like, how do we implement a program or a system that then starts to work towards housing them or things like that? So that was what came up for me.
Well, one main portion of the UCSD's plan is these are residential towers, and I ultimately, at the beginning of the semester, wanted to kind of take those over and use that as a site. But then later on, I thought, what if I converted it into, or at least one of the towers, into housing for the homeless, which could obviously still be an option and something to explore.
I mean, I think what Mike just mentioned kind of brought up to me is that the plan, and I know it's because this is like a site on a bluff, right? It's overlooking, you know, the Mission Valley, et cetera. But I guess what I'd like to see is a diagram of where the other services are in the area in Hillcrest. Like, where are they? Because this is not a standalone piece. Like, this isn't going to do everything for the community, nor should it do everything for the community. You know, it's part of many things that work together. And I think the idea of, you know, they're scattered throughout the county. Well, yes, but strategically, right? You know, someone does, yeah, you are where you are because of what is available to you there, the perceived safety, the perceived, you know, you won't be bothered, you know, so it isn't random. And so I guess I would like to see, you know, a little bit zoomed out a little bit of like, where does this connect to? What is the path along the way? What is the bus that everyone's taking, you know? And I think I mentioned in my last, you know, time I saw this was that, like, living in Seattle, you live on Capitol Hill, you go past the hospital where everyone does their methadone clinic, and then you go down to Pioneer Square, you know, you're on the bus with, there's a network of places where people start during the day and they finish their day. And I'm sure that you are plugging this into a system and a community that already exists. So I guess, you know, seeing how that lays out and how this is an opportunity to kind of expand it into one reach, like, you know, expand it more into one location maybe. But how does that work, I guess, is my question. And then also I just have to say that, like, I've only been to a hospital when I've been in labor, but there are serious, like, access issues and security issues to access points in hospitals because of all of, you know, things that happen, people that come in and people that try to take things away. And so, you know, when looking at that access diagram more and more, you know, maybe from the homeless perspective, yeah, that all makes sense. But as someone who would want to also use the hospital who is not homeless, the number of access points would probably be a big problem.
Yeah.
And you go, that's what I was saying, Megan, before going to the different access of how that's a big problem, how we have different access. And I think that I will try to kind of focus how big of a problem you want to kind of work with. And I think that that's, for me, kind of the scope of your project is that accessibility in different kind of ways of access. And then architecturally, I go back to architecture because sometimes we can talk about all the complexities, the social implications, but we need to kind of hone it down into what is the architecture you want to kind of really focus, and what architecture can do at that realm. And I think that's what I'm trying to say. Is this the problem of accessibility in different ways, and then trying to kind of support homeless people, and at what range we're going to work with homeless people. So you have a problem of security, accessibility to the hospital, to everybody, and then to the homeless. That's it. In my opinion, if you focus into those two areas and saying how can we work with that design in that problem, instead of trying to bite so much, I think it would have focused, and then we can see an architectural piece that starts to kind of try to see how can that we work. And you refocus it more. And we see the saying, yes, these are the 4 stages that homeless people go. This is where it can be treated. This is the way that this corner or this area can work. We can make it happen. The hospital can work still if we do this. And you answered it specifically. This is a way the hospital can work, really can still work, because if we do it this way, it functions, it works, it creates great spaces, it creates the way that people can do these things, and not try to kind of create all the others, because it's going to be very, very, very complex.
Yeah, that's something that I've wanted to do, and I think I'm still going to work on this to try and kind of like hash that out.
Yeah. Sorry if I go back. I think that's what I've tried to talk about, it really more trying to unpack the main critical things of the hospital, the things, And then how do you kind of work with those unpacking of those projects? And then these architectural pieces, if they are in the ground, they're prioritizing the ground, prioritizing the edge of the entrance, how maybe kind of leads into the inside. And I will go then how these pieces, like I was saying before, we know that homeless people, there are different types of homeless people, there are different treatments for homeless people, and needs to be addressed. That needs to be addressed.
And that's where just like I automatically think that maybe it's not all the same building. You know, you've got a whole collection of buildings, you know, I mean, like that there can be these different locks or these different, you know, concentric circles kind of diagramming of like, okay, if this happens, you end up here and it has this sort of security. But if it's not that issue and it's some other issue, then it actually happens 2 buildings over, but it maintains sight lines. You know, you still can have this kind of campus large planning, but maybe it isn't all the ground floor of the same building. I don't know.
Okay. That is something to explore.
I think something that could be interesting is seeing how this space, this program could create ongoing relationships with the people that are accessing it too, and especially potential for preventative care or things like that, where people can kind of come back and it can actually help them along their lives instead of just necessarily, you know, being like a place to come when you have to go to the ER or whatever. So I think there's some, and how can the people accessing it find some sort of ownership over it, and how can they feel like they can make it their own in that way? Interesting.
Then just last, sorry, I'm just the last thing I think that that I go back to architecture in the sense of that what we're talking about, the architecture is really hard because for me, honestly, I'm teaching thesis also. It is really hard sometimes for students, and I'm having the how to kind of hone it into architecture, and we are dealing with these social problems and all this, and then how to deal with architecture, how to bring it back. And I have some students also that they're having a hard time to kind of come back to architecture, and I think it would be beautiful to think about your design, that your methodology, your aspect you're trying to work with, the methodology of design, how to deal with this. And I think you had moments there, you were talking about a skylight punching into the building that I see on the top, and then you're talking about these kind of trellises, and then you're talking about these kind of spaces. I think that if we can talk about these pieces, of what are the architectural moves that trying to work with this, more specifically in saying how they're performing for this kind of type of project, I think we can do that. And that happens. I know thesis sometimes is really challenging. It's a very challenging because suddenly we're trying to kind of cover so much, and then we lose it. We're talking about architecture in a thesis project. I mean, it's more like the issue of the social, political conditions that we lose that notion, the architecture in itself. And trust me, I have the same, is difficult. I know, just as a recommendation, I know, and it's always hard. And even in your future, what I'm trying to say is that think about the architecture. Think about how architecture has the power to do this, and how can we translate it into architectural terms. And that's really hard to do. And it's something I battle all my time in my practice also when I try to do kind of social projects, that we need to kind of come back to this. Yes, architecture has a value to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I did struggle throughout because it's such, I really like the concept, but bringing it back architecturally was a struggle like throughout the process.
Right.
But I think, you know, I like, you know, I commend you, Kaylee, for thinking beyond the building, though, you know, and sometimes as architects and as students, we don't do that. And I actually would encourage you to think even more beyond the forest, you know, like onto the street, onto that next level. Because, yeah, I mean, all of it can be dealt with. And, you know, I heard this great lecture by Amanda Levy last week. And, you know, she got a museum commission in Portugal. And the first thing she did was say, okay, we need a bridge over the train tracks to get to the museum. Like, I'm not even going to deal, like, my site is bigger than what you say it is. You know, so I mean, and that's true because it wouldn't work if there wasn't an access point, like no duh, you know, obviously. But, you know, that wasn't part of the brief. You know, she extended the brief and it's about access and having to go out and thinking about the urban, the landscape, the building. And so I, you know, I commend you for doing that. And now it's almost like, okay, now further, at least in my perspective, okay, further, because this edge that you now have is not the edge. Like there is more. And maybe it just comes down to diagrams and thinking about it urbanistically and then moving in and then going back out. But I commend you for, you know, just starting with the landscape, the exterior, moving in and saying that, you know, that they are connected and they are related. And so, yeah, it's very complex, but I commend you for how you're going about it. And I just think more, further, out.
Thank you. I will dive deeper.
One little thing that came up as we were talking about access is, have you thought at all about there being resources that sort of aren't managed by the facility, or you don't have to go through a gatekeeper, so to speak? So like, you know, is there services like possibly like showers or laundry services, those kinds of things, to get more specific in the program, where those kinds of humanizing opportunities can happen without having to go through a sort of a bureaucratic process or a formal process of how to get you know, access to different places. And then the other part to me is, you know, we're Megan was talking about it, but you know, there is this sort of challenge with intermingling different populations. So other people that are coming to the hospital for, say, to give birth or other kind of things, and then there's this community of the homeless, and are they crossing paths? And if so, is that going to lead to, let's say, the housed public coming to the place and then feeling less safe or less willing or reluctant to start to use that facility? And then how does that deteriorate the whole concept?
It absolutely does. Obviously there's always a stigmatization around homeless and anything related. People often, like, they're gonna feel uncomfortable when like hygiene, mental health, like something that you're not used to, obviously is gonna make you uncomfortable, and it definitely can. But I think starting this process, for me, it was more like, then they have other places they can go if they do feel uncomfortable, because there's not a whole lot of places specifically for the homeless populations. So I mean, it sounds a little like crude, but
I think that's a good point though, Kaylee, because I mean, I don't know you as a young woman, but me as a young woman, if I'm in some sort of pain, I need the ER, and there's an older man walking towards me talking to himself, like I've been in that situation, you've probably been in that situation. How do you feel about needing to access, getting the help you need? So I think that's a really legitimate point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that's unfortunate, but very real. And on both sides, like, there are valid points on both sides. But I'm focusing on, I would love it if everybody, like, if it were a perfect world and everybody felt comfortable to be around everybody. But realistically, like, moving forward, if this were to actually be brought into real life, I don't know how many like housed people would initially come if this became a hub for the homeless.
But that's where you as a designer, you know, like, there are great tools and there's great books, Feminist City as an example of like, what lighting can you do? Yeah. What sight lines can you do? I mean, there are some basic things that can be done that are not often done in urban spaces. So I think then that's your challenge. Yeah. You know, it's not to say, sorry guys, you know, you have a flesh wound, but you can't go to the ER because you think someone's going to hurt you on the way. You know, it's really for you as a designer to be like, okay, how do I deal with this challenge? Absolutely. That is a challenge we all deal with and we all need to deal with. Absolutely.
I think that's a layer that could be explored.
Yeah, that's what I go back to. I was saying design. This is where design can create a process of dealing with those issues, right? We're talking about accessibility. We're in this only one, but I think we can say, well, how do you going to kind of choreograph, right? Choreograph this series of sequences of people in that space and prioritize in the ground. How you're going to kind of design a wall, a screen, a canopy, a way of dividing, not dividing, uniting, right? These things are going to be spatially contested, right? They're spatially attributed. They need to be inhabited. And so in this moment, you're constructing these ways of contesting how these spaces are being constructed. This is where design comes about. And that's what I think that Megan asked you to kind of go further. I would say for my period of time, Megan, if I disagree, but I would say focus into something, like choose your battles a little bit and to kind of say, hey, I'm going to focus this area. And then if you focus that one and you know how it works, then you say, well, I can bite up, I can go even further on the other ones, right? Or go to the other one and then go to the closer. But for me right now, I think it was a little bit of too much of everything, but not really develop more carefully one or two that you're really more in control. And that's what I think is missing here. That you needed to kind of realize more specific to 2 or 3 things and then designing those things more thoroughly.
Specialization.
I don't know if specialization in this case, but I don't know if it is specialization, but it's more like trying to focus 1 or 2 ideas, and then you see how far you develop those ideas, and then you can see, well, I can branch out, I can expand more, or the other way around. I think it needed a little more careful thought on certain aspects of your design, so you can really kind of grab it a little better.
Thank you.
Well, Kaylee, that was a good, wide-ranging series of comments, and I will kind of emphasize Marcel's, I don't know, just the kind of attitude he gave, which is really like a perennial question with the thesis project, which is how do you define the bounds of the thesis in light of it being for a bachelor's of architecture? That's not an easy thing to do, right? So it's up to each student to define where their scope is going to go, and that's what we do as architects every day. So it's an important lesson to learn and continue to learn, and similar to the past two, I admire that you took on not only a complex building type, which we didn't get into that, but just a complex issue that's homelessness on a site that is urban with all these different things. You took on a lot. So I just want to say I admire that and well done.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your comments.
All right, so next up, we have a couple students left, which we're definitely excited for. And coming up next right now is Alan Nani Reyes. I don't know if there's other jurors who maybe have joined in the interim, but if you have, let us know. Definitely want to say hi and welcome you. All right. Okay, so Nani, please take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nani Reyes. Today's presentation is going to be in a video format, so I'll be sharing that. But in the chat, I put a link to the direct video if you guys want to watch that separately. And then I also added a PDF with thumbnails for your reference at the end. 1 sec here. So without further ado, enjoy.
fun today? Are you all right?
Well, good that you got Sam. Is it a calculator?
Off somewhere fun today? Are you all right?
Have you seen this epic fail? What's that like? Have you seen this epic fail?
Somewhere fun today? Are you all right?
Is it a calculator? Sorry, did you say? I thought you were a professional. Are you okay? How can I help? I'm autistic, and sometimes I get too much information.
Greetings. I am the Martian ambassador.
These Earthlings are a curious bunch. Their buildings arise out of their brains, and like the brain sheltered by their bodies, they spend an average of 87% of their existence in buildings. And yet, know relatively little about the interaction of the two and its effect on neurosensory. I wonder how their built environment affects the neural activity inside their brains. Maybe I can give them evolutionary ideas, cognitively marshalling the information necessary to design archetypical buildings.
Well, you see, Martian man, we Earthlings only understand autism through the medical assumptions, as a medical condition, a disorder, a tragedy. My generalist assumption about autism is that it creates deficits in social interaction, communication, sensory processing, repetitive behaviors and routines, delayed motor skills, extreme emotional outburst, hyper-obsessed, and unadaptable to their environment.
That's the old way of thinking.
Pardon me again, Doc, but just what did you mean by that crack about the...
The old way of thinking. First off, think of autism like this. Like the world is an American outlet and you're a foreign plug. Wants to fit, should fit, but just can't. Needing an adapter. We both experience sensory overload from mild to extreme, affecting a person's visual, auditory, smell, touch, and motor skills. An alternative way of thinking of autism is through the neurodiversity paradigm, which describes autism as a part of the range of natural variations in human neurological development. It's just a different way of thinking, duh. And although you may not be able to see it, I am disabled too. I'm not disabled by my autism though. I am disabled by my environment. You were taught to use the medical model of disabilities to think of autism. This model assumes that disability is an individual problem. It places disability within the disabled person, within me. I am concerned that our educational system is failing to stimulate and educate the visual and pattern thinkers in classrooms. As you can see here, current classrooms separate neurotypical and neurodiverse children, placing them in cramped, dimly lighted, non-interactive, over-materialized spaces, suppressing a child's natural sense of curiosity and exploration. Like Dr. Temple Grandin says, you have got to keep autistic children engaged with the world. You cannot let them tune out. As you may know, some of the stereotyped behaviors exhibited by autistic children are also found in zoo animals who are raised in a barren environment. We must ask ourselves, do we want our children to learn organically or based on assumptions?
Where would we even begin? What would disabled architecture look like? And how could that create an engaging and developmentally supporting space for neurodiversity? And where?
You start by using a spectrum of methodologies. First of which beginning to implement neurosensible qualities to current A.D.A and building standards. Why should it only help people with physical disabilities? And secondly, stop assuming. And start watching and asking. Start observing and listening to a child's pattern of behavior. It's a reflection of the unique way the child is processing sensory information from the environment. Incoming sensory information is organized and integrated by sensory processing networks in the brain, which are intimately connected to networks that plan and execute motor output based on association and keywords. Think of it like Googling dog. You'd be bombarded with thousands of images and sites in milliseconds. That is how my brain works. Let's take a cruise down to San Diego. There's a site surrounded by the Justice League, cops, furry friends, animal shelter, and smelly businesses, commercial stores. A site of 5 buildings, representative to the 5 senses, where you could apply the spectrum of design methodologies.
Wouldn't it be enough to replace the material, filtering light and sound to prevent sensory overload?
Hear what I hear.
You could, but you'd still be part of the problem, lazy. Neuroscience research shows that proper sensoromotor integration creates a foundation of stability and predictability in a child's experience of the outside world. These networks are, therefore, fundamental to social-emotional development and self-regulation. To better interconnect the sensory networks, you must learn how to make a disabled building that is the combination of different building and schooling techniques, provoking active stimulation through hands-on learning, teaching practical problem-solving skills, desensitizing sensory overload through non-typical comfortability. Reframing the issue in terms of tactile information to protractile philosophy. The biggest problem with the human language is that it covers up sensory-based thinking. The real universal language is based on learning by specific examples. Children should be working on projects, crafts, and playing games that are based on self-directed activity, hands-on learning and collaborative play. Where the rules and duties are negotiated, valuable social skills are taught, all within a mixed classroom of neurotypical and neurodiverse children alike, so that both typical and atypical children develop a better understanding of one another's needs through shared accommodations. And remember this. Our thinking is associative and not linear. Yes. Yes, it is logical. The most logical schooling typology for this design approach is a collage of Montessori and public schools, in which children make their own creative choices in their learning while well-trained teachers offer age-appropriate activities to guide the process, yet be free to all children no matter disability or social class. This school is formed by the needs of those with autism, providing the thoughtful spaces essential for social and societal flourishment. Giving the freedom to learn and develop their own sensory processing for comfortability. We all learn, some of us just learn at a different pace. Just as architects learned in the 20th century that there exists no universal building that works well everywhere, neuroscience has recognized that, as one researcher put it, there is no universal brain. Culture and context matter, and how we think and feel reflects the environments in which we develop. While we still have a rudimentary understanding of that relationship. In an era in which sensors wrap our bodies and our buildings, we have to begin to gather data about the physiological and cognitive effect, good and bad, of every structure. And begin the necessary inclusion and implementation of neurodiversity in our current building standards and practice. The way we ought to be looking at autism is through the social model of disability. In this model, disability happens when a person's environment does not cater for their individual characteristics. In the social model, don't refer to people with a disability like it's their loud chihuahua. Instead, use the word disabled as a verb. Disabled is something that's being done to me. I'm actively being disabled by the environment around me.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge today, thank you for watching the Archetypical Guide to Universal Design, Autism Spectrum.
Hi, I'm James P. Friel. And I'm Dean Holland. It's time to fact.
Sorry about that. Autism spectrum disorder affects 17% of children, myself included. This is a personal topic as many of others with ASD are often subject to stigma, discrimination, and human rights violations, making us feel like aliens. Access to services and support for people with ASD is inadequate, and at a smaller scale, public schools are often not equipped to provide that extra aid for children in a timely form. The built environment in which we currently roam treats people with physical disabilities as a nuisance and fails to address the needs of people living with mental disabilities. What I am presenting is the necessity of change to ADA and a universal design approach, in which architecture becomes the early intervention of aid and as an engaging and developmentally supporting space, becoming beneficial to both neurodiverse and neurotypical individuals. As said before, individuals living with ASD are faced with stigma and discrimination. And for that reason, I am encouraging the necessary conversation that has largely been ignored and seen as taboo. Mental disability may not be seen on the outside, but it is in the details. Thank you.
Thanks, Nani. I have so many questions. Can I ask, just first of all, I mean, I'm only somewhat familiar with universal design. Like I know what it is. I've read kind of like the tenets of it. Do you have a critique of universal design? Like in part of this study that you're doing, is there aspects of it that you don't think go far enough? Are there aspects of it that you think are just not being applied? What is your kind of take on what is currently written up as universal design?
To me, universal design right now is just kind of focusing on the physical and visually impaired, not the mentally impaired. So it's more of a sense of space that it's not creating properly or giving the code to say, hey, you need to build this extra space, especially for children in elementary schools. You're gonna have tantrums. You need to give them a little cave essentially to go and calm down. It's just a necessary thing. It's universal. This is in every school. So we just need to redefine our universal design to include mental disabilities now.
So even like the universal design, out of North Carolina, like even those guidelines you're saying are not including things beyond physical,
It doesn't feel like it. It feels like the bare minimum.
Okay. Because then what I'd be curious is like, what are those guidelines? Like if you were to adapt the universal design guidelines from, I forget what University of North Carolina, who has it, or someone back there. What?
I'm not too sure.
I forget. One of the universities is kind of the holder of universal design, or like looking at like the EU, their kind of building requirements, as they call it, universal design. It'd be interesting, to get the perspective of like, okay, so those are if that was the starting point, if we actually designed to universal designs guidelines that are recommended, and then what you would add on to that, or what, if you were thinking about from this perspective instead, like what would you add on to it? And then, I don't know, maybe I'm too scientific, but thinking about then the cost, like the then coordination of like, okay, so let's look at like deaf space, or let's look at another kind of form of, disability, if you want to call it disability, that is, currently being like researched and worked on, and what overlaps there are. I don't know. I guess I just have many questions about like, okay, so what would those guidelines be, and how would it also be like designing for those spaces would actually be, like you say, like design for everyone. It's not, it's not about designing for a specific group. It's about designing more holistically so everyone is a part of it. There's not a group that's left out, someone that's not left out. Because I know, like, deaf space, for example, I guess I know most about deaf space because my husband's parents are both deaf. actually the tenets of deaf space is good space for everyone. It's wider corridors, it's good lighting so you can actually see faces, like there's aspects to it that, if we all design schools, for example, in like a deaf space perspective, it benefits like everyone. It's just better design.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'm interested in overlaps and anyway.
Can't really think of them off the top of my head right now.
Okay, no worries.
Nani, I think that I see you're very linked to this topic, and I appreciate that you're kind of have a very kind of strong relationship to it, and even you having that strong relationship. What better way that you can kind of tell us what things you have gone through that have worked, and you can tell us specifically like what spaces or what elements have worked, or do you think that they work, and then we can really kind of gravitate to those examples and saying, in my experience going through this space, I can show you this space has worked, but then you can expand or say this space doesn't really work, and I think you showed us several ones or kind of got a glimpse to it, but I think that it would be nice to say this could be a way of seeing it. And in your personal experience, I think it would be great to say, hey, when I'm in this space or in this space, this is really a quality of something. And I think you could have done that a series of like a catalog or kind of a series of kind of matrix to tell us what is those spaces. And then through your lens of experience, you can create a catalog of those things. And I think that when you have that catalog, I'm saying my experience through these spaces, they really work, and I kind of got a way to evaluate it, because it's very difficult. How do you measure that? And then we can say that you are the mode of measurement. You became the source of measurement, because then it becomes, how can everybody measure that? Well, you can be the guide to tell us this is the sort of measurement, and then we can evaluate because you are going through that process. When you create that catalog, and then you're saying how other people also that have similar kind of conditions, you can kind of relate your experience to other ones, and then when does it become more consistent or not consistent? And then we can start talking about, okay, you can answer the question that Megan said. This could be guidelines. This could be a series of guidelines because this is the way I'm trying to create the measurement. But I really would love to see that in your project. I got all this stuff, but I was not able to kind of understand you a little bit better because you didn't tell me what was your personal, and then that becomes a proposal for your project.
Okay. I guess the way I'm looking at it is the way people try to treat autism right now is to control the senses first off, like suppress them and try to get them in control. But in my own personal experience, that's not the case. You have to get me in a comfortable, quote unquote, safe zone location. I have to come in and grow into my own sensories. Like if I had superpowers, I would have to grow into them, learn how to control them and stuff. That's what autism is. And so schools try to suppress that. And what I'm saying is, no, you need to create a Montessori school type of school where the children kind of go free and roam around within this building, but still have those spaces to go and control their senses, go explore, which is what autistic children do. You have to keep them moving, especially for me. I have to keep moving, just think about little things. And we're storytellers, and so that's kind of why I did this, and I try to embody autism in this video. And because of that, we also try to find patterns within that story. And so, yes, the building might look chaotic, but that's the point, is to give these children that if they get distracted, they're finding and looking at all these little tasks and random things. So it's just kind of desensitizing them in a way.
So you're saying, for instance, what I'm trying to see is that the proposal that we saw there, like a series of elements clashing to each other, kind of different ways. Like there's like this series of architectural pieces that are clashing to each other. That you're saying that's like in the Montessori, because I can see Montessori, some Montessoris, even my kids, when we were living in Rome, they went to Montessori, and it was not so much about clashing, but I don't know, it was not about clashing elements, right? But it was a different way they went through Montessori. They had this experience. But interesting. I would like to see that. How do you dismantle? How do you classify? What are the qualities of Montessori that you were talking about? And I think that would be really interesting to tell me. Oh, in Montessori, this space and that space works, and we can kind of change it or kind of add it different way.
I guess I mentioned it really quick in the video, but it's more so taking that freedom and that learning by example, learning by doing.
Right.
And engaging with your peers, because in typical public schools, they separate them, neurodiverse and neurotypical children. And that kind of doesn't let you understand the other person. Like growing up, I didn't have that many friends, or it was hard for me to make friends.
Okay.
So it's just that interconnection that you need to make. And so that's why you kind of want to mix them into a
and how did you translate that into our? What do you think? When I like all you're telling me is interesting, right? How can we start seeing that translated into spatial kind of ways that we can comprehend that? Mm-hmm. How can we start seeing those spatially? I understand all these problems, but how can you help us understand it more spatially? What ways can you show us, and even in your renders, and can you explain spatially how can that happen?
Well, so like my site, spatially, I guess I didn't show this in the video, but I chose this site for specific reasons. It has 5 buildings, each kind of correlating to the senses. This building here was a church, so it's loud. Right across the police station, that's gonna have the most noise. And so that site plan video you guys saw, is at this corner, and it's kind of taking all that noise. This building here is 2 buildings, and so that represented balance and delayed motor skills, which would that building would focus more on that attribute. Site here, it had the most visible site around it, and it's site to USD. This was a paint factory, so it's smelly. And here was, I forgot what that was, but it's right next to the animal shelter. And so my thought being, oh, maybe they can create a system where these sheltered animals could kind of like become service animals to these children and go and like calming nature and for touch. I don't know if that's answering your question about space. It's coming back to just throw them in this big place, give them some few rooms, but for the most part, they're roaming around, interacting with each other. That's how it becomes universal.
I think it would have been nice that you were telling me a little bit more. Like, for instance, I can see the side, and maybe already some of it, right? You're telling me already an approach saying, well, there's something about the side that you're trying to understand, and there's a contextual kind of quality that I'm trying to see what you're telling me, or there's an opportunity in there in the side. Mm-hmm. And then I see that you're creating a series of kind of manipulations in the buildings. You start kind of breaking it apart, pulling away, pushing walls, bringing the certain aspects. And so when you started doing those decisions of pulling away, because you were making decisions of how to kind of transform these buildings, in those transformations, exactly those series of transformations, do they have a very kind of specific kind of way of you understanding that how is that being created?
Yeah, so it comes back to this key box here. Let me see if I can move that thing. But each move is based on associated to an autistic trait or attribute. So tweening, social impairment, how do you show them to be social? You mix them and put them closely together. So that's tweening. Poor communication, split. Routine is just going in a circle all the time, basically. So rotate. Delayed motor skills, half off balance, offset. Emotional reactions, you're expanding, you're exploding, hyper focus. You just set on one thing, and then adaptability. You can adapt easy, or it's difficult to adapt. So these are pros and cons of the traits to everyone. And the thought being that for neurotypical students, that they're being taught by these traits essentially. So they become accustomed and know how to be with other children.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's what I'm always trying so slowly we're getting into more into the architecture. Can you elaborate, for instance, in this facade? And can you describe this building? Can you describe, for instance, tell me this corner is tweaking to the side, is kind of pushing backwards, the wood black thing coming up in the front. There's a kind of window. Is there a way we can kind of talk about your strategy of space?
So I have the form making recipe here. The actual form making is based on chaos, because it's just chaotic. There's no order to it. There's no system, and it's based on finding patterns. And so it's giving those children that opportunity to go explore and use that sense. As for like here, the yellow nesting, I wanted to give classroom spaces, so I'm going to put that closer to the rooms. But as it nests, it's creating a space behind it so that when a wall comes, a child can go hide back there. So it's becoming dual functions. It's just kind of everything went later on in like the second animation. This was the form, like the actual space making part.
So Nani, I have a question. I mean, I was listening to some like critique of a Saya music video, I guess, that was about someone with autism, and the critique from someone who was autistic was like, basically her music video was trying to, I guess she was trying to show what it's like to be an autistic person, but as an autistic person watching it, it's a hellscape of color and noise, and like it's miserable. And so I'm wondering, like, as you're talking about this building, are you designing a building that is intended to showcase universal design, or is it a building that is showing the experience of what someone with autism may feel about their environment? Do you know what I mean? Like, is it, that's where I'm, now that you're talking about different moves that you're making, but different moves that you're making are based on what the experience of being in a kind of traditional classroom setting is like for an autistic person. But in then using those as like action verbs, are you creating a space that is a better learning environment, or are you just creating a space that is representative of what that chaotic experience is like? Like, is this somewhere that you would want to learn, or is this somewhere that you would not?
My thesis to me isn't about the product, like most typical thesis. It's about the methodology. The architecture doesn't matter to me, essentially. What matters is getting the method right. I don't know the true answer as to getting the spaces, but this is one of them. And it's more so we need to start thinking about this, and how can we start thinking and implementing it? That's really what it's about. Sure, we could use this and see how it can happen. We can test it, but that's not what it's about. So I think that's where we're kind of getting lost a little.
Wait, you can test it, but it's not about testing your methodology?
No, it's about testing a methodology. It's not the methodology.
But what is the methodology? Because you're saying that architecture...
What I'm saying, the methodology is a mixture of different things that's combined. It's a collage. It's collaging Montessori with public school. It's collaging autistic traits with traditional building techniques, or mixing different building techniques. Mix a type 5 with a type 4 or something. It's just mixing these things up, giving them a sense of that the world isn't normal, and so your building isn't going to be normal.
Yeah, but I think it's I understand, but I think that saying that architecture is not important at the end is a process. I think it is a process. I agree, and I understand that it's a process, but at the end, the architecture, that's what happens when we talk about social aspects, and I agree. Suddenly we think that architecture is not so important. In reality, architecture, that's what you're talking about. That the architecture is the limiting kind of condition that is kind of constraining and not having that. So it's really important, because you were even saying the environment is making me disabled. So that's where architecture happens, and that's really important. And so that you are not saying that it's not important and is derailing, no, because that's your argument that the environment is creating disabled aspect. And I think that yes, the process, then we need to think about that the end product, the environment needs not to make you disabled. So it is important. And you said it.
I guess I didn't see it as important right now. I see starting the conversation and having this go forward and figuring out the architecture from that process. My thing is, architecture right now does not consult people with ASD. If you look at most guidelines for designing for autism, and you look on who did the research, it's just random architects. They're all built on assumption. That's all architects are, just generalist assumptionists. And we need to have people with that experience in there giving my critique. Yes, some of this may be all subjective, but the whole problem is objective in that sense.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. I think instead of becoming more defensive, in my opinion, my recommendation, instead of becoming more defensive, I think that's what going back to my first comment, that what I recommend, I think it's really interesting. They say, hey, Nani, you know what is those spaces you think, what pieces have worked? And I will go back to this comment saying, hey, take us through, in order to understand it, take us through to that catalog that you can say, hey, this kind of works, this could be possibilities. We don't know, but you say architects make assumptions because they're not going through it, but you're the one who's going through it, and you're studying architecture, and you're becoming an architect, and you're the one who knows, can tell us a little bit the narrative of those things. And could it be nice? I would have been say, hey, these are the spaces. Now when I start seeing these spaces, that this is what Megan, I agree with her, is it more about what we feel, that like being in that kind of thing, or how these things can enable us, or they becomes a space of enabler, right? It becomes a space that helps us in those things. And I think that that's the methodology. I think that the process, I want to see that process. That's what I'm trying to get at. Hey, that corner, that when you started saying, yeah, you can go down, you can go up, I can jump, I don't jump, I can do this. If you do this, I can do that. If you do that, and then we can start kind of understanding spatial kind of conditions. And I can see it, but it would be nice for you to kind of tell us what are those series of components that mark it. And is architecture important? I think that is architecture important. At the end, you're trying to kind of tell us, even making the decision to show us a space somewhere there, that's what you're trying to tell us. Hey, it's important to talk about this space.
Nani, I would love for you to go, I don't know if you've been, but to the Children's Museum in San Diego. Okay, yeah. I would love you to write up a case study, like write up a few pages of like what was successful, what wasn't successful. Because to me, that is a very, tactile, many different rooms, all sorts of things. But like, what about the acoustics? Do the acoustics work? Are the acoustics too much? Are the spaces and sizes too much? I mean, it'd be interesting, just kind of what Marcel was saying at the beginning of like, maybe a case study actually is kind of like a way to enter it, rather than coming up with your manifesto of 15 things. Like maybe it is analyzing a space in more detail. Yeah, and I totally, I'm on, like, I think this is so important. I think like you got me. I think we need to do this yesterday. And so what I guess I'm just having a hard time, as we've said before, about just the process. What is your process? I guess I'm having a hard time understanding what your process is. And you don't have to answer that, Nani. I'm just saying, just like as as you're preparing this for your portfolio and as you're using this to go do other things and think about more critically and develop it, just what is that process? How is that process being presented? And what is it relying on? What information is informing it is something that I think we all, at least I want to know. And I think Marcel and yeah.
Okay. Nani, don't worry. I think I agree with Megan. I like, that's what I say. I like, yes, I agree. There needs to be more informed. Architects need to be more aware that these are things that we need to be more in touch. Like I said, there's a lot of talk right now about care, architecture of care, the idea of care. There's a lot of talk of that, which is amazing, which is really great. That is part of it. And I think that yes, getting the voices, getting different points of view, that we need to kind of comprehend that we're constructing space that is for many different ways of inhabiting. I understand that. Now, your point of view, that's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to search, saying, okay, how can I unpack and how can I really see these different ways you're evaluating these spaces and for us to kind of comprehend it, right? And this is your thesis. And this is saying, hey guys, I'm going to show you these things that I consider in my perspective that they are working, not working, and kind of describe it even further. What are the ways we can inhabit, kind of work with this space, and it will be nice. And I think you give me that image. Here it's one image, right? We're seeing some image. Now, if you can kind of in future, right? I'm not asking you to do it right now, but if you can kind of let us know how can these design conditions, decisions you made here, and how the process lead you to that moment that, like you said, you're still experimenting. That's fine. That's really amazing. You're experimenting to that process. Now, how can you start kind of tell us what are these kind of ways of the process and how did you get to this process and what are these pieces that can help us understand these spaces a little better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to drop in real quick. And so for me, what this really brought up was just a lot of questions. It's clear that you have experience with all of this. And what I would like to see is some proposed answers. I think the case study would be a really great way to go in there and experience different spaces, textures, colors, sound, light, and to then come back and kind of quantify for yourself what worked and what didn't work, and then be able to adjust your proposal or your thesis or expand your thesis to start to propose interventions that you feel you've experienced that worked or that you could elaborate upon. I like this is a super great imaginative, creative thesis presentation, but to me, it didn't really offer answers. And that would just be the one thing I would kind of try to lead you towards is like, how do we find effective solutions to these questions if we're looking at sort of a dreamscape?
Yeah, kind of going off that, I think that list you had on one of your pages where it was a key of all the different sort of traits, and I think a lot of those actually have very real world implications with buildings. Like I think I'm personally neurodivergent myself, and I know one of the things that a lot of spaces cause me distress in is overstimulation. And I know I can probably, if I thought about it, point to specific qualities, whether it's light or sound or echo or too many people in an open space that sort of cause distress in that regard, and then also ways that you could use that to create a space that's more accessible for people who are neurodivergent. So I think that would be maybe a good step. I think it's that one on the top middle of the, I don't know if you can go to that part of the video, but yeah, moving from those list of traits and just thinking about, like other people have mentioned, case studies and what does work and what doesn't work and what you would change. And that would be a good way to kind of form a framework for universal design for neurodivergent people.
Well, Nani, I like how much conversation you just provoked. So well done on how you've put it out there in a medium that is not so architectural, you know, using the video, splicing things together from different sources as well as your own new content. So I think that, if anything, is something to commend. It's different, and it's helped us see and feel how you see and feel. So you've no doubt, I know this is just me personally, but you've created more empathy for myself upon neurodivergent individuals. So I appreciate that. So many things have been said, and I just want to hear more from you later after you've reflected on this. Like, what are the next steps? Because I think what you've done is you've set up a really great base and vehicle to communicate the problem. And now let's talk about what's next for Nani, what's next for universal design.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So keep me posted, please.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nani.
All right. How are the guests doing? We have one more student. Allie Hayes is coming up next. I know everybody's got all kinds of things going on a Saturday. So if you need to leave, please let us know so we can give you a proper farewell and thank you.
I have to head out, but thank you so much for all your hard work, everyone.
Thank you so much for your time. You know, your generosity and your comments was very much appreciated, Mary. Thank you. All right. Well, Allie, yeah, you're sharing your screen. Great. Yeah, looking forward to this and the comments that follow.
All right. Hello, my name is Allie Hayes, and today I'm going to talk to you about Sound Logic, an acoustic research center that investigates the tectonics of sound. This project intends to delineate the relationship between sound and space while applying acoustic principles to the design of a sonically charged architectural environment. By analyzing the effects that sound has on our health and well-being, it is deemed an important variable for logically sound design. Sound logic addresses and challenges the neglect of oral design. Traditionally, sound is viewed as temporal and architecture is viewed as static. As an attempt to challenge this notion, this research hypothesizes that all architecture is fluid. At a certain point, all matter deconstructs to vibrating particles. So to test this theory, a series of acoustic devices were designed to explore the structural capacity of sound and the formal implications of sound-induced vibrational damage. The site is located on the north perimeter of Balboa Park, and it is home to the Blind Community Center of San Diego and the Lions Optometric Vision Clinic. It's roughly 400,000 square feet and sits on a canyon in the middle of a eucalyptus grove. So geospecific sound captures were taken from the vicinity in order to identify the individual sound sources within the broader typologies of sport and recreation, traffic, MEP, and nature and animals. A second sound mapping exercise categorized the soundscape into various typologies: flight path, traffic, nature, commercial, and residential. When combined, they start to reveal the unpredictable nature of sound travel and the complex oral environments of space. Now, form starts to derive from these constraints. The radial forms indicate then, based on the patterns of the sources, that sonic flows eventually combine and begin to merge with one another, creating complex sounds and vibrations throughout space. There's roughly 100 feet of elevation change across an 1,100-foot site, and the steep slope on the eastern portion of the site encouraged development in zones 5 to 7. So to better understand the influence that sound has on the built environment, a triangulated circuit of acoustic transmission devices were designed to test architecture's resilience to sonic pressure. The 3 devices are connected through a network of input and output pipes, which distribute sonically charged power from the building through all 3 devices before the sound is finally released and shot at the architectural target. The first device in the process is a transistor. It is a large cone-shaped structure that regulates the electrical signal from the building and converts both AC to DC current and vice versa. The next step of the sonic impact test distributes electricity to the nested orb structure known as a resonator. This device acts as a preamplifier and an acoustic filter, and each filter applied produces drastically different formal results. It is also a cymatic device, meaning a tool to visualize sound. The final device can be viewed as an acoustic weapon. Known as a sound blaster, this device acts as an amplifier and rectifier, straightening out the direction of the current before shooting at its target. It has a relatively narrow beam width of 30 degrees and can fire at any object within its 100-foot radius. So to demonstrate, the control center in the building warms up the devices. The device's generator warms up and the camera orients itself to the target. The battery is turned on and sends an electrical signal to the transistor and through the device circuit. And once the signal reaches the sound blaster, it calibrates to the target and fires away. So after the experiment is executed, the scientists head back to the sound lab to analyze the data and continue their research, determining the structural integrity of sonic impact against a variety of forms and materials. This research indicates that sonic impact can generate new form-finding techniques, helping to challenge the notion of a window or a room. In another experiment, a concrete dome was tested against a 174 decibel sound pressure with a halide crystallization filter. This diagram illustrates the diverse sonic reactions that emerge as a result of three variables: the direction and angle of the sound, the wave type, and the filter. So the building has 3 stories and a watchtower, and here's a couple sections moving north, and a few floor plans moving down in elevation. This is a look inside the watchtower, whose form was generated during the first sonic impact test here at this facility. Moving down, we have a look at the 3rd floor, which boasts an open floor plan and a series of small studios and reverberation chambers. The main entrance is on the 2nd floor, and program on this level include a lobby, a bilateral Chladni plate, which is a machine used to visualize waveforms at different frequencies, and the control center that directs and monitors the acoustic devices. Here's a few examples of what the scientists are analyzing during these experiments. Finally, the bottom level serves as a bridge between the acoustic devices and the control center and watchtower inside. Here's a closer look at the entrance to the sound lab and a few of the pivotal pieces of equipment inside. So apart from the device's battery and generator, many small and mid-scale sound experiments are performed on this level. And in order to accommodate the large machinery, the scientists ran one more experiment to blast a hole through the ceiling. So this research intends to highlight the capacity to generate form and space from sonic vibration. We ought to start constructing with a destructive force, sculpting matter with sound, organizing space based on invisible forces and connections. We ought to embrace the unseen architecture. Thank you.
Sorry, Ali, I'm trying to wrap around my head. I'll be honest, I'm trying to wrap around my head what is a project. I can see it, but I'm trying to understand what's at stake in my point of view. I'm asking my question that and saying what is at stake in the project? What are we then and then saying, okay, you're trying to tell me that we need to use sound. What I got is we need to use sound as a generator of space and by distraction in some way. I understand that kind of thing. That I'm saying how sound is being used as a way of kind of destroying, kind of changing something. The other one is about how to visualize sound in a way. How can we visualize sound? How can kind of manifest it in a figural form? in how we need to kind of be aware of sound in the relationship space, right? I think those are the things that I'm trying to understand in here in your project.
Yeah, I think you do have a pretty good grasp of it. It's just a semantics issue, but I don't think I would ever say we need to do this, we need to do that. I think it was a very interesting exercise in, I guess, a methodology in order to find interesting forms that actually can produce certain sonic qualities. I mean, in the beginning, yes, I just wanted to make a sonically optimized environment, but it felt a little bit dry and too scientific. So I wanted to take a little bit more creative agency over the project, which is where the whole structural implications and tectonics came into play. I guess if I was to sum it up, I think it's just an interesting thing to look at vibratory architecture in general. Everything vibrates, whether it's our Earth's crust or the cells or atoms inside of us. And even though I don't think, someone's base is going to break a window tomorrow or whatever, I still think it's interesting to look at the capacity of what these hidden forces, how these hidden forces might impact our built environment.
So that's interesting. My question for you was, first of all, some people have a lack of ear protection in your renderings, and I'm concerned about them. So I would like them to wear some really good ear protection. Second of all, so that's interesting, the vibrations. Right now, I'd like to ask about your rendering style and how you manifested your building as kind of CMU concrete block, because it looks like a Bond lair, to be honest, like a villain from a Bond movie. And so on one hand, if this is like DOD, like research from the 1950s or something, like why does the building look the way it looks? And if it's about vibrations and stuff, is concrete the material that you want to use? It seems like everything's concrete. Yeah.
I would say that concrete and copper are definitely the materials that I ran with the most. This is also supposed to be cork as a way to combat some of the reverberation in the rooms because it's absorptive. But as far as the concrete, it was an existing building and there was the big CMU walls, and I think it was probably a standard stick construction. But I think my early explorations, I chose a few materials to study and they ended up being concrete and glass. And I think those experiments were pretty successful. And so it just made me continue using that as opposed to trying and starting from scratch and trying with a new material. And then the copper, on the other hand, was just chosen for its conductive properties as far as sound is concerned. But I do understand what you're saying about really heavy concrete. I just also think that it's a solid mass. So when you get these really strong forces, you can either get like a little break in the concrete or it can protrude through a whole hole, as opposed to maybe something like wood or a more elastic material like metal. It would vibrate, but it would usually settle back in its original position or only slightly warp. And I was kind of going for big graphic moves, so the concrete was my best choice.
So why did you choose to do this DOD like research facility in Balboa Park in an existing building and not in a purpose-made building in the Mojave Desert, which like is probably where it really would be, right?
Well, I'm actually not sure what DOD means.
Oh, sorry, Department of Defense.
Oh.
This strikes me as like seriously, like, war games related, like how can we, you think of like the big shells like on the coast of England, that were all about sound waves and making sure it doesn't affect, the land or whatever. I mean, so, I'm interpreting this as like a UCSD Department of Defense research project. And I guess I'm wondering, why is it cited here in an existing building and not in a purpose-made piece of architecture in the middle of nowhere?
That's a great question. When I was originally finding sites, I stumbled upon the Blind Community Center of San Diego, And I was really fascinated with that demographic because of their reliance on sound to navigate and make sense of the world around them. So originally I was going to create a program for the blind. However, again, I ran into the same issue where it felt a little bit too rigid, and I had these ideas that I couldn't get out on paper with that demographic in mind, but that is why it stayed there. And I guess I could have mentioned it, but my theory was that a lot of these visually impaired people would be able to help operate in the sound lab. That's their expertise. They don't necessarily need to see. Personally, I learned how to use machines by how they sound. You know something's wrong when you hear that noise. So I think that application to the blind would be, oh, these guys will probably actually really be helpful because they have that heightened sense of sound.
But I think that that's great. So you started kind of jumping from one, and that's fine, you change. And I think that what I'm trying, when I ask you saying, what is a stake? I think that's the question that I will still kind of ask you, saying, what is a stake, right? What are you really challenging, right? And I think you have certain ideas there. What is the stake that you're trying to construct? And I agree that the notion of vibration, the notion of sound, the notion of these elements are more something that we can experience. That's what I'm asking. When I said, even you said, I wouldn't use me, but I think that's what I'm trying to say when as I stake is saying, you guys, I think we need, right, or a way of perspective, a position you're constructing, saying, what is your positioning here? And that's the thesis. What is your position of saying, this is the way we need to kind of, or this is, architecture needs to move on, or architecture, or things that we need to consider in space. And I think that's when we start seeing, is it about architecture being done by sound? And that's something that you're trying to tell us, I think. And how can sound be a generator of space? Either by demolishing or constructing or vibrating, how sound is a generator of space. And I think that's what I would like to kind of see in that process.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Hi, so thank you for the very intriguing presentation. It's visually striking, for one, and if I was looking at it as sort of looking at a Japanese anime kind of science fiction, and I was kind of getting really involved in the story, and I was looking for the conclusion, which never came to me, and that would have been a big bang in the end. So that's my take on this. If I look at this as a science fiction, that's what I would expect. But if I'm looking at this as a master's thesis project in San Diego, I would look at it from different angle. I've lived in a lot of places, like Manhattan, Shanghai, Tokyo, and those loud places. But I must admit that the San Diego is one of the first place I've lived that I get woken up by the plane shaking the house. There's something crazy going on in the city. The sound is not heard. The sound is felt in the city. And I would take that and turn, because I think there's something similar in my experience of being in San Diego to what you just described, this sonic machine, that, the weapon. And I feel like I'm living in the story daily. And that if you could make the connection and then conclude with some sort of a design strategy or proposal or criticism, for that matter, living under this sort of flight pattern, I would think someone would come up with a better way of building, but we don't, right? So if you could take that and sort of take on this challenge of creating a San Diego vernacular architecture based on this flight noise or something like that, I could have relate much easier.
No, that's a great point. That's one of the first sites that I was going to choose, was actually in another location in Balboa Park, closer to the museums, and it was right under the sound path, that flight path, and you feel it. You feel it in your heart. Your whole body vibrates, and it's really eerie. But yeah, I would agree. I think this is just the beginning. I've been interested in sound for almost 5 years now, and I can't wait to see where it takes me. So I will keep going.
But I think that what I'm saying, I think I like that idea. Do you embrace it, right? Do you embrace sound and vibrations, or do you conceal it? At what range are going to say it's about really like the flight by the Junichi saying, well, you're in San Diego, dude. Embrace it, right? So is it sound that you embrace it, or you're going to kind of say, no, it's going to be concealed? In one moment, you start kind of challenging that conceptions, right? What I'm interested in, how do you challenge conceptions of sound? How do you challenge these things, and how do you kind of create, once again, in my opinion, once again, how do you really deal with this in spatial kind of form in this aspect?
For sure.
Yeah.
I think it's a compromise. I think sometimes we embrace it, and sometimes we really need to address the situation. As far as embracing it, I think that, very good things can happen through vibration if it is controlled. Whether it's music or whatever, there's a reason why people dance to vibration. But then on the downside, I've gotten probably 15 noise complaints this year alone from my neighbor next door because there's pipes inside the walls rattling every time I play a little bit of bass music. And it's extremely frustrating. So I'm a DJ and I haven't been able to make music for the past 3 months because my neighbor I'm in an HOA, gotta love it. And my neighbor will complain every single time I play music. So it's those type of situations where I think maybe it's more of an engineering mindset, but we do need to account for sound as and go past the bare minimum. It's not just a 6-inch wall with however much insulation you need, like let's actually figure out what noises bother people, how it impacts our health negatively, and address that. This was more of a tangent and a creative tangent, but I would hope it would get that point across. And then as far as the compromising with architecture, I think sound and architecture need to compromise with one another because clearly architecture is the more static, stronger force. So when architecture can compromise to sound, whether it is with rotating elements, I designed a few rotating ceiling panels, or just things that will, one, might be interesting formally, and two, actually address situations that aren't usually thought of. I feel like sound is a second, it's second fiddle to sight as far as design.
I think that what you said, in my view, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the last thing you said right now, those are the series of questions and kind of challenges you were setting for yourself, that those are the things that your project should have kind of evolved in addressing, in my opinion, is saying, okay, what is these topics that we're talking on spatially? And I think that's what I think we see it in saying, oh yeah, these are the things that we need to consider in sound.
That's noted. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does anyone want to help me build it? We could do it in the Mojave, Megan.
Hey, get that government contract and,
DOD, I got you.
I know. No, but I mean, they've done research. There's a lot of research and, how to shoot sound at people so it makes them go crazy, and like interrogation techniques. I mean, like, seriously, this is.
Oh, 100%. I think the biggest inspiration was the LRAD, the long range acoustic device that the police use for crowd control.
Yeah.
It's insane. This thing goes up to 150 decibels and has ruptured people's organs, eardrums. Like, it's crazy.
So I guess but I guess, like, what's your position on this? It seems like you're taking a very neutral position, and this is not a neutral. I don't interpret this as a neutral subject. And maybe I'm just, I haven't gotten there yet, but.
I mean, I've always kind of been a little bit non-confrontational and haven't wanted to take a solid position unless I absolutely know everything about it. And to tell you the truth, I don't know everything about sound. I've been studying for 5 years and I still don't know. So I don't necessarily have a position that I'm willing to back, but I would say if I had to lean towards one side or the other, I'd say, yeah, let's look at destruction as a constructing force. Let's do it. I hope that's a strong enough position. Let's go blow stuff up and see what it makes.
Yeah, I mean, it is just in terms of architecture and yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, so that statement is very much kind of what I was taking away from the project. You know, using sound as a form making or a space making apparatus. But I guess the question that has still remained for me is, what then do you use that created form or space for? Are you saying that it's just a new methodology to create space or shape that, you know, somebody said earlier, like as designers, we don't just pull things out of our pocket and say, hey, I like this, therefore. And this could be a way of form making that has its own embedded algorithm or system or process. But ultimately, regardless of the mechanism that's creating the form, what is the form for?
I think it would depend on the results. So in some of my experiments, it was really clear, like, whoa, I just made a window. And that's what the form is for. Some of them were just like, well, that's kind of an interesting shape. And actually it would probably reflect sound because of all the triangulation and different offset angles. So I could actually use that in my reverberation room or my sound chamber because that geometry actually works. I guess it just depended on where I saw the value and then how I could make that application to the form. So I didn't necessarily have it 100% like sussed out when I was doing it, but it was definitely it was a methodology. It was just, whoa, this works, this does this, oh, this would be perfect for that. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, I mean, what that kind of makes me think of is, you know, we go into a music hall or a recording studio, and they've implemented these different materials and systems and things to reverberate sound, reflect it, to deaden it, to absorb it. Mm-hmm. And there's a specific use for that, right? We're in a space and we want the acoustics to be a certain way. And that's what's driving the whole thing. But with this form making and these things, again, it's like, it seems sort of accidental, or maybe that's not the right word, coincidental, of what has been made and then how it's applied.
Okay, I wouldn't necessarily deny that statement. I think that it definitely wasn't an accident of where I ended up. There was a lot of thought about what the geometry does, starting with platonic solids. How does a sphere differ from a rectangle or a cube? And then chipping away from those basic platonic solids to start sculpting is kind of maybe where the oops happened, the happy accident. But like I started with domes because they were all symmetrical, and because it was 360 degrees, it mimicked how sound travels. Traditionally, sound travels in 360 degrees. So I wanted to see how the dome would affect it from inside and outside. And that then I went on tangents of, you know, less symmetrical shapes. So I think that it was grounded in Eurocentrism and platonic solids, but that was way earlier studies when I started looking at the difference of a 4-inch wall versus a 6-inch wall, and if the size of a window influences sound, like when I was back in the more scientific realm. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question or does anything for you, but that's what I got.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that I was questioning the rigor or the process. I was just kind of still trying to understand the use and the intention at that end.
Okay. Well, I mean, this slide right here is probably a good one to talk about. As far as how the shape was made, it was again started with a sphere, and then incisions were cut and other spheres were nested inside of it. But it's supposed to be a cymatic device, which cymatics is the visualization of sound, stems from the Greek word cyma for wave. And this was a speaker stuck in the ground, which is obviously connected to the pipes. And then there's like a little petri dish type thing of acrylic above it, so that when it vibrates, like it would be interactive and people could come and watch the vibrations as the demonstrations are being set up. But it's like, okay, well, a funnel is what's going to get the sound out. So that's where that shape started. Then in order to visualize it, it had to be pretty, not a lot of height, because the water wouldn't show the vibration if it was really deep. So it's a lot of like a back and forth. I'd say it's a very circular design process, or cyclical design process.
Well, but Allie, that comes back to like just, in terms of the method, like asking questions about methodology, is that as you develop this, or as you put this in your portfolio, are there some key little diagrams that show, because you have a lot of research go into this, you have a very strict methodology that you've used. And when you show a finished image as people responding to it, it's hard to understand the depth and the and you're right, design is cyclical, and you get there through many ways. So I do wonder, like, as you move forward and you put this in your portfolio and you want to explain it quickly, or try to see if you can explain it graphically in a quick way, maybe there's like a series of little diagrams of like this to this to this, and it's not going to be like a Bjarke Ingels like perfect and there's a building, but maybe there are like 4 steps of like, first I thought about this shape, and then we put it in space, and then you do the material finish, and then this, I don't know, like maybe as you move forward, if you find that is a helpful way to communicate even more the depth of understanding and the rigor of thinking, so that also as you develop this further, or as you develop this kind of way of thinking further, you'll have that as like touch points of like, oh yeah, but what if I didn't go from this to this? What if I actually went this to something else, then how would that reconfigure? I don't know. I mean, that's one way to think about it.
Right.
It's not a question of rigor or method. It's a question of, it's just asking questions about the methodology, because it is so like in depth and it's so thought provoking. So it's just like, okay, I want to know the 25 steps, but I can't understand the 25 steps looking at this right now.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I can even.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe it's a futile thing, but it would be just kind of an interesting, like, try to sketch it out in your sketchbook, like.
100%. Yeah, I think that's all great advice. As far as getting this to be easily digestible, I think this is a whole nother mission, which I'm just starting, so.
I would just a thing to clarify, and maybe that just to help, because it seems that for me there are 2 sides of this project in my point of the elements that create sound and the impact of those ones, right? There are elements of generating sound and the ones that are receiving sound. And I think that those 2 things, the generators and the ones that are receiving, to understand it in the way of these 2 worlds, as the tool and the one that is being as an element that's constructing space. So for me, since, okay, I understand you're constructing the tools, and then how these tools are constructing or generating space. So we know in real world that we have hammer or the crane or these elements, they're just generators, right? The tools that we use to create space. And you're saying, this is the tools that I'm kind of constructing to create as a way of helping generate space. And I would like to see now a little bit more about the different ways that it's being constructed space, and how you kind of really kind of fine tune, tell us all the complexities of that generating of the space. There's a lot of how the tool, but not so much on the other side.
Okay, I will take note of that.
Yeah, and maybe it's my desire to have an answer, and there, you know, the answer will evolve. But again, I go back to sort of a recording studio, or even, I don't know if you know of that, maybe it's called the Vibrarium or something. It's like a sound bath building in Palm Springs. So you make an appointment, you go there, and there's a sound bath, and it's a structure. But I'm still trying to understand, like, is that sphere a place where we can go and visualize or visually see sound because of the vibration occurring?
Yes.
You know, what is it that that the visitor or the user or the what is the built environment doing to the inhabitant? I understand the part of the sound is creating form and shape and a response to the different settings that you're putting in place. But again, I'm still kind of unsure of exactly, like, if I go there, what am I doing? Is it, and at one point you spoke briefly about sort of like people without sight being able to work with sound. So it's like, okay, is it a place to employ people without sight? Is that the intention or the purpose of the place? Is it a place to test frequency of sound and in that DoD, you know, line? Or is it another thing about, okay, we can use sound to blast things and create windows and shapes and have a reason or a embedded logic of why things happen and break down the way they do through that rigor of frequency and timing and all those sorts of things. But again, I think for me, the main thing that I keep wanting, and it doesn't have anything to do with the need of you going down that path, but is sort of like the answer. What am I doing there if I'm there?
Okay, so to kind of reiterate, you think it would be a wise idea to really nail down like a tight program and, I guess, user profile, as opposed to kind of having all these different sound ideas coming together in a vague way?
Well, I think they're all there and they come together, but I think if I go, like, is there a way to move through and experience each one in its own way? Is that the intention, or is it to go outside and just have this one thing and the rest is private? You know, I guess it's just this desire to know why I would go there, and then once I'm there, what I would be doing or what I'd experience.
Right. Okay. Yeah, the intention was it would be for the public to come and understand, kind of like a pavilion park, I guess, to understand sound and engage with it and interact with it, start to see vibration, not just hear it. And so that's the original intent. That obviously it would employ either scientists, architects, visually impaired or not. But I think what I'm getting out of talking to you is that I probably need to refine it a little bit better in order to sell like the narrative and have that ending, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it all started when I made a Cladney plate, which is a device to visualize sound. I hooked up like a subwoofer to a piece of sheet metal through a threaded rod. When you sprinkle salt on that, depending on what frequency you're playing through it, it'll organize in different shapes. And it was the coolest thing in the world to me, and it still is to this day. And I think that realm of acoustics is overlooked, and it has been since the 18th century. So that would also be maybe it's a cymatic museum. So yeah, you go there and you see the sound happening and you engage in these ethereal shapes and challenge space in a new way from the vibration that you can see and feel.
Yeah, I think June said it very well, where he said there sort of wasn't ever that final conclusion. And I think what you just spoke about is very much what I'm looking for. And it until you said it right then, it never felt like it got there.
Okay, good to know.
Anecdotally, it was really fun. When I was in school, I did a little project, kind of like what it sounded like what you're doing, and I used a dog whistle an app on my phone, and did the same thing. And depending on the pitch, got all these really cool different geometric patterns as well. So I can relate to that and how cool that is.
Cool. Yeah, no, it's awesome. I try and tell everyone about it and nobody cares.
Allie, can I just say one thing as your professional practice teacher and not as your reviewer right now, is that everything we do in architecture has an ethical implication. So even though I guess I would challenge you moving forward that you don't have to know everything about sound in order to kind of have a position or to understand where it sits in that. And so, yeah, to be neutral is to, you can't be neutral. You're never neutral. We're never neutral. So I'm not going to buy your excuse. And I look forward to you developing what your ethical position is on this in architecture in the future.
Okay, I'll take that advice. Thank you.
I will also put once again, what's at stake once again as a question.
Oh, are you actually asking me, or is that rhetorical?
No, I'm just saying when you move on, that would like with Megan, for me, that's what I was in the first. That's the first thing I said to you, like what is at stake at the proposal, and this is where you start constructing the position, in my point of view.
Okay, what's the stake? That's my challenge.
What's at stake? What's your position, Allie? Good questions to end on. Well, Allie, like many before you, I definitely appreciate all the different thinking you provoked here in conversation and comments. And this is probably after what's just been said, it's going to come off pretty simplistic, but I just wonder now, Allie, if I gave you a brief for any type of building, what would you do? You know, like whether it was a cymatic museum or an apartment building or a restaurant, I'm curious how you would take what you've learned over this year and just be an architect with it. So to kind of relate it back to professional practice on the other side, how do you just kind of execute? How do you create good pieces of architecture regardless of program? So I'm highly encourage you, just like Nani just before us, to continue this line of thought, because these are important questions, critical questions, and fairly new ideas in architecture. So please continue it.
Thank you.
I want to